The Epic series is a global portfolio of the world's most exhilarating mountain bike stage races. Each race is a chapter in a greater journey, a journey that culminates at the pinnacle of mountain biking. The Absa Cape Epic.
These 8 days you will find yourself. The race is going to try break you.
The Absa Cape Epic is the truest test of any mountain biker's abilities.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to a country favorite. Welcome to the Overberg and Greyton. Hello and greetings from this beautiful part of the Western Cape. We're tucked into the mountains here, just in the shadow of the Riffiesonderend Mountains. Greyton is our venue. A moody morning as we prepare for stage 4 of the 2026 Absa Cape Epic. It's a stage in stark contrast to the monster that was stage 3. 140 kilometers. Today they are traversing 53 kilometers less, but it is by no means an easy stage. Temperatures very nice indeed, 18 degrees, maxing out at about just under 30. And well, they enjoyed a terrific tailwind yesterday coming into Greyton. And today, well, the big loop around Greyton, that wind will play havoc with them here and there, but might assist them going up that brutal climb of the UFO, which is perhaps the big challenge today, and it comes in the last 16 kilometers of the day. Dawn over the Overberg region as Greyton welcomes back the Absa Cape Epic for the 6th time, and a beautiful venue it is. And they're sitting alongside me, contemplating a day of great promise and intrigue, is Benno Willett after yesterday's drama. Benno, what can we expect today?
Yo, good morning to everybody. I would say today this is a beautiful stage. Beautiful stage for the mountain bikers, for the cross-country guys. Lots of single track, lots of like technical stuff to ride through. A bit of a combination between the trails that we had in Montagu and what we may gonna see in Stellenbosch. A little bit of everything is in there. And after a long stage like yesterday, the legs are tired, the legs are burning. The eyes of yesterday, crying, red eyes because of all the stuff they went through. But now today, it's a beautiful, beautiful morning here. Perfect conditions for another exciting stage.
Indeed it is. The sun rising in the east there, the meandering Riffiesonderend, river without end, meanders through this valley, and they will follow that in a northeasterly direction for a little while this morning before heading into the mountains above Greyton, and then across through the town of Greyton and onto the other side of the river. And some seriously challenging climbs and rides they've got there, like Luurkop, and as I referred a little bit earlier, the infamous UFO climb. That is today's big challenge before they sweep back into town down the sensational Middelplaas terrain. Well, our elite men are preparing to roll off first, of course, here, 7 in the morning in Greyton, and here in South Africa, local time. a regular start, and they all now well into it. We're just over halfway now. We're heading into the second half of the 8-day race, and Willia Vittoria will be wearing the yellow jerseys, having taken those yesterday from Matt Beers and Tristan Norkier. And they will be in the yellow for just the second time in the Absa Cape Epic. But there's just 5 minutes and 40 seconds between the top 5 teams here. We saw a stage win by a team who were well out of contention yesterday. Honeycomb, sensational 2-6, taking the win yesterday. Mark Pitts and Flick Steely. Do you see potential for that today, or are we going to see a more cagey race today?
I think it's going to be, the pressure is on a lot of teams, and it all comes down to the weaker rider. So I think, we'll see how they recovered from the long stage yesterday. The fight is definitely on. I think with William now, it's again, like, they just need to ride consistent, like they did the last couple of days. And with this consistency, they're actually now into the leader's jersey. They haven't been at the front, they haven't been attacking too much, they haven't been playing cat and mouse too much at all, but here they are now wearing the yellow jersey. A bit unfortunate, of course, for Tristan and Matt, having those mechanicals. That is always the worst that can happen within a stage race like this, because it's not the physical or the mental strength, it's just a mistake that can happen to anyone. And now, today, I would say the Villiers team would go with the pace, making sure that they are at the front of every single track that there is coming up, or at least within the top 3 team. And then we need to see how Tristan and Matt are trying to gain some time back, because we passed the half point of the Absa Cape Epic. Now you need to start thinking about how you're going to get the time back. Yeah. Because otherwise, before you know it, you're into the last final stage, and you run out of time.
Stage winners, that is Sam Gaze and his partner Luca Schwartzbauer. They've had a great week here, and they will be looking today. Well, unfamiliar sight of Matt Beers and Tristan Norkier in the Absa African Leaders jerseys, the special jerseys. They are the leaders in that category, of course. They were the leaders and have been the leaders throughout the race in that category, but have been wearing the yellow jerseys. But today they'll be in red, so just as marked they are, they'll stand out, as will Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto, as they wear yellow for just the second time. They wore it on stage 1 last year, having won the prologue. They lost it after stage 1 to Filippo Colombo and Nino Schurter, and they weren't to see it again. Finished second by 90 seconds at the end of the day. Well, they've got a jersey to defend today, and that gap is 1 minute and 13 seconds to Toyota Specialized, Mbuko, Beers, and Nokia. Then David Valero and Mark Stutzman, the Swiss champion, beg your pardon, the Swiss rider, are 2:29 down. Then Buff BH, Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek, well, the roller coaster for them. More mechanicals yesterday. They recovered well, 4:53 down on general classification. Schwartzbauer and Gaze, 5:10 down, but just 30 seconds ahead of Fabian Rabensteiner and KC South. And then there's quite a big gap from 7th to 8th, just over 5 minutes back to Wesselboerter and Johan van Sail, the second of the South African teams. In 9th place, Samuel Poro and Luis Martinez, 14:37 down. And in 10th, had a tough day yesterday, lost a lot of time. Matissa Zaro and Yuri Zanotti, Origin Willia, 15:39 down. They might be looking at today and thinking, hang on, but they've got a ride in support of these yellow jerseys.
Yeah, it would be good to know why they only finished 24th yesterday. We didn't see any mechanicals on screen. We haven't gotten any feedback from the team manager just yet on what the reason was. But if it was a mechanical, you see quite often, like, teams actually get to rest a little bit more with that mechanical sometimes if they don't chase the front patch again. And then they come back very strong, very motivated for the day after. So yeah, they definitely also someone that can help the yellow jersey, protect the yellow jersey as well. So they have that extra card that they can play today, and I'm very sure that the start today is going to be fast. It's going to be fast from the beginning. It's a short-ish stage. Race time should be below 3 hours, and they're going to treat it like a cross-country race.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Day 5, stage 4 of the Absa Cape Epic in 2026 is underway. It's in the country, it's around Greyton, and it is 87 challenging kilometers, 1,750 meters. The race is on.
Yeah, you can see they're off the gun, out of their saddle, pushing the watts down, and off they are. Very fast from the beginning, and I didn't expect anything less than this.
Every day we are blown away by, and almost a little surprised, but why we should be, I don't know, because it's the same every day. They absolutely blast away from the start at express speed, and you referred to a shorter day, less than 3 hours, to 87 kilometers, 1,750 meters climbing. These are supreme athletes. These are riders who do this for a living. It's what they do week in and week out around the world. And this is, well, the biggest challenge for them, perhaps for some of them during the year, because it's 8 days in a row, but they hold nothing back. It's so good to see. Broad across the road, this is the Middelplaas road. We're on the Middelplaas farm, the race village this year, and this road cuts through on the right-hand side of the riverbed if you're heading towards the sort of Franschhoek direction, and the mountains loom on the rider's left now, and they will become familiar with those mountains as the day progresses. This is the 7th time the race has come to Greyton in 2004. The very first year they in fact visited here for 3 years when the race was still a point-to-point race up to 2009, and didn't return again until 2014, then again in 2017 and 2022. And in that year they had 2 stages here, and interestingly the stage winners in those days were Matt Beers and Chris Blevins and Lucas Baum and Gail Gege, who are laying the foundations for their overall victory. Well, this is not a good sign. This looks like Andreas Sewald and Jakob Hartmann. Well, they had a torrid day yesterday. They tumbled down the standings, and it looks like they've got difficulty again.
Yeah, it looks like they must have had a mechanical or maybe just a chain drop. Can happen right away at the start as well. But yeah, being left behind that early in the race, it's never a good sign.
Yeah, the European champion really has had a torrid time here. Andreas Sewald and Jakob Hartmann. They are 42 minutes down, Singer KTM Racing. And so they are pretty much out of the, well, they are out of the overall general classification standings. Just a word about Mark Pritson and Felix Stili. We had time to digest what was an absolutely sensational ride yesterday. Yes, the yellow jerseys got into some distress, but there were some powerhouses still in that group with plenty to gain from going hard yesterday. And Mark Pritson here in the South African champions jersey, wow, they fronted up nicely after the mud yesterday. And Felix Stili did an incredible job.
No, that was outstanding performance from those guys to get away from the front bunch and then keep the pressure down, the speed high, and the way they finished yesterday was very much outstanding. Definitely a very good stage for the 32-inch wheels. Definitely the best stage out of all, I would say. We'll see how it goes today. There's a bit of like gravel road to start off with, but then soon you're going to hit all the nice trails around Greyton. And yeah, they're definitely motivated. Once you on that top step of the stage, you want it again, over and over. That is actually what you came here for. And now they have the belief, they know that they can actually, yeah, keep the big names behind them, outsmart them, whatever you want to call it. And they deserved that win yesterday very much. The way they rode, fearless, and yeah, no regrets all the way to the back, all the way to the finish.
Yeah, I mean, if they look behind them, they're Max Pritson and Felix Stili. They'll see a lot of big names who've not ever won a stage in the Absa Cape Epic. To win that stage, Mark Pritson talked very emotionally yesterday about what it meant to him, and indeed Felix Stili. Pritson said it's the highlight of his career thus far. He's won national championships on various different disciplines. He's won the biggest road races in the country. This means so much to them. So really congratulations. And they are, incidentally, so far off the pace in the general classification. They sit an hour and 5 minutes down after losing so much time on stage 2. So they are not in contention, but mark my words, they will be out there making every single day count for them now. So it'll be interesting to see that yellow jersey. Always more trouble here. And And
There's actually two teams there.
teams that
trying to help each other, I guess. Be interesting to see who that was.
we'll try and get back and find out exactly who was involved there. But yeah, a couple of teams in trouble. But reminder that our elite women's race starts at 8 o'clock South African time. That's in 55 minutes time. And they start in the heart of the village of Greyton, which is where this race will pass through at the first of the feed zones at around 17, 18 Ks. And the elite women will be doing 61 kilometers today in their race, which is also boiling up very, very interestingly indeed. Some great racing yesterday, and I'm sure we'll see the same today. The new format for the elite women is certainly paying dividends in terms of an entertainment factor and giving the riders plenty of opportunity to show their very best here in attack. Wout Alleman in the Belgian champions jersey and Martin Storsek alongside him. You alluded to a little bit earlier the battle at the front of the general classification, and ultimately these stage races come down to a fight between the perceived weaker rider in each combination. And you can only assess who's the weaker rider by watching them through the day and seeing and through the week and sort of making assumptions based on how they are performing. And so that may be where it comes down to. So, Valero's look very strong. Alleman's look very strong. Gaze and Schwarzbauer likewise. Not much to choose between Rabenstein and South, but you feel that Martin Storsek is maybe the one who's slightly off the pace of Alleman.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to say. You never know. Like, I mean, also with Tristan, I mean, he's such a strong rider, but now he's paired up with Matt Beers. Maybe a little bit more pressure on his shoulders. You know, he hasn't won a Cape Epic before. Altogether, it all adds up a little bit, and it's all about how you handle that sort of pressure and how also the teammate is helping you getting through it or not. And I mean, with Alleman, we did see that he wasn't happy after the prologue. He had a bit of a speech, and then Martin Storsek got his stuff together.
He got the message.
And outperformed the next day, and so on. So it's really, again, knowing your partner, what triggers them to perform better, not to take them down or be like, not disrespectful, but add even more pressure. So you have to know what triggers them, what makes them go faster, dig deeper, and that's definitely a key. And again, as a strong rider, you can't get frustrated with your partner too much. You have to help him where you can.
That's what this race is all about. Almost above all else, it is a team race and how the combination works to get the best out of the team. So that's what we're going to be fascinated to see unfold here. Tristan Nortje has been quite simply superb, considering, yes, he's not won a race. He's riding with a man who's won it 3 times. And he stepped onto the seat that was going to be occupied by the world marathon champion, Keegan Svensson, who has obviously had to withdraw due to injury, but that is some responsibility to do, and he's really stood up. He's put his hand up and he's ridden his socks off here. He was shattered at the end of yesterday, as one would expect. They had to chase and chase and chase, and eventually they dimmed the lights towards the end, realizing that they weren't going to shut that gap. They had a big tailwind behind them, but all the riders, so that was difficult to shut down, but he's done unbelievably well, and they've got to keep going. They've only got 1 minute and 13 seconds to try and claw that back. Will they do it today? It is unlikely that mechanicals have played a major role in this week, so that cannot be discounted. But everything is sort of throwing forward to stage 5, which is the ride from Greyton to Stellenbosch, the big Queen stage, and we expect so much to happen on that day. We'll wait and see, but that is a day that held so much promise for everyone, for our riders and for everyone who has an interest in this event. Look at them loading up out of the start chutes. Very controlled, very organized. The race organization, you have got it down pat, absolutely superb organization as the A batch rolls up to the start line. The front of that will have all the category leaders in it.
Yeah, there should be also Christoph Sauser and Craig right there at the front. They managed to get into the Masters leader jersey yesterday. Christoph Sauser as professional as always. Hopefully not late to the start. That was always one of his things, that you could not get that guy out of the camper van in time. always the last to show up, making sure that everyone sees that he's right there, coming from the front and so on. I think that's the reason why the elite riders are now coming from the front and not from the back anymore. It was due to Christoph Sauser's habit of being late. So at least now all the good riders can come in from the front and don't have to go through the bunch. So he's in there as well, super motivated. Spoke to him yesterday. He's enjoying every single meter of this Absa Cape Epic.
Boy, he doesn't lose his competitive edge, which is fantastic. That's what it's about. You get out there and you give your absolute best all the time. And it's so cool to see Christoph Sauser and Craig Uriah both have won the Masters, of course, before. There they are.
And your sheet bags, you can drop them off here just as you roll up to the start line.
And all the other category leaders. Lovely to
Everyone is there besides
Christoph, he isn't
Yep.
there, yeah. Craig is standing there looking
Craig is
for him.
there waiting for Christoph.
You're so right.
Things do not change. Oh,
Oh, wonderful.
he's holding two bikes.
Nothing changes. Nothing changes. Craig Uriah standing there, and in the South African terms, we've got an expression called parat. He's a very he's a stickler for getting things right and spot on. He's a timeous, punctual, polite, and a wonderful man, and chiropractor by trade. So look at the start there. We've got in the open men, there they are, Imantas Gudiskis and Vladas Jurikvicius, and they are Colibri Cycling, leading the open men by 16 minutes and 50 seconds over Tristan de Lange and Martin Fryer. Then in those beautiful GIC Grandmasters jerseys, leading that race are Yvonne Zugastian and Ernesto Mendoza. And there we go, Christoph Sauser and Craig Uriah. They only have 4 seconds in the race, and Team 69 made up of the great Jenny Resvats and Simon Andreasen, and they are leading the Toyota mixed category by 23 minutes over Ferola and Prado Neto of Brazil. Looking very relaxed. So nice for these elite top-level athletes like Jenny and Simon to come here and ride this without the intensity and the pressure of racing at the elite level.
Yeah, very, very nice to see that also. Like the mixed category is growing on level every single year, becoming more and more professional. Back in the day, it was more an amateur thing, but now you have all those pro athletes also signing up for this category, mixing it up, riding with your partner, or just use it for training and so on. But at the same time, like, you would think they could take it easy now with this whole lead that they have. But again, they always get off the line, and once you're a racer, you're always going to be a racer, and that's never going to change. That attitude of giving your very best at each day is just in their nature.
We've also got our Exaro leaders there, of course, Eva from the Exaro, wonderful cheerleader, been a fixture at the Absa Cape Epic for as long as Exaro have been involved here. Fairtree, DP World, Canada, Ziandra Rodan and Luyanda Tobagunia. Damon Tablanche and Ethan Michaels are chasing them, and Machlatsi Ubisi and Tyrone Clenchmit also hunting them down in that very competitive Exaro category. And they have less than a minute and a half to head off for their start. Beautiful Middelplaas farm, nice and spacious, and a wonderful venue for the start and the race village here of the Absa Cape Epic. Some very competitive races in there.
Some marks of crashes yesterday, looks like.
Yeah.
84 kilometers, 1,750 meters.
So just to give you an idea of where these categories fit in the overall, Christoph Sauser and Craig Uriah are sitting 29th overall.
Wow, that is, and again, they have traffic on the road as well.
Yeah.
Right? They have to overtake. Well, they actually catch up to the elite woman. Some of the back end of the elite woman they have to go by. And then sometimes even some of the elite pros that had some mechanicals and so on. No, that's a very, very impressive time of those two.
And they've got 4.9 seconds over Pavel Gonda and Tobias Luti. My word, that's going to be a fight today. And then Yvonne Zagasti and Ernesto Mendoza, the GIC Grandmasters, they are in 44th overall. Jenny Risvets and Simon Andreasen in 47th overall. And is some racing. Luyanda and Ziandro in the Fair Trade DP World Canadale team, 57th. About to roll off, batch A.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Serious paces, it is race time for A batch here at the Absa Cape Epic as they charge off the line, not much slower than the elites, although Christoph didn't get the best of starts there. You know, true to form in terms of arriving at the start a little bit later, but he's got all the wisdom and experience required to do everything necessary here, no problem at all, as they head out of Middelplaas.
Yeah, the start was never Christoph's favorite thing. Isn't the heaviest, the strongest rider to get off the gun, but then he makes up for it very quickly. He knows how to read the bunch, and then when there is a climb or technical stuff, that's when he shines.
Well, the DP World Canadale Fair Tree team have gone to the front. Lovely to see these two young men, Ziandra and Damon, who are young men who have Ziandra, beg your pardon, Luyanda and Ziandra, who benefit from the incredible work being done in Stellenbosch by the Fair Tree Academy. So it's very, very cool. They've got Simon Andreasen and Jenny Rizvets on their wheels as they roll out in towards the rising sun here in Greyton. Beautiful morning, wonderful conditions for the riders to enjoy so far. Rolling roads of Middelplaas, and really big gaps starting to appear further back we go. Incidentally, Christoph Sauze is in a very select group, the Amababesi 15. We'll elaborate on that a little bit later, but we can tell you now that we can go down to the start and some interviews. Max Kleur down at the start, chatting to the racers, the elite racers before the start. Let's hear their thoughts.
Hansi, happy birthday, buddy. It's always good to have a birthday at the Absa Cape Epic, and what a day from you guys yesterday. You're sitting 7th on the GC.
Yeah, we're doing well. I'm super happy. I'm not so happy that I got a bit older, but enjoying it here. And yeah, today my birthday. A nice loop around Greyton. I think it's going to be really, really fun. I remember from many years ago, as I am like survived all the epics more or less.
Happy birthday!
Thank
Happy
you.
birthday.
See, everybody knows shit. Today I don't get around, and maybe I have to go to A-Batch because I'm master officially now. So.
Well, I was just about to ask. You should be masters, right? Maybe you and Power can start teaming up going forward.
Yeah. Or anybody wants, call me. Now I'm master, and let me know what we're gonna do.
You and Tace really combining well, and he's been a revelation, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's such a young guy, and he always had like bad luck in the epic so far, and we're just having fun. We stay calm, we do our things, and we're now in 7th position, so that's very good.
Have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Trav, it's been 4 crazy days and a lot of work being done behind the scenes. You guys got to do some work again yesterday and get that pull in, but now we go into the big show. We got a fast day today and the Queen's Stage tomorrow.
Yeah, we always say like halfway into Epic kind of only starts here. So yesterday I think guys put a bit of effort in, and I think they'll start feeling it from today. We're starting to feel good now. We've moved up every day, so yeah, excited for the days to come.
How are you guys feeling out there? Obviously a lot of pressure from the big watts at the front end, but you guys have really managed that well.
Yeah, I think when you're helping them out and contributing at the front, it benefits you as well. So just being up there has helped us a lot, and yeah, it's pushed us forward every day.
Good luck.
Thanks so much.
Marco, final prep. We've got 15 minutes to go to the start of stage 5 here in Greyton. A big day from you and Trav yesterday, and we see you slowly moving up the GC.
Yeah, I had some problems in the start and burnt a lot of matches, and then those rollers at the end were brutal, especially with it being wet. Not much slip, but yeah, today I think suits us better. I think this stage of the Epic also starting to get slower to the line and getting tired, so hopefully we can make some big moves.
How's everything going in the camp? We saw Tristan and Matt had a good day yesterday, but we could see at the end of the day they'd burnt a couple of matches with trying to get back.
Yeah, but yes, Matt's super strong. I've got no doubt that they can still pull it off. I think they look better than the other teams, so if they have a smooth day, I think they can get some time.
We look at going into the second half of the racing, although the big Queen stage is tomorrow, but we've got a couple of cats on the GC that could possibly look for stage wins.
Yeah. I think Epic's always been like a race of 2 races, the GC battle and then obviously stage wins. So yeah, it's all about trying to take opportunities where you can.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Mark Britson, good morning. Stage 5 coming. How was last night?
Yeah, it was good. The wins never last long enough. We're already here on the next stage, so yeah, ready to go again.
Lots of anticipation today going into this stage where people are looking possibly for stage wins, but the guys at the sharp end are aware of that, and there's single track today, and you've got some big boys at the front that are going to close some doors.
Absolutely, and that's why it was so important yesterday to make it count. I mean, we knew it's going to be difficult after this to get another stage win because towards the end of the race, everyone's trying to play on the fatigue card and trying to get some stage wins. So yeah, we made it happen yesterday. We knew how vital it was, but yeah, today is a completely different stage. And from now on, I mean, anything that happens is a bonus.
We saw you guys on the finish line yesterday. I mean, I know what you guys have been through. Super emotional. Your dad probably gave you the biggest hug I've ever seen in my whole life, and he's a super bear, right? So tell us about that. I mean, you've had some amazing wins in your life. That one was pretty special.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the struggles that we've been through have made it that more special. And I think that's why yesterday was so emotional for all of us. You know, everyone around us knows what we've gone through the last couple of months in a way. And yeah, I mean, to win a stage here is just absolute dream.
Good luck today.
Thank you very much.
Lachlan, good morning. It's always so good to have you in the bunch. It's always so good to see how much you love riding the bike. And that's what it's all about, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah. It's a good fun out there. Like, it's a huge challenge. It's not an easy bike race, but yeah, I try my best to enjoy it.
These are trails which you maybe have not ridden before, and certainly today some of the most spectacular single track you're going to see as you come off Loerkop, which means to Lookout Point. A big climb at UFO today as well. How's the partnership going, and how are you guys feeling going into the second half?
Yeah, it's going really well, mate. Yeah, like you said, new trails for me. I had a look last night, and this is my 4th epic, and we haven't ridden here, so I'm excited to see what the trails bring. The partnership's going well. Andrew's going like a train, so I'm just doing my best to hang on.
Good luck out there today.
Thank you, mate.
Felix, obviously so much going on yesterday, and just I hope you guys got to celebrate a little bit last night, but back to business today, on to the dance floor.
Yeah, I mean, as nice as it was, you get back to normal. Afternoon was shorter than usual with the podium ceremony and stuff like that, but yeah, feeling good, and we'll see how today go, and gonna decide what's the game plan for today.
At the sharp end, it's so important to have confidence, and you guys have now got that. Is that going to change the way you race? But I don't think it will. You guys are always attacking. You've had a couple of technicals, but confidence is key.
Yeah, surely. I mean, especially for me, because now I know I'm capable of winning at Cape Epic, and yeah, I mean, the goal for the rest of the week is going to be another stage win, and if it's today or if it's whenever, we will see.
A message to your family and friends back home watching and cheering you on?
Thanks for everything, and sorry for not replying, but my network was off, so I just had some little bit Wi-Fi, and gonna do that probably tomorrow or Sunday, Saturday, we'll see.
Have a good day.
Thanks, Max.
Jaden, good morning. A couple of big days under the belt now as we move into the second half of the racing. We know that today is important. It is a shorter day, but that doesn't mean that it's any slower.
Yeah, I think today's going to be quite intense. We've had a few consecutive 4-hour plus days, so yeah, I think today's going to be some fireworks. We'll see if there's going to be any splits in the GC. But yeah, with the climb towards the end, I definitely think it's going to be a spicy day out.
Lots of work from yourself and Lut. Your racing strategy very different to most of the people on the start line every day, because your job is to work and to be there and to make things happen, but at the same stage you've got to be there. So it comes as a domestique role, but it comes as teamwork, and teamwork is the goal, right? End of day 8, you want to be on the sharp step of the podium.
Yeah, I think for us it's pretty simple. We just want to be as close to the leaders as possible all the time. I mean, that naturally allows us to go as hard as we can. So yeah, it's not like we have to like sacrifice our race completely, but I mean, if there is an issue, like for example with the wheel or something, then yeah, we just hop off and give our wheel over, and then yeah, that's us done.
Good luck to you and Lut today. Good luck, guys. Lucas, today is a day where anything can happen, and certainly a stage win on the cards. We know epic is epic, but you guys are hunting. I know you're hunting. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's not secret that GC is a bit out of touch for us, but we saw yesterday that even if you're out of contention for GC, you can still hunt or go for stage win. Props to, or heads off to Honeycomb, chapeau. We try to do the same the next days, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, we'll see.
We saw you guys have a good start to the day yesterday. The leg speed is there, and certainly that's got to give you confidence going into the last couple of days.
Yeah, finally my body is responding as it should be. And we see, we just have to synchronize, and maybe we find a day to make it happen.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Max, down on the start line, working hard, getting all the views from the riders. Lovely to hear the different perspectives. And if you're joining us, welcome to it. We started at 7 and we saw the start. The riders are heading out towards Greyton, but yeah, we like to get the views of the riders, get up close and personal, and wish Hans Becking happy birthday. He's into his 40s now, and hear the different perspectives. Lucas Baum and Gail Geiger, they won stage 4 here back in 2022 and started putting the blocks down to build that sensational first win they had here. They're not in that condition and shape at this stage, as you heard from Lucas Baum, but don't discount them for stage wins. That is going to be a factor, and you heard various of those riders suggesting that. Mark Pitson and Felix Stiele, they might go for another stage win here, and why not? They've got the confidence to do that. They're now part of a group of just 17 riders in this group of some 88 elite riders who started the race, and only 17 have won a stage. So this is the loop around Greyton. For many there's some very familiar trails as they head up past Genadendal, where the elite men are heading now on a mainly gravel road. They'll start leaving the road as they get past Genadendal and then turn up towards second bench and the first big challenge of the day, and then down off the mountain into Greyton and the first of the water points there, and then they'll fly through across the river into first bench, and this is where the big challenges start, and they head around eventually up to the UFO climb, top left of your screen, and then the Toyota Tough section will take them flying back to Middelplaas. A great day's riding this, really.
Yeah, beautiful trails all around. Some of the stuff they haven't seen yet, and you're always on the outskirts of Greyton as well, so that you can kind of like see the town at the bottom there, and you ride all the way around it. At water point 1, that's also where the lead woman start is going to be. So they starting 15 kilometers into the men's race, and they starting at 8 o'clock this morning. They do a little bit of a loop, 3-kilometer loop within the town before they get into the single track that also takes them up the second bench climb.
So that is a look at today's stage. This is 3.5 chainring challenge today, 87k, 1750 meters of climbing. I mean, that's a challenge on any day alone, but in the context of this race, in inverted commas, it is a relatively short day, and a day that perhaps the riders after yesterday's, as Jaden Turlow said, they've had a number of long, over 4-hour days. Today will certainly not be that long.
No, definitely, and it's going to be a tough stage as well, because the recovery from yesterday was short. It was a long stage. There's a very big stage coming up tomorrow as well. And speaking to Mike Posthumus, the performance manager of the Specialized team, he said, like, gaining a minute today is harder than maybe gaining 5 or 6 minutes tomorrow, because it just you have to put so much effort in to kind of like get away from anyone on a short stage like this. So there's different tactics that are going to be playing out. Some of the teams that are still want to get like ranked up a little bit higher in the GC or go for a stage win and so on. So the dynamics within this first 10, 15 teams can be so different, and everyone, and you can see they are getting more tired. Their eyes are more swollen than they were before, especially after yesterday's stage. And everyone is a little bit like not afraid of tomorrow, but very much huge respect for what's coming tomorrow. Like the stage of tomorrow is going to be long. The weather is going to change most likely again, and we're not done yet.
Very wary of tomorrow's Queen stage. I think that is key. And Yeah, if we look at today's stage, as more the batches roll off the start line, preparing to roll off the start line, the opportunity to win a stage might be there for the teams who are out of GC contention, like, as I said, Honeycomb are there. Origin, Willia, they are up there. Matisse Zara and Yuri Zanotti. However, they have other duties in this race, in as much as they need to be there for Willia Victorious if they get into a spot of bother. Baum and Egger, well, I don't know yet if they're up for it just yet. The condition probably, Lucas Baum saying they're not feeling quite onto it yet. So an opportunity for a stage win, and the GC contenders may use today as a consolidation day. Just keep an eye, and maybe if Beers and Norkier can take back a couple of seconds on Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto towards the end of the stage, they might do that. But it's going to be a day of patience. They're watching each other. Bart Alleman and Martin Stosek, 4:53 down. They are nearly 3 minutes behind Valero and Stutzman in third place. Stosek and Alleman in fourth for Buff BH. And Canyon, Lucas Schwarzbauer and Sam Gaze will be eyeing out Alleman and Stosek, who are 17 seconds above them. Canyon in fifth place. So they may be looking at that. And just 30 seconds behind them at Topara Kenda FSA. So it's quite compact in the battle behind the top two. So from third place down to sixth place, just over 3 minutes there. So this opportunity for riders and teams to get back time on GC, as Benno was saying. Whilst that is happening, opportunists are looking for a stage win. Well, they may pounce and use that springboard to go today. We'll wait and see. So rolling up the hill, tired legs, spare a thought for the amateurs who are spending hour, 2, 3, 4, and sometimes 5 hours longer on the road after yesterday's 140-kilometer ride, one of the longest in the history of this event. Really would have fatigued these riders. Yeah, we were chatting a little bit about, there we go, our Masters, Lee's NTT Women's Masters in the start batch, ready to head out on the road. We were talking about Christoph Saaz and Craig Uriah. They've got 27 Absa Cape Epics in those legs between them. Very, very experienced pair. And there are only a handful of riders who've ridden more than 15. Amo Bubesi 15, they're called. It's a sort of formal, informal category, but there we go. Sauser, Platt, Brenchens, John Gale, Hannes Steyn, Craig Beach, Mike Nixon, Pierre Blau, Peter Bezuidenhout, Barty Bucher, Hannes Hanekom. Just those. Amo Bubesi 15.
It's incredible, like 15, finishing 15 Absa Cape Epics, coming back over and over.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Just a brief word about in the blue jerseys, because that has changed hands, by the way, in the women's Masters, NTT Masters, because a new team leading there, that's Jonita Rose McKenzie and Ruda Grobler, who've Jonita rode the elite category in her last Absa Cape Epic, decided that she now needs to race the category, and just chat before the race, she said, no, we want to try and get the jersey. Well, they did so yesterday, so fantastic. IGLU Therapy Chem Champ Racing, good job for Mackenzie and Grobler. They're leading the women's NTT Masters category in those blue jerseys.
Yeah, sometimes you get taken away. You start as an amateur, you kind of like, you get the taste of what it's about, and then yeah, you have a good experience, and then all of a sudden the year after the goals completely change. You like from participating, all of a sudden you want to like go for the jerseys, move yourself up in the rankings, and so on. It's just you're surrounded by so many people that are like-minded, and everyone is like pushing each other to perform better, right? Your environment, everything around it, and that's also one of the biggest reasons why Cherise is coming back over and over, because it's those kind of moments, the experience that you have within a race like this, the support that you get from everyone around you, and you can see like the fights for jerseys, good positions, they are feisty in the back than they are at the front. Everyone is like there to kind of like prove themselves in one way or the other.
This should be E-Batch about to roll off here in 30 seconds from the start at Greyton, 87 kilometers. Greyton to Greyton. Wonderful to be back in this beautiful part of the Western Cape. Country at its very best. Heartbeats rise now, just 10 seconds.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
After a good night's rest here in Greyton, it is another day on the bike. Stage 4, day 5 for E-Batch as they roll away under the arch and onto the trails of Greyton for this 87-kilometer challenge today. 1,750 meters of climbing awaits these gladiators of the trail.
We are ready now for the F bunch.
So cool to see them roll away, all excited, energized, motivated. And by stage 5, day 5 at least, those who arrived at the Absa Cape Epic perhaps not quite in the condition, and some that does happen for various reasons, would have found out, and we have had a few withdrawals, but these are the real soldiers who prepared well and are now into the thick of it. They are in the routine. They've got their pre- and post-race admin down pat. They know exactly how to go about their day, and they are ready for it. And they're heading up the road already, a little surge up the road. A team wanting to maybe jump batches next tomorrow and see if they can start in D batch.
Yeah, so far I don't think we had too many dropouts. It has been a very, very good Absa Cape Epic so far for many. And that's also nice to see. It's not that the epic gets any easier, but you can see that the level is going up. The level of the amateurs is going up every single year as well, and that's most likely also due to the various selections of stage races that you got with Croatian, Andorra Epic, the White to Wales, Swiss Epic. You have so many possibilities to kind of like get yourself ready for this pinnacle of stage racing here with the Absa Cape Epic. And also the weather this year, so far so good. Touch wood on that one, because we do have Lawrenceford coming up tomorrow, and that place has, in the history of Absa Cape Epic, always been a very tricky one. Wet stages, a bit of drama through the water crossings. That's also when they lost the leaders jersey, Amy and
Candice.
And Candice at that year. It was due to a silly mistake, breaking the rim. They were in the leaders jersey and they just were too far away from the technical zone, and unfortunately, lost the jersey right there.
It happens, it really does, and that is sort of building up a fatigue. Concentration levels do waver every now and again, and then when the conditions are as extreme as they were then, mistakes, I mean, calling it a mistake can be, it's quite hard, but that's what it is ultimately. But in those sort of conditions, you're making choices in a flash of a second in tricky conditions, and sometimes you make the wrong choice and it can come back and bite you, and that happens. But let's hope we only flashing through. We're passing through Lawrenceford on stage 5. It's not a race village or a stop there, so maybe the weather gods will forgive and be kind on the Absa Cape Epic and let it go through without any harsh and hectic weather. Grandmaster women lining up there, Martha Kukumura and Jenny Ronigan still holding on to their jersey. In fact, they've got an hour and 28 overall lead. Right, let's look down and see this batch of riders. Might be a little bit further back in the field. Always important to get into that single track. Make sure you're in the pecking order and get in nice and early.
I'm not sure if this is the...
I think this is the amateurs.
Amateur, yes.
I think this could be the young ASAP team. I'm not sure they are. The amateurs racing hard, of course. That's these are riders. Some of them wanting to get into the elite category. Others of them have been in the elite category, rolling back and riding in the open category. But beautiful images riding along this wonderful trail, heading towards, I think, towards Genadendal on their left-hand side. As F-Batch prepares to roll away in a couple of seconds' time.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
F-Batch, enjoy your day out on the trails of the Absa Cape Epic. Into the sun they go. It's now bright and clear over Greyton. Beautiful conditions for these riders to roll away from here. It will nudge towards the high 20s later in the day. But in the context of the extreme weather we've spoken about, that is a good day on the Absa Cape Epic. Now, we haven't had the extreme rain. We haven't had, yes, it got hot, certainly on the prologue day and out at Montague, but it wasn't that debilitating extreme heat that we've seen take a big toll on the field. So, yeah, so far, so good, says he, touching the big bench in front of me here.
Yeah, it's a stunning day. This area here did not get much rain over the last couple of months, so it has been very, very dry. But then the little bit of rain that we got yesterday actually did very well. It's very good for the trails and for the dust, and as you can see, otherwise those sections here on the gravel roads with a big bunch like this, you would see a big dust of cloud moving along. Today, there is moisture on the ground. It doesn't look dusty at all right now. It will change. The farther back you are, the later you start. But currently, perfect conditions.
Reminder, the 8 o'clock start for our elite women. They will be starting in Greyton. Around 61 kilometers of riding and racing for them. And that's been dynamic racing throughout. It will be fascinating to see how today goes. We've seen the She Sends team challenge the overall lead yesterday. They put in an attack to just test them, and the response from Alessandra Keller and Candice Dill was, as you would expect champions to do. They responded very well. They pulled them back, and then they attacked and took another stage win.
Yeah, they definitely made the race yesterday. She Sends team, they have to try. They have to put pressure on the leader's jersey wherever they can. Playing different cards, try to surprise them with a move. If it's Greta going ahead and then Kate closing the gap, or the other way around on the downhills where Kate goes ahead and Greta stays behind and chases or closes the gap. So there's different scenarios, but without putting the pressure on the leader's jersey, it's going to be hard to gain time on them, as they are very strong themselves, and now they also have a bit of a gap to third place, so you can play different tactics, you can be a bit more bold on your moves, and I would not be surprised that if they go off the gun very hard today, just to split it up a little bit, just to get some time.
This is just a look back at the early phases of the men's elite race, and Jaden Turlo putting himself up there for the Toyota Specialized in Buko team, and Mark Pritson likewise. How the South Africans have really come into this race. This is drama. This was looked like a crash here in that bunch. Certainly was a crash. And how serious was it?
Riders on the ground.
Not a good sight.
Looks like the frame is broken or something bigger than.
Andrin Billy and Lorenzo Trinchieri from Bike Busters, Bike Fix Mano. Not what you want to see, and not what want to happen on this early in the stage.
No, you can see the frustration.
Yeah.
You've come so far, and then on a silly piece of road, maybe the handlebars got together. And then you just hit the ground, and unfortunately, it can be anything. Like if you break a rim, even the frame can happen in a situation like this.
Yeah, then the drama starts, as we know. Getting home. Now this is still earlier today. A little stretch out to the tail end of that little bunch, being driven in the front by Marco Hubert, Mark Pritson, as well as all the big hitters making sure they get in position, don't get left behind. There's an air of some degree of desperation. You do not want to get gapped here.
No, it's all, the sprints today are all going to be for the single track sections. That where before those sections, knowing exactly at what kilometer they start, where you need to be at what time is super important. Like the single tracks are long, they're uphill, downhill, and again, like if you have the wrong wheel in front of you, you're gonna lose so much ground. And that's why you will see the hardest will be today to kind of like get into those single trails, close the door and everyone, and make sure that gaps like this do not happen.
Now I think, are live now, and just catching an eye there further back, I think we saw Matt Beers further back in the red jersey there. We'll confirm that. Or are we seeing him there? No, I think he's in there. That is all right. So now they are starting the business of this stage, heading up towards second bench above Greyton. And they get to work now up this steep and unrelenting climb. There's Tristan Norkier, and there's Matt Beers. Okay, he's all right, he's in there, but this is Tristan Norkier's area. Marco Hubert on the front there. Gaze, Pritson. Also there is Hubert's partner, Travis Stedman. Yeah, Gaze is in there. Yeah, so we've seen a little stringing out of this lead bunch up that brutally steep climb up towards second bench here above the town of Greyton. Marco Hubert and Mark Pritson, Sam Gaze, Travis Stedman, Tristan Norkier, then Valero, his partner Stutzman. The yellow jerseys are there, no problem at all. Then Lucas Baum, Bart Alleman is in there as well. And the second of the yellow jerseys is Avendetto wins the task. And then we get to see Matt Beers. They put in 2 big chasing days, yesterday and on stage 1. So they would dearly love to have a day where they don't have to go too deep, no mechanicals, just get through the day. If they can eke back a couple of seconds, he's marking the yellow jerseys here. If he can eke back a couple of seconds on the yellow, well and good. Tomorrow, 130 Ks, big opportunity for big time to be won back.
Yeah, not the stage where you want to burn too many matches today, as the long one is coming up tomorrow. But also making sure that you don't lose time, extra time. Make sure that you always with the yellow jersey. That's what they're aiming for. And yeah, trying to get a smooth stage without any mechanicals. That's key today.
Boy, in this race, yeah, you know, there are themes of Absa Cape Epics over the years of weather and injury and illness have plagued teams. If we go back to Seewald and Stosek some years ago when they looked as though they might win it and then illness plagued them. And then mechanicals. And that this year you feel that mechanicals have played a leading role in how this race has unfolded. We've seen a number of the top teams with mechanicals. Obviously Toyota Specialized in Buco, Buff, BH have had their issues. Seewald and Hartmann have had issues as well. One team that hasn't, Willia Vittoria.
Yeah, they have been riding very smooth, smart so far. No risk taken. Also their equipment is holding up very well, as it looks like. They didn't have any issues. Maybe the backup team yesterday, we don't know exactly why they lost so much time, but the front end was very solid.
Right, beautiful conditions, as we keep reminding you every day we try and bring you every single second of the racing action we possibly can. It's not always possible. We are in remote parts of the Western Cape, mountains, weather, connectivity issues, so at times we can't bring you all the live pictures, but when we don't, we'd like to just show you a reflection, a postcard from yesterday's stage 3 of the Absa Cape Epic from Montague to Greyton.
After 2 days of rugged, raw riding around the wonderful trails of Montague, the Absa Cape Epic goes old school on stage 4. One of the longest stages in recent memory takes them 140 kilometers to Greyton.
victory. What a job. Mark Brixton and Village Steely. Victory is yours.
A locomotivo.
He destroyed me today.
Wonderful images from stage number 3, and how these from stage number 4 as our elite riders flow down this wonderful trail on the outskirts of Greyton. Light starting to illuminate them, and they starting to fire as well, getting to the business end after a day of not too many trails yesterday. They'll get plenty today, that's for sure.
Yeah, so many trails around Greyton here, beautiful trails. At the moment, the sun is not out yet, but that will come soon, and that's also a tricky moment within the racing because your vision is again like when there's a mechanical next to the side, someone had a punch or had a mechanical. That's definitely not what you want that early on. But coming back to the vision, it is always tricky. That's when you make mistakes, when the sun is just coming over the mountains, a little bit of dust in the air, and again, the speed they are going down, it's incredible. You sometimes really ride with no vision, and you can see how skinny the single track also is, and the faster you go, the more narrow it gets. So yeah, this is beautiful terrain, beautiful trail riding, and you can see the bottom there, Greyton. That's where the women are going to start within the next 7 minutes. So they're also getting ready. They're also going to be on the rollers right now.
Now we're on trail, and we're riding, I think, behind the Aubert Hexatri team, Pierre Bilo and Theo Duprat, and we're with Stefan Sam. Oh, at last, the Bulls Media e-bike with us. Morning, Stefan.
It's too physical.
He can't
Hey,
talk.
good morning, everyone in the studio. What a day. This is pure fun to start with.
Trail looks absolutely sensational. Really beautiful behind Stefan Sam, who unfortunately was ill on the first few days, wasn't able to ride, and we had a few connectivity issues yesterday with our Bulls Media e-bikes, but my word, this is beautiful to watch. We can't yet maybe converse cleanly with Stefan. At least we can watch these riders flow down this trail. Beautiful, isn't it?
Beautiful, but you can see a little bit of like water on the trails. It looks like it's quite slippery. You can see the wheels like sliding all over. There's some of the mud on those fast profile wheels. It's probably more technical that we make it out to be here.
Interesting. I think we see Felix Stili ahead there, and Stefan is normally behind the last rider in the group. So the Honeycomb 226's rider sitting a little bit further behind his teammate Mark Pritson, who we saw for much of the early bit of the stage up the trail. But there are plenty here in this group. Not entirely sure if it's split up, but Stefan, can you tell us how many in this group, Stefan?
Oh, they are quite a big bunch. Because of the single track. But it's at least 15 teams, I guess.
Okay.
Oh, let's make 10. Oh,
beautiful
man.
Conditions. Oh, look at them line up ahead of you there. Long line of riders. Yeah, plenty of teams in this group here. Stefan, as we look from a distance, it's Mark Pritson right on the front there. Wart Alleman is in there, Sam Gaze, Tristan Nokia, Lucas Baum. Then it is the figure of the Spaniard, Valero. Tristan Nokia, he's in there. The red jersey, they're all there. They're just Travis Stedman as well. Stunning conditions for the riders to enjoy after yesterday's long drags on the gravel. Some would have enjoyed that, others not quite. That's what he does, Stefan, as he allows Insect Science's Arno de Toy. He's riding with Jan Vittar. I think he's in this group as well. We were just chatting whilst we were watching yesterday's highlights about the potential for stage wins today for those outside the general classification, and a couple of names popped up, most notably Wessel Buerter and Johan van Sail, Benno, you suggested.
Yeah, I think those two guys, they also showed they are very consistent. I think it always motivates you as well when one of your countrymen are getting on the podium, doing so well. And this is probably a very good stage for them as well to kind of like try, see if they can get their nose into the front, attack the main riders there at the front. If they can make it to the front, that's a bit of a question because, like I said earlier, like everyone is going so hard to get into those single tracks first. And if you don't start your sprint, sometimes even 500 meters before, if you don't know exactly where that single track is turning off, yeah, the fight for that is going to be brutal. And they definitely have what it takes to kind of like put themselves right there at the front. And I wouldn't be surprised if they try everything today.
Pritson, Alleman, Gaze on the front here. And Wart Alleman looks highly motivated. He's at, as I said, a topsy-turvy day. Tristan Nokia glances over his shoulder. He'll see the frame of Lucas Baum, stage winner here in 2022 in Greyton with Georg Egger. And we drop right to the tail end of this group. Clementizia Aubert in there. And there is the centre of Greyton waiting to welcome the riders through here. Just a quick word, there's going to be a time check going through here. Mark Pritson's right at the front of that bunch. It looked like Felix Stiele was right at the back. They've just got to be aware that a time separation penalty will be applied if they're more than 2 minutes apart. It did happen to that team I mentioned a little bit earlier, Pierre Bilo and Theo Depras of Aubert Exatri. They picked up an hour's time penalty yesterday due to time separation, so it does happen. Right, we are awaiting the start of the elite women under the jacaranda trees outside the church in the square at Greyton. And they will be rolling off at 8 o'clock this morning for their abbreviated but no less tough stage. World champion Kate Courtney, Greta Seewald, alongside them the orange leaders jerseys of Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller.
Men are going to go first, then women are going down there, all right?
Welcome to Greyton. This is the centre of the village of Greyton in the Overberg region of the Western Cape, and we are huge drama and excitement now as the elite women are waiting patiently for their start, and rolling through town very shortly will be the lead group in the men's elite race, which started back at Middelplaas. The men today doing 87 kilometers, then the women a slightly shorter route today of 61 kilometers. And once the elite men are passed through here, then the elite women will begin their race in the new format that has been adopted here at the Absa Cape Epic in order to get parity in terms of time on the bike for both the men and the women. And it's proved to be a very, very beneficial thing for both the riders and for the entertainment and excitement of the racing in the women's race. Expectation as the riders will come flying through the village of Greyton very, very shortly. That lead group started back at Middelplaas an hour ago, and they are now on their way. And this is them, that lead group, led by Wout Alleman of Belgium on the front, the Belgian national champion. And his partner Martin Storsik is the champion of the Czech Republic. Is further back. Mark Pritson, the stage winner yesterday, together with Felix Stili. He is second rider here. Sam Gay, stage winner the day before that in Montague. He's in this group here. And the Swiss national champion, Casey South, is clearly feeling very, very strong this week. His partner is Fabian Rabensteiner. He's in there as well. And the red jerseys on the shoulders of Matt Beers and Tristan Norkier, who are in second place on general classification. The Toyota Specialized Imbuco team lost the yellow jerseys yesterday to the Italians Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto. 1 minute and 13 seconds is the gap there. So the red jerseys on the shoulders of Matt Beers and Tristan Norkier. They are just above the town of Greyton at the moment, and alongside me is Benno Willett. What a day of racing we've got in prospect here.
Yeah, no, beautiful day out here. Lots of single track happening today. It actually looks like the man elite are a little behind schedule. That's also why the women's start is a little bit delayed. They have to wait until the elite men are through town. And again, it has been fast from the get-go, but the single track slows it down a little bit. The average speed goes dramatically down compared to a stage like yesterday. We just have to wait probably another 5 minutes for the woman to get off the line. Us again, we have to first let the elite men through. They go through town, and then they're going to be on road.
Yeah, I mean, this has all been the logistics of adopting this new format for the women of starting between sort of 19 and 25 kilometers into the stage. And yeah, the Absa Cape Epic organization have got it down now. They have given a 15-minute gap between the elite men and the A batch start. That will see the elite men go through the first water point with a fairly sizable gap to the A batch men, which will allow the elite women to slot in between the two and head off. Well, it's a high-pace racing on the outskirts of Greyton at the moment. The 7th time we are racing in Greyton. 4th time in the sort of modern year of the Absa Cape Epic, where we have been racing around the Western Cape 3 times. And beautiful land art, Greyton School. What a beautiful sight that is. How cool.
Yeah, it's amazing to see the communities coming together, welcoming everybody from the Cape Epic to kind of like, yeah, show their support, just be a part of it. You just want to be a part of it. The whole town is turned over. I think it's almost like no one goes to work. Everyone is kind of like somehow involved in this 2 to 3 days that the Absa Cape Epic comes through. And it's just amazing, like from the kids to like the entire town, everyone is out to support.
Wonderful sight. The learners from Greyton, a little bit of congestion here, trying to duck into this trail on the just above Greyton here. Yeah, the community buy-in for these villages outside of the big metropolitan centres has been quite phenomenal. Montague was sensational, and now Greyton likewise. A much smaller community, a village of true country style. Dates back to 1854. Look at the learners. What a day for them. Never mind early starts for school. We've got a chance to come and enjoy and watch the Absa Cape Epic fly through our village, and a real delight for the youngsters. Inspired by the feats of these riders, and all those youngsters, perhaps among them a rider or two will get the opportunity. Now we're into the tech zone and through the village. So these Speed Company team are through, and the women are waiting patiently, just watching. It's an I think Candice Lill said on stage 2 how exciting it was just to watch the men go through, have that energy, because they never see that, and then they'll be able to get racing. Very cool.
It's definitely motivating for them as well, like just to see the speed of the men elite coming by. Normally they're always behind. They never started at the same time. And now they kind of like really feed into this front action. They already can see the split that happened. That gives them a little bit of indication themselves what it's going to be about today, how much you have to be on it to not be dropped, and so on. So once this main batch is through, then the women elite going to be sent off.
Lovely village of Greyton, as I say, 1854. Herbert Vigne was the first person who sort of established the village here. It was this region home to the Hessequas Khoi, and to this very day, much of that old Cape architecture remains in the village. Beautiful sight, and a wonderful getaway for those who live in the big cities to come spend the weekend out in the country here. And many who have the privilege and delight of living in the tranquil surroundings in the shadow of the mountains. So, the elite women about to get underway. Our UCI Commissaire Jeremy Christmas from New Zealand is about to get them underway. Keen to go, you see they're looking down the road to see if there are any more elite men coming through. Can we go? Can we go?
Yeah, just a matter of like safety now as well, making sure that they do have a clean start without interrupting the men's race, but also not interfering within their own. It is a bit of a tricky one. You can see they do their warm-up, they have been on their rollers, and now they just need patiently to wait a little bit longer. But again, it's all about the new format, the changes, and we're learning every single day how to become better with this logistics as well. But so far, so good. It has been a very exciting women's race. The gaps are much closer together. It gives them much more time in the afternoon to recover, to relax, very similar to the men's time as well. And this is just a part of it.
Yeah, and it I'm sure encourage teams who are a little bit further down to attack maybe and go for a stage win today. So far, it's all been Candice Hill and Alessandra Keller in the Chivita orange zebra stripe jerseys who've been dominating the stage wins. Kate Courtney and Gerda Seveldt on the left-hand side there. They had a go yesterday. And they threw the gauntlet down and challenged the leaders. The response was positive from Keller and Lil, and they clawed their way back and eventually went for another stage win. And in third place, the gap between the two, by the way, is 4 minutes and 52 between Thomas Max and Sabi Sabi, and She Sends Foundation in second place. And the Greyton Fire Department out to help down at the race start there. You can catch a glimpse also of the race director in the thick of it as well, Hendrico Berger, for probably the 25th time he's on the phone this morning, just this morning. But what a job they do, the route planners and director and his team, unbelievable. Andrew White is out there on the bikes. They're all out there helping to ensure that the riders have the best possible experience and don't have any issues out on the trail. So a bit of a wait. Catch a glimpse of Teresa Ralph standing there. She's, of course, former winner of the Absa African jersey. She is a Swanio helping out with the Efficient Infinity Insure team and a few other riders. Just feigning a yawn, saying we're still waiting for these men to come through. They're too slow. A little bit of a delay. But this is what it's about. It's about finding out how this best works. And this is the best way for it to work. Get the elite men through, and then the women can roll off.
Yeah, it's very hard to estimate the gap in between, because again, because there's so much single track, the field, the pro-man field is spreading out. Yesterday, everything was together in the first water point, within seconds. All the teams came through, but now today, with that long stretch in between, all of a sudden, from the first team coming through to the last, can be almost 10 minutes, a short distance.
And we've had one or two, we've seen some crashes, we've had some mechanicals. So those riders, do they wait for them? Do they start before those teams come through? These are all issues that you can only really experience in real time, and then take away those lessons and learn in the future how best to implement it.
Yeah, but by the end of the day, as long as they get a clean start off the gun, it doesn't interfere the female race, the women's race too much. Now you can see everyone is on their phones, making sure that they give them a clear start, safe start. They do that little loop within the town, the 3 kilometers within the town, before they get into the single track. So there is plenty of time also for the women then to kind of find themselves, start their race. And as it looks like, we're only moments away from getting them off into the race.
So yeah, it looked like they were clearing the road there and just preparing to let the elite women roll off. Kemchamp Honeycomb, Hayley Preen and Hayley Smith have climbed into the top 3, but the battle behind them, or for that third place, is where the race, you feel, the sort of secondary race is going to be today and for the next few days.
Yeah,
we're
we
ready
got
to
the
roll.
thumbs up from Candice Venter. She is looking after all the elite teams within this race. Huge job for her as well to make sure that they get what they need, they know where to be, making sure that everyone has a good race as well. She's also the one working with the UCI commissaires, keeping everyone in line, keeping everything safe. And again, like huge job of everyone involved here to embrace this change and take on this challenge.
Nati Ngumalo and Tabisa Zindela from Pump for Peace have just rolled through the tech zone. So, are we ready? There we go. The gun has been fired by our UCI commissaire, Jeremy Christmas, and we're on our way. The elite women's race on stage number 4 of the Absa Cape Epic is up and rolling, and they are into the streets of Greyton with the race lead on the shoulders of Thomas Max and Savi, Alessandra Keller and Candice Lil. And they are 4 minutes and 52 seconds ahead of Kate Courtney and Greta Servald, the pair from She Sends Foundation. Led out by the fire department here in Greyton. Fantastic cooperation. Thank you very much. Small batch, but I tell you what, there's been some intense competition. I was just talking about positions 3 down to 6. Kemchamp Honeycomb, Buff BH, Efficient Infinity, Topada FSA, Kenda, and Simtech.net. So between there's 8 minutes there, and between 3 and 5, there are just 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes. So very tight indeed.
I can see my wife also made it to the start. Always great to see
She's
that.
right at the front.
She's right there at the front. They made jokes yesterday that the elite women are taking off so fast, the pros are so fast at the front that they already open up gaps within the first 100 meters. So she was very, very keen to kind of like, yeah, look at this. She's
Ladies
right
and
there
gentlemen,
at
there
the
she is,
front.
number 65-2.
Yes.
Cherise Willett. She's won everything there is to win on a bike in her time, and wonderful to have her still racing here. Benno doing the commentary here. The children, the boys at home.
Yes, the boys are at home. Andre, Cherise, her dad, is looking after them. It's, again, like a whole family effort. And it is because we want to be here. And everyone, like also the boys at home, they're watching. Maybe not now because they're at school, but they also heavily involved in the preparation for this race. And there's nothing better to kind of like involve the whole family in such a big effort that the Absa Cape Epic takes of you. And again, like Cherise, outstanding, trying to handle 3-4 different jobs between running a bike shop, working for CSA, and then also finding the time just to do the training you need to be ready for a race like that. And she's just one out of many within this elite women field as well.
Yeah, just to elaborate on that and to give the kudos to Cherise and Isla. Isla's also a mother. Her partner, Isla Stowe, racing in this group for Fortress Toyota. These two, as I said, full-time mums, full-time working, but yet they are right up there. And just 40 seconds behind in the Absa African jersey, they're chasing Bianca Hall and Samantha Sanders, signed to see Efficient Infinity, who, well, they're a little bit younger and racing more full-time. So really amazing effort by Cherise and Isla and all those women in this group. Rosa van Duren on the frontier, Hayley Smith, the Canadian champion, the world champion is there. They're all the champions here. Wonderful to see. The short track cross-country world champion is here as well, Alessandra Keller. They're still in the streets of Greyton, just doing a tour of this wonderful little village. And whilst they're doing that, let's hear from some of these main contenders and protagonists in the women's race. We had Max and Ariane down at the start chatting to them.
Candice, 4 days down. Today is stage 4 ahead. How's the body feeling this morning?
I think at this point, if you're not a little bit tired or sore, there's something wrong. So I think, but I really think it's all irrelevant. Like everybody's tired, everybody's a bit sore. We've been racing really hard, and I think it's just about like, you know, the mental game now and how you can push.
A lot of people are interested in how your nutrition strategy is. How many calories an hour do you consume?
I've been working on grams per hour, and I've been doing really well. Probably 100 to 120 per hour grams of carbs.
And has that changed now, going into the later stages of this race?
I will try to hit those goals the whole way. I did train it really nicely before, so I'm not finding difficulty so far. So hopefully I can keep going, because it makes a really big difference.
And your breakfast, has that changed, or do you just stick to the same all the way?
Well, I came into the race with some options, like a few different breakfast options, and then the first 3 days went well, and I ate the same breakfast, so I'm like, I don't change anything now. But yeah, it's also, I mean, it's 170 grams of carbs, 150 grams of carbs, really condensed, and yeah, easy to digest, it works well.
Porridge all the way?
Rice.
Rice. Yesterday, actually quite an interesting stage, even though it seemed to be boring in terms of profile. How was that attack of Kate and Greyton affecting you? And you obviously reacted then very quickly.
Yeah, I think yesterday played out to be such a cool day of racing in the women's race, more than we expected was happening. I think the attack from Kate was beautiful. Like it was such a hard attack. And yeah, we had to like claw our way back. And they set it up really well. It was a super smart move. And yeah, glad we could cover it actually. We'll watch out for more of that today.
Are we going to see another stage win from you today?
We'll see. I mean, I think a lot of this day is fun single track. We'll try maybe to like control the race a bit more, and I think it will all come down to that final climb. And if we see a moment, we'll take it. But if not, also we'll just ride to the finish line.
Alessandra Keller representing Switzerland here in the very front of the race. Maybe a message to the people back home that are following?
Yeah, I think it's amazing down here. The racing is interesting, and I think it's super cool to follow, because I think the women's race is really attractive to watch. And yeah, I'm thankful for everyone who is cheering and texting and watching all the reels and everything. So yeah, enjoy following it, and then we will do our best.
Did you get a message from team manager Ralph Neff at home?
Yes, I mean, every day we are in contact also with the family and the coach and everyone. So I mean, you can still like see a lot from the outside, and he actually knows how my body looks when I'm tired or not. So I think he gives me and he's also experienced, so he gives me some pro tips I can actually use every day.
You're heading into more hilly terrain today, obviously something you must appreciate coming from Nidwalden. You're looking forward to have some more trails ahead of you?
Yeah, I think the trails, they suit us, but you know, like, I think everything suits us a little bit, but we also have to be strong in everything. So I think it's the mix of everything that makes us strong, and that's, yeah, you know, it's just another day. The legs get more and more tired, but I think you have to stay the most efficient you can, and yeah, that's what we try.
How do you cope mentally with just such long days on the saddle? What plays in your mind when you just have such a long day out?
Well, I think our thing is to do it step by step. I mean, you know, every climb by climb, every descent by descent, that's just what you can like. In this moment, that's what you can do, and I'll always find the best solution if you have a problem. And I think that's how we treat the whole race, but that's also how we treat every stage, and that's how we go on.
Thank you. Good luck. Haley, lots of fans at the back here from South Africa. The Trails Angels cheering you on. You represent the women right up front in third place at the moment. How's your legs feeling this morning?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good still. To be in third place is really cool. It's going to be tough to hang on to that, but yeah, I'm feeling good. I think Haley's feeling good. We go all in.
What's your strategy for the day, defending that third place? You have 50 seconds toward to the fourth place at the moment. A very strong team chasing you with Rosa van Doorn and Vera Loser. What's the strategy of the day?
Yeah, we've just got to try hang on to that third place. We've now come fourth twice on the stage with a sprint for third place, but we've come out fourth. So we also want that stage podium. But yeah, she's defending the 3rd place, I think, on GC, and it'll be very tough against Rosa and Vera, but they're showing some cracks. I think everyone's showing some cracks, so we can work with that and see what we can do.
Your roadie legs must have enjoyed yesterday a bit. I guess your Canadian partner will enjoy today's trails and the mountains. How's the partnership going? Have you found common ground?
Yeah, I mean, our partnership, I think, is really good, but she's really looking forward to the trails, and so am I. I'm looking forward to everything. Yesterday was fun, especially with the tailwind and made it fast and tactical. But yeah, we're working really well together.
Do you have a strategy? Somebody is leading the climb, someone is leading the descents, or it just switches all the time?
It just switches all the time. Like, we always have a strategy, but I can't necessarily say what it is right now. Yeah, sometimes she'll lead the climbs, and then I like following her on the descents, actually. But she doesn't always allow that.
You're not only a very strong rider, you're actually working on a PhD in sports psychology. You, as a specialist, what goes on in your mind? What is maybe your tips even?
Oh, that's too broad. I feel like I can only answer for me personally. So I have a couple mantras that I use throughout the stage that keep me grounded and in the moment. And that's always my biggest battle, is not looking forward, looking right now, looking right at what I'm doing. So today my mantra is bring my best to this moment, and that applies throughout the entire stage.
Tell us maybe about your thesis, doing the PhD, anything that you can apply here in the race?
Always. I mean, most of my research focuses on positive youth development, so not necessarily specifically peak performance, but the total development that allows an athlete to eventually achieve peak performance. My master's thesis was on parent-child co-participation in mountain biking, so basically just how do we get kids positively involved in mountain biking. And my doctoral dissertation will be about the development of interest, so cultivating a deep sense of identity with endurance sports like mountain biking.
And any findings you've already got from this? How do we get the kids excited for bike racing?
Oh, I don't think I can summarize that 10 minutes before this bike race. My head is not in school mode right now. My head is very much in tackle big challenge mode. So we're not thinking too strong right now.
You must be looking forward to today's stage, a bit more trail, a bit more mountains. Have you been to Greyton before?
No, I've never been here. I don't know what to expect. I have pretty much no route knowledge, so I've been told that there's some single track today. I'm looking forward to that. I like the more punchy style of riding, so hopefully my legs show up today.
And hopefully keeping that 3rd place. Good luck out there. And yeah, we see you hopefully at the finish line, strong and healthy.
Thanks.
Greta, what an attack yesterday. That was amazing and made the women's racing so exciting. Was that planned already before the stage?
No, it wasn't planned at all. So it was quite fun trying out some new things while you're racing. And communicating with Kate is so easy because I think we really understand ourselves also without talking. And that's really, really cool.
You must be a little bit tired, I guess. We're approaching the second half of this race. You're a short track Italian champion. How is it now going into stage 4?
Of course, it's already halfway through the epic, and you start feeling like it's not a training block anymore, and you start feeling maybe a little bit tired. But honestly, I woke up feeling normal, and I just wait and see what happens in the race. So I can't tell you now if I'm rested enough to go as hard as yesterday, but at the moment I feel good.
It's the same meters of climbing today, but basically 50 kilometers less than yesterday. So we've got some steep climbs coming up. But still, it's a shorter day. Tomorrow is a very, very big day. It's the Queen stage tomorrow. Do you take this a bit as a rest day today?
Not at all. I think with all the climbing today, you said it's a shorter stage, but tons of climbing, steep climbs for sure, also a lot of trails, as I heard. So it's gonna be intense again, and you never take a rest day in Epic.
You maybe saw any recipe how to beat or how to take these orange leaders jerseys off the back of Alessandra and Canis?
There is no recipe. I think you just have to to keep trying, and maybe you just, I don't know, we just keep trying.
Good luck out there. Good luck out there. Rosa, it's only 50 seconds to step back onto the GC podium. How are you going to make up that time?
Yeah, Haley and Haley did a super good job. They are now third in the GC. I think we need to be fast in the technical parts today and try to go already from the start to drop Haley and Haley. But we see, we will enjoy it.
You had very bad luck the other day, and did you make any changes to your bike just to be safer?
No, I keep the same tires and the same inserts, but just need to be safe.
Good luck. Good luck.
Wonderful to have such a lovely chat with all, well, so many of our top riders there ahead of their start in the Elite Women's Race, which is underway now. And we have a group of 5 teams, I think, in this lead group, being led by the orange leaders' jerseys. Kate Courtney momentarily off her bike there. Greta Servald back on she is, and chasing. And this is where the racing's going to be. Greta Servald, yep, they just keep trying. They just keep hoping and trying. They're daring attack yesterday, spur of the moment thing. Let's try it, and well, you won't die wondering. You've got to have a go. You've got to give yourself a chance.
Yeah, you have to try out different. You have to keep the pressure on. You have to keep the pressure on the leaders' jersey. They also said at the start, the leaders' jerseys again is they need to like control the race a little bit more, and you can't do it better than going into the single tracks first. But then at the same time, Kate and Greta, they will take any opportunity they have to kind of like put pressure on those jerseys, trying to apply enough to make a mistake, or just to try and get away a little bit.
We're on board now with Bulls Media e-bike. Jessie Nixon is there keeping an eye on the riding. It looks pretty steep, this, and loose. Jessie is up there, no problem at all. Tell us about it, Jessie. It looked like a fast start again.
Hi, Gerald. Yes, it's always a fast start at the beginning. The leaders want to string out the bunch as much as possible.
How steep is this climb? What's this like?
So yeah, the corners, as you can see going around the switchbacks, are steep, loose. There's like little shale, little rocks as well. So if you do one little wrong move and you slip, yeah, you're gonna have to get off your bike and walk for a bit.
You're highly skilled. What's the key to getting through this sort of terrain smoothly?
I want to say making sure you're looking around the corner, spotting your line, correct gear choice. Sometimes even giving the rider in front of you just a little bit of space, because if they stall, you're going to go down as well.
Every day, the elite women, we talk about the elite women having a slightly shorter day in distance-wise, but there's no question that the difficulty element of the stage is very, very high in terms of climbing. I mean, this is a brutal start to the stage.
Absolutely, the pace is so much faster. Especially, I've noticed from last year to this year, the pace is tremendously faster. Because the girls have a shorter day, they can just push that much harder and then have a longer time to recover afterwards.
Yeah, interesting insight. Yeah, that's fascinating, because that isn't exactly what they're looking for, and therefore also perhaps have an opportunity to attack, as we saw yesterday with Kate and Greta having a go at the leaders.
Yes, definitely. That was so exciting. Oopsie, I'm going to make a snake over there. It's so exciting when the girls can make an attack instead of just one team pushing at the front. Makes it a lot more exciting for the racing.
Ahead of you, I think it's Danielle de Toy and Roxanne Kemp just ahead of you there. The South African pair of Safari Essence Titan Racing going very nicely indeed. Young Danielle de Toy, whose husband Peter would be racing had he not have had a really wretched time last year in terms of recovering from some issues, and he's around the village. Roxanne Kemp, new to the sport really at this level over the last 3 or 4 years, but she's made great strides. Wonderful trail this. It looks as though it might have been burnt quite recently. It's fairly stark. Up they go to the top here. This is the first bench climb, and we're watching it from on top, and that'll give you a perspective of how steep it is. This is the lead crew.
Yeah, when the chin is almost touching the stem, you know, they dig deep. It's a steep uphill. As Jesse mentioned, it's also loose, so you kind of like want to keep the weight on the back wheel as well to not lose traction at all. Every slip is lost energy. That doesn't get you any farther forward. So it is like it's grinding, and they just started in town straight into this steep climb.
Yeah, I mean, just consider that. The men had a long drag out on the dirt road to get the legs warm, and the women have been standing there for a long while, actually, at that start there. They might have warmed up a little bit earlier, but then had to wait and wait. And so this is really, really tough start for women. Alessandra Keller, Kate Courtney, Greta Serval, top out at the top of this climb. Then it's Candice Lill. So the top two teams on general classification. Courtney then goes to the front.
Very aggressive riding from Kate and Greta here. They will try everything, anything they can do to put pressure on. You can see every time there's an opportunity, they're going to go to the front. They want to charge into the... And you can see...
Look at this. Brilliant.
What a fight. What a fight between those two. And it doesn't seem like they're very tired from the last 4 stages, or the prologue and the 3 stages. They really... And again, that's the only way to make a difference. You have to put pressure on, see if there's any cracks. If you spot the cracks, that's when you have to keep pushing, even if it's for yourself.
Wow, really animated already. Kate Courtney, Greta Serval taking it to the race leaders. Then it's Rosa van Doorn, Hayley Preen, Vera Lawson just coming in now. The Canadian Hayley Smith flying down. That's where the race is at the moment. Tight little right-hand hairpin and into more of this beautiful trail, and that's why there was that urgency to get to the front. And then flying down is the pair of Georgia Marchette and Katarzyna Sosna-Pinelli, I think it is, and Greta Serval loves to be on the front.
She loves the downhills. She's very fast, technical, very skilled as well. Kate, again, could be a tactic. We saw it yesterday. Greta went ahead. And then Kate has the pure power to close the gap up to Greta again. Kind of like making a bit of traffic, giving Greta a clear run at the front, and then just wait for the next climb to come and then put the hammer down. I mean, she's the marathon world champion. We know that she can put pressure down for a long time. She's probably the strongest for the long distance within this bunch here. Alexandra, short track world champion, Candice cross country, specialist now as well. Their training was also a little bit different than maybe Kate's, and that's definitely Kate's strength now. The average power for longer time, she will benefit from them, and that could be again like a part of the tactics, putting pressure on the leader's jersey right now.
Greta's disappeared. Eventually there we find her. Yeah, we saw it yesterday. The attack was in a different way but similar. Greta went up the road, attacked, and then Kate put down that power and hunted her down. Of course, Kate is a former world cross-country champion as well, so don't discount that brilliance. She's got incredible skills. That was won in her first year as an elite athlete, straight out of under-23s. And she is just sitting in front of Alessandra Keller and Candice Lill. Fantastic. Beautiful views of these trails as they flow around this trail. There are various trails that riders in these parts will be familiar with. First bench, second bench, the men went up earlier on, the Rec route and the Luurkop. They're going to be challenging taking that on. So, yeah, beautiful trails. And this network in Greyton, rehabilitated over the last few years by the wonderful crew from the Cape Trails, and they've just incredible the work they do around the Western Cape and indeed South Africa to come and rehabilitate trails. Ashwell, Picky, Denzel and Keenan and a whole lot others under the guidance occasionally of Johan Krickler. Brilliant stuff. And now we're on board with Jesse Nixon following the trail down, and this is how you get up close and personal and see what the surface is like. Jesse, what's that surface like?
As always, Gerald, it's loose, dry, and dusty. It's also feeling a little bit skiddy on the back wheel. I've almost washed out a little bit of the back wheel. I've seen Monica in front of me also have a little bit of a loose moment. So yeah, we're holding on tight.
I'll let you focus on that, but it's beautiful to watch you flow down here. Wonderful images from our Bulls Media e-bikes. We've really got nice, clean connectivity with them. Good to see.
Yeah, it's amazing. And you find yourself like your head is following the trail as well. It almost makes you feel like you're part of it. The footage we get from the e-bikes is outstanding. Great work from them, trying to keep up with them or keeping up with them and giving this imagery back to all of us. That's so cool. You're really within the race.
Look at this trail. Absolutely spectacular. Quite stark, sparse vegetation on the mountain. And the elite men would have gone up here, well, not too long ago. As we saw, they were coming through town whilst the women were patiently waiting. Now, Kate on the front of this, and there is Greta. Now, is there a tactic of Kate saying, look, I'm just going to hold a little bit here, let Greta get a bit of an advantage?
Yeah, interesting to see now. I don't know if Greta's already catching up to some of the back markers of the pro man that went by earlier. Some of the jerseys there maybe. Not entirely sure about that. But yeah, the goal is definitely in a section like this, Greta goes ahead. And then Kate makes it very, very hard over the top where the others need to kind of like dig deep again, match the power of Kate Courtney. And if you do this over and over, every single climb the same way, it is tiring. It is annoying. It's tiring. It's a bit of a mental game as well that you start playing here, showing off your strength on every single climb. It does hurt.
I think emboldened by their attack yesterday, Kate Courtney and Greta Servold. And you heard Candace say, yeah, it was an amazing attack, incredible tactics. And it wasn't something that was planned, Greta said. And it gave them power, gave them wings, gave them encouragement, I'm sure. Yes, they were caught soon by Candace and Alessandra. But yeah, that's what these shorter stages bring to the party, the opportunity to attack and to be strong the next day. They had a little bit of extra, a little bit more recovery time.
Yeah, the tactics that they have been playing has been so amazing, and it's down to the moment sometimes because it's hard to plan anything like this the day before. Yes, you look at the stage profile, you kind of like try to understand like what it's about, where the opportunities are lying, but then once you're out on the trail, things can change. Like all of a sudden you go through a dip, you missed your gel or something. You never know. You have to really adapt to the moment. And like Greta mentioned earlier, the communication between the two of them is outstanding. They only paired off within the week of the race before. And now having this understanding and also the positivity they bring along. The team meetings in the evening are like giggles all over, trying funny things, thinking about like what they could do, what they cannot do, and it's just so inspiring to see the joy in their preparation, in their racing, and you can see the joy even here within the race itself.
Yeah, you almost, I mean, you were involved when Kate won her Absa Cape Epic. You were involved with the team then, and there seems to be, I mean, obviously she's matured, she's a much old, more mature woman and rider now. A real love of what she's doing. She's found her place. She's found a happy place, it seems.
No, very much, very much. Like she's one of the athletes that put so much effort into it. Such a great ambassador for so many people. Like I think she's one of the women that have the most followers on Instagram, and it's not just down to the results that she achieves. She's such a humble athlete, and she's always there to share her story. And now, I mean, true testament for it is now the foundation, like putting all this effort and fame and trying to give back to the community. Like she grew so much and really makes the most out of it, and is also now sharing all her knowledge with Greta, phenomenal female athlete.
Beautiful trails flowing down the side of the hillside here in Greyton. And Greta Servold up the road and up the trail, and Kate Courtney just holding the XCC world champion Alessandra Keller on her wheel, and Candice Lill behind her. And then Rosa van Doorn was tucked in behind Candice Lill, and Rosa's partner Vera Loza is just behind there as well. So they do have, there's such a race for third place in the women's elite race at the moment. So that's going to be a fascinating story to watch.
Main elite, we're back with them.
So here we go. There's the yellow jerseys, Brido and Avendetto, the red jersey on the shoulders of Matt Beers, the Absa African leaders today. Beers and Nokia in those red jerseys for the first time in the week, having lost the yellow jerseys on the shoulders of Luca Brido and Simone Avendetto.
Yeah, very sketchy sections when you cross the water. You never know how deep it is. Especially as the very first rider, you pretty much hope for the best. You don't want to slow down too much. You want to carry the speed through, but then at the same time, one slippery rock underneath the surface, and you go over the bar. So those moments are always like when you hold on tight, you carry the momentum with as much as you can, and then you need a bit of good luck as well to not nosedive into the water.
So back of the field, and this could be Jakob Hartmann. Problem here on the right-hand side, and it's Buff again. It looks like Thijs and Hans Becking, the man who's celebrating his 40th birthday today, and Ian Doiserater having to stop and repair a puncture. That's what happens. Clementizia Aubert at the back of this little group, as we are on the back of a string of riders together with Stefan Sam here. Very, very long line of riders as they head up this very steep climb. So there we go. It's fairly, I'd say it's a long line, but it's fairly compact in terms of there's not much distance between them. And the yellow jerseys are in there, so is the red jerseys, Clementizia Aubert, and powering up the climb. It looks like one of the Origine Willier riders. There's the yellow jersey, so they're doing some work for their teammates. Gaze is there, there's Martin Stosek. Travis Stedman is in there, so is Bart Alleman. And Tristan Nokia, well, he's doing so much work. Everyone was sort of wondering how he's feeling. Well, I tell you what, the way he's riding, there's no problem with him.
No, he's
tired
so strong.
like everyone, but he's so strong.
No, he's so strong. Like he's always right there. You can see he loves the climbs. At the climbs, he's always there at the front. And he was, it's just such a good partnership between the two of them as well. Very strong, different strength. The one is super fast on the flatter stuff, the more power. The other one puts the hammer down on the climbs. It's a very good combination. And Tristan, he came prepared. He is prepared. And he's super motivated as well. Look at that.
Opportunity to look back and find his partner, and I think that's what's just happened there. And the team's just keeping an eye on where each other, if they split, that's an opportunity up those switchbacks to do just that.
Yeah, nice and open. You have a good understanding of how long the queue is, because it's nice switchbacks going all the way up. You see the riders at the bottom there. It's always good to know who's around you. Where's your partner? Of course, that's crucial as well. You don't want to lose that. And then it's a nice long climb going up there now.
There's no opportunity to get past here. Just keep the pace. Don't lose the wheel. Steady as you go. And red and yellow are locked in their battle here. Remember that overall classification, 1 minute and 13 seconds between the yellow jerseys of Luca Brido and Simone Avendetto, and Matt Beers and Tristan Nokia. The exchange happened yesterday after Beers and Nokia encountered more problems. They had to change a wheel at the tech zone, and then they were chasing and chasing as they did on stage one, except that yesterday the team up front had bolted, had flown the coupe. Mark Britzen and his partner Felix Stidi had gone up the road and were powering away, and the groups behind were working to try and pull back, and Beers and Nokia eventually caught group after group, but it was too much of an ask with the tailwind to try and pull back the overall the stage winners, and So it turned out that Honeycomb 226s would take the stage win in sensational fashion at Middelplaas Farm. An emotional victory for Mark Pritson and Felix Stili. The team and the individual, particularly Felix Stili, have gone through some very, very tough times of late. So just wonderful to see the reward as they hit the top of this long climb, a long line of riders, and they're going to be welcomed by some fans at the top. How cool is that? These spectators have made the effort to get up nice and early and come and welcome the riders here. This will be so cool.
Yeah, this is probably also with the Absa Cape Epic. They have VIP tours. They're taking some of the sponsors, fans of the sport, up to some points like this. They have the Toyota Land Cruiser that takes them up there. Proper 4x4 trails to get to some of those sections. Been part of it a couple of years ago. It's so nice to actually be able to kind of like see your riders at the stage where they don't expect you, because it's really in the middle of nowhere. All of a sudden you have this crowd of people there cheering you on. It definitely helps. Like, it takes a little bit the focus away from the pain, and I'm pretty sure at this stage everyone has some sort of pain in their legs, and just to kind of like see someone that you know getting cheered on a stage like this helps to just go a little bit faster, find the spirit again, and then keep on digging hard.
Luurkop is the climb they're going up now, and yeah, still a way to go for these riders. At the top of that climb, you saw our lead motorbike pausing at the top there, just watching them come up, switchback after switchback. Zaro and Zanotti are separated at the front, and one about 12 riders further back, but not by time, not much by time-wise, so that is not too much of an issue. And Pada Kembev's, at least the pair of Klimatitsia riders a little bit further back there was Samuel Poro and Luis Martinez here at the back of this little group on the front wheel of Stefan Sam. Stefan, can you talk to us maybe? Is Stefan with us?
Yes, we can try again. It's
All right,
very
Stefan.
loud here with the helicopter, but I can hear you.
Yeah, try and tell us. So what it's I mean, this is some climb. It really does look as though it's a tough one.
This is the most brutal climb. Like, so many sharp rocks, also loose stuff. It looks like a meter wants to slice your tire, and it's all deep. So it's yeah, it's pretty impressive how quick they go up here.
Oh, unfortunately, we're breaking up with Stefan, but I'll try once more. But then you get to the plateau here, and then you look up and you see the string of riders going up the top there. That's fun.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun for me, not so much for them.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's really a really steep climb with loose, sharp rocks, and it takes every bit of concentration. Also, like in the bunch, it's, everything is still very compact. So you need to watch the track. You need to watch the guy in front of you. So many things going on.
On a broader sense today, just your perspective on how you might see the stage unfolding, bearing in mind it's between two monster stages, 140 and 130. How do you see this one being influenced by those two stages, if you like?
Well, it's a fast, compact pace, I would say. And the yellow jersey is pretty controlling the speed in the single tracks. They're doing in a main track. And they even yeah, they learn so much from last, and they're trying to control the speed wherever they can, where it's possible, and that's exactly here in the single tracks. And then, well, yeah, I think the battle starts really at the UFO climb.
That's where it may well be, which you are familiar with. This trail familiar to you as having ridden it before?
Oh yes, I've ridden it a couple times. It's so much fun, but like I said, you need to be focused all the time, because everything can take you out here.
Aren't you missing your regular bike on this? I mean, I'm sure you would be loving to ride that.
Yeah, the down for sure. I'm pretty happy with what I have now.
I bet you are. Stefan Sam, thanks very much, Stefan, on the trails there. Lovely to hear from the three-time former Absa Cape Epic winner. Back on the bike after a couple of days of illness. And look at this man go, Tristan Norkier.
Wow, beautiful shots from the helicopter, like just cruising along there at the top of the mountain. You can see they really try everything. That's a high speed that they're going, and like Stefan said, like you still have to be careful with all those sharp rocks coming up. So it's going to be interesting to see how the downhill is going to go. If it's already tricky enough to do the uphill, so now with the downhill, the speeds that those guys are going with the bunch, well, hopefully there's no mechanicals and they really can enjoy this beautiful stretch. Look at this. They're not.
Just incredible. Wonderful riding. Origine Willier have sent a rider, hosted a rider up the trail, and they of course have the race lead in that camp in terms of Willie Vittoria, Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto, the yellow jerseys, sandwiched between the red jerseys of the Absa African leaders, Matt Beers and Tristan Norkier, who has really put his name out there today. Tristan Norkier, he's next through. Then it's Avendetto and Braido, Beers, Gaze, Stosek, Schwarzbauer, Allemann. There's Azaro. And so they flow through. Travis Stedman. Oh, good ride from Wesselboerter and Johan van Sail.
They're moving forward.
They are moving forward. Good to see Clementizia go through. Stutzman and Valero. A little bit of a gap now. Fast, furious, rough, technical. That's what it is. The Absa Cape Epic. Marco Hubert goes through. The second of the Clementizia riders teams. And then it's our man Stefan Sam on the trail. What a beautiful sight it is as the racing heats up here. As Stefan suggested, the UFO climb, that comes right. Oh, this is Gaze and Schwarzbauer. Problem with a saddle, a seat post maybe.
It's tire again.
Tire? Oh, that's what they were getting out there, plugging the tire.
But it looks like there's multiple holes within that tire. Sam is trying to get the top. Lucas is doing the CO2 work and the back on it again.
Oh, very well done. Quick.
Quite interesting to see the sticker on the frame. They do not show the bike brand just yet. Indication that it could be a prototype frame that they are riding on. We have seen a couple of pictures going around, but no details have been shared about the bike just yet.
Not an unfamiliar situation at the Absa Cape Epic, is it? Real testing ground, this.
Yeah, definitely. Like we mentioned before, like if the equipment survives the Cape Epic with no issues, it's actually bulletproof and you can put it into any environment and feel safe about it. Yeah, the amount of riding you do here, the different terrains that you put the equipment through, the long lasting. I mean, every stage is above 3, 4, 5 hours. Very different than what a World Cup is like. And you ride a lot of unknown terrain as well. So that is a recipe for mistakes. When you make mistakes, that's when you can see the truth, reliability of your equipment as well. So I wonder if they're gonna take off those stickers towards the end of the. Oh.
Yeah, they are again.
Now we get a good look at the bike.
More. Yeah.
Our tempo, we're all right.
Off they go. Wonderful to be right up there close and just listen and hear. You're the same guy say, another bomb. Let's get it on. Morning, Ariane.
Good morning. Yeah, what exciting stage already and what drama we see here.
Yeah, we saw you at the start of the women's race there, and doing some wonderful interviews with the racers. So we'll unpack those as we go on. But there's a bit of a delay to their start as these men came through, and the elite men. Now,
yeah, it was quite some action there in that water point slash start. Quite some spectators right in front of the Church of Greyton.
Beers just deviating a little over the line there, making sure he doesn't lose the wheel. Bart Alleman and Martin Stosek are nicely positioned behind the red jerseys and yellow jerseys. Zaro and Zanotti are separated. And then we've got the race on at the front. Here we go. Now they're sort of just at the top of the Luurkop climb. They've gone up the top. It's a sort of plateau on the top, and then they'll drop down a very fast descent again and head towards Middelplaas. Quick opportunity to drink there. The Canyon men, we saw Sam Gaze and Luca Schwartzbauer having to repair a puncture. And that's part of what this race is all about. It really is brutally hard on body, mind, and it has been in 2026. The bikes have taken an absolute pounding.
And there's Johan and Wessel moving slowly forward, like I mentioned earlier, where they could be some of the contenders for the stage win today as well if they get the positioning right. Highly motivated, have been very strong over the last couple of days, and they know the area quite well as well. Like this is definitely their terrain.
Aren't they just riding incredible, these two young men from South Africa, Johan van Zyl and Wessel Botha. I was thinking, you know, these are cross-country, or at least Johan van Zyl, very much a cross-country specialist. And how long are they still able to ride on this pace? Look at them, how they are fighting. Just incredible riding of these two young South Africans.
Now, one of the talking points has been Andreas Sewald and Jakob Hartmann, and they just don't seem to be anywhere at this stage. We saw them very early on, right back, I mean, within the first 5Ks. But the other team is in here, Simon Stiepjan and Martin Frey of the KTM Singer team. So maybe they've now got license to say, right, off you go, guys. This is your day. We are not in this any longer, Sewald and Jakob Hartmann. And they are going to perhaps be the joker in this pack of hunting for that stage win. Yeah, with the Insect Science Safari Essence pair. Maybe that's where the stage might.
We need to take it as it comes. Of course, they've got the European champion with Andreas Sewald, a very accomplished rider. But, you know, you never quite know what happens in the race. So it's obviously great to have two teams. So if one has issues or is fading, you still got another one in the game.
Canyon now rolling. It doesn't. Just watching Schwartzbauer and Gaze. They're off the pace now due to that puncture. We were talking to Stefan Sam just seconds before they had their puncture, and that's this terrain. It is unrelenting. It is brutal. It is cruel on the equipment. And one little rock, one little bump, and you have that flat. So you've got to be, well, you can be as careful as you like, I suppose, but you can't avoid everything.
The thing is also, like at this stage of the race, you're getting quite tired. So you maybe not quite as light on the bike anymore as you used to be. Obviously, these are extremely skilled riders. You know, they go with the terrain, they feel the bumps in the road, and they try to take their weight off if there's a rock coming in the way. But your reaction is not the same anymore as on day one. And that just ups the risk for catching a flat as well.
This is Wessel Botha, Johan van Zyl, Insect Science Safari Essence. They were on loan wearing the Absa African jerseys, whilst the yellow jerseys were with Piers and Nokia. Just a reminder, we're 87 Ks today in our men's stage, and the women doing 61 Ks today. And we had a good look at that dynamics going there, and there is a dynamic race going on in that women's race. We'll bring you that when we do have clean pictures from there, and likewise with the men as we fly high over the mountains and the hills above and around Greyton. Beautiful, beautiful images for everyone. Yeah, so just confirmation from our text from Seamus Allardyce. Yeah, we speculated this. Jakob Hartmann had a big crash yesterday. Wasn't sure if he was going to start, and has started. We saw them rolling off the line, but the image of Andreas Servald riding ahead and Jakob just rolling.
Just rolling,
was suggesting that, it's probably not going to work for them.
It didn't look right. You can kind of like, couldn't have been a mechanical dead early on, and if that would have been the case, they would stay together. So there's a good chance that they started together, but only one of the riders is going to finish the stage today, just to kind of like give the other team support if they need it. You never know. You try everything until the last moment. We have done it with the Specialized team back in the day where unfortunately the second team, one of the riders wasn't feeling so well, so you tried to keep the one other rider, and that was actually Tristan at the time, you remember?
Yes.
That was actually Tristan when he rode with Chris Belevans and Matt Beers just behind the last or second last stage of the Absa Cape Epic. Yes, it was Ariam Boishin at the time.
Yeah, that's Marco Hubert at the back there. Yeah, so that's the thing. You keep all your cards on the table that you've got.
Yeah.
And see what happens. Whoopsie, someone heard a scream. Was that Stefan? You? Oh! Talk us through this one.
No, yeah. Like I said, if you just lose the focus for a second, you go down. And I was just watching someone else or something else, and I lost the front wheel. Nothing happened. I'm back on the bike. So I could also just say I wanted to stop to let the guys behind me pass, but let's keep it honest.
Yeah, well, that makes us all feel so good, Stefan. 3-time Absa Cape Epic winner. Big headline today. Goes down. Well done, Stefan. Lovely to bring it live, and we like to hear it. So, Marco Hubert here. Where's he come from?
From behind.
Yeah, he was the man putting pressure on you.
Yes, absolutely. I could feel his breath down my neck. So, yeah, I got scared for a second. Now
So
it looks like he's struggling a bit today, so he's more in the back.
Yeah, Travis Stedman up the road. Now, Stefan, just briefly on we just saw Marco drop his seat post, the dropper seat post. When you started racing this, of course, dropper seat posts were not part of the scene. I mean, they've revolutionized this form of the racing, haven't they?
This is one of the greatest inventions ever for mountain biking, because it lets you go down so much more in control, because you can let the bike work underneath you without always trying to get behind the saddle or the saddle pumping at you. And yeah, it's something that nobody wants to miss. And even if it's just a little bit of a drop, like 80 millimeters or so, it's a huge help descending.
Marco's looking for a little bit of help here. Please just go and don't touch him now. Don't push him.
Stefan just taking the draft. Yeah, I think he will actually be glad to have a bit of draft of Marco here. Those e-bikes also run out of
We're
gears
just
at
going
some point.
50 now, so I'm also happy for a bit of a draft.
Yeah, 50 k's an hour on these open roads after those long trail, wonderful trail riding, and now the open roads. And that's a sort of characteristic to today's rides. These long, lovely technical trails in the mountains interspersed with these open gravel roads.
Yeah, perfect timing to get your gels in. They're also coming through tech zone number 2 for them. So will be interesting to see if Sam Gates and Luca Schwarzbaumer are going to stop there, change the wheel perhaps, or even just taking the bombs out of a tech zone. Because again, like, you have to be aware of it. Like, if you use all your spares, the chance that you're going to get stuck is too high. So stopping for 20 seconds quickly to change the wheel or get something out of there is also very important.
This is the chase group behind that lot, so you can see you'll be able to see the tech zone very shortly. Albert Speed Company in here, and this is the group You are looking to try and make up time on that group, but you won't do much on this trail, perhaps on the open road. But it's a short, compact day in terms of Absa Cape Epic standards, and very fast.
Benno, maybe a question for you from the YouTube channel. People, you can send us your questions as well. We try to answer them if there's a gap that we can look at them. Benno, do riders lose confidence in their equipment after many, many punctures?
That's a very tricky one because, yes, especially like the situation Matthias and Tristan are in right now. They had now 2 flat tires within the last couple of days. And then you start questioning your setup, your equipment. You get all those different opinions in. And again, like I can tell you that they are riding very safe tires. They do everything they need to do to kind of like avoid taking risks. But at the same time, you have to find the right balance between like the risk, the weight of the bike, the performance of your tires as well. By the end of it, you need to feel comfortable. It doesn't help if you have a bulletproof tire on your bike, but then you're too scared to kind of like go with the speed, or you lose the grip. It gets you off the bike very quickly as well. It is part of this race, and sometimes a bit of luck needs to be on your side. But I promise you, they do not try anything new that they're not comfortable with within a race like this.
And what tire would you choose for a World Cup versus here? Do you choose a different model? Is there different in sidewall strength that you can choose?
Yes, there's a lot of different models of tires, different compound of the rubber itself, sidewall protection, and all of those things are super important to kind of like be aware of. At the cross-country race, you pretty much know every rock and every route by name by the time you get to the race, because you have been over and over that course so many times. Very little changes between the first time you went over towards like the last time within the race. So you know everything there. Where here, there's so many unknowns. You kind of like reckon the course as much as you can. You kind of like get the locals to get your feedback on it and so on. But yes, you have heavier tires here. You ride with tire inserts as well. For many reasons, tire inserts for this race are just so important, because you also, if you have a flat tire, you want to get to the feed zone as safe as possible. If you can't fix it with a tire insert, you can still ride the rim without losing too much tire most of the time.
Just elaborate on the tire insert, because there'll be people out there saying, what are you talking about? We don't have that on our bikes.
Yeah, so the tire insert is like a piece of foam, different shapes. There's so many brands out there, and you really have to find the one that works the best for the combination you got on the bike, for your rims, for the tire size that you ride. There's so many different options, and you really need to also look into what you like the most. There's bigger ones, smaller ones. The bigger the insert, the less tire volume or air volume you have within the tire as well. So that also can make a difference.
Oh. Trouble. Well, what we're seeing there is Lachlan Morton. Well, what a time he and Andre Lesperance. It's not the first time they've had issues with a puncture, but it's not the first time they've had it in their lives either. They're very calm and composed, sorted out it seems, and EF education back on the trails.
The only difference here is that within the road race, you lift your arm, and the new bike or wheel is going to be there within minutes or seconds even. Where here, it doesn't help. You have to sort it out yourself, and it is just a part of this race as well that makes it unique.
And it's a big bunch together, led by the double Dutch team of Hans Becking, the birthday boy today. It's his birthday. I don't quite know how old he's turning, but
he's a master now.
Is he?
He's looking for a master partner, apparently, he said this morning.
He's looking good for his 40s there.
And they also had a mechanical
they did.
So they did make it back. They are right there at the front. So they did not lose too much time.
So after all that wonderful trail, the hurly-burly of the trail and issues out there, it is a big bunch of riders here. All the main protagonists are in this Toysreiter. Is the young man riding with Hans Becking, and the opportunity to ride with a man of Becking's experience, just fantastic.
And this is Samuele Porro from the Klimatica Obea team in there as well. Is his partner in the group as well? I'm not... Yes, I think it is over there on the right.
So much experience in this group, yeah, and you can see also the Singer KTM team in there as well. So that is the pair of Sima Stebjan and Martin Frey. Also big experience for those two. And yeah, somewhere in here, barring anything quite extraordinary, you feel will be the stage winners today. And will that yellow jersey change hands? Just a minute and 13 in a stage of this brevity, 87 kilometers. It's not lightly, but stranger things have happened, as we know. This race is full of unpredictable issues. And here, Sam Gaze and Lucas Schwartzbach coming back now after their mechanical issues. So good work by the Canyon pair.
Now they're back in the game. They didn't quite have the rest that the others had in this moment just to refuel, but they will also just take a moment now to rest a little bit, breathe, and possibly take in some of the gels that they carry in their pockets.
I mean, that just on that, Ariane, I mean, we talk so much about technical issues and these, but I mean, that is absolutely critical. We've got a tourist on a bike here taking pictures. What's going on?
Taking selfies with the big bunch behind him.
But,
Next to him.
the fueling, and you were asking Candice about her nutrition and how she feels on the bike. I mean, that is an area just of I mean, almost the most important thing.
Yeah, in a Absa Cape Epic, you really do not want to miss your fueling at all. It's the one thing you cannot compromise because you will be punished very, very hard, and especially with a lot of pain. So, because if you hit the wall, you're really going through some very dark places here. So they do aim, I mean, Candice told me this morning she would aim for about 100 to 120 grams of carbs an hour. You do control that by, obviously, you check your label on the gel, how much carbs are in there, and you basically think of how much product you put in the bottle. Here we see them. It's Candice leading the pack with a little bit of a gap to Kate Courtney, Alessandra in third, and Greta Sewald being patient on the wheel of Alessandra. She would like to probably send it a little bit more for the She Sends Foundation team. That's the back of Hayley Smith, the Canadian marathon champion.
But just on that, on the fueling and being conscious of it. I mean, with all that's going on in these trails, you have to be totally prepared and focused, and you know, you get a mechanical, you spend time out there, suddenly you get distracted, you forget to fuel, or you miss a feed. These things you have to be so methodical, so meticulous about getting it right.
Yeah, actually on my Wahoo I always had a little alarm going off. You can set an alert to remind you've got a feed. So every, I think I had it at every 20 minutes. I think you can even pause it, that it will come up 5 minutes later. That you basically keep being reminded of when to eat. Obviously, you kind of try and keep track of the time as well, your riding time. And you want to aim on the one side, you sip from your water bottle, well, not water, your energy drink bottle, every about 10 minutes. And in there you would have somewhere around 50 grams of carbs per bottle. It depends a bit. We also experimented with, you know, in the beginning of the stage, I would have 80 grams of carbs in my bottle and take less gels in that time, and then switch to a bottle that only had 30 grams of carb, but then I would take more gels, but just so I could drink more. So you mostly want to separate the drinking from the fueling, meaning the general strategy would be to have not more than 50 grams of carbs in your bottle, and then you supplement that with your gels. But you can also play with that a little bit. So it takes a lot of experience, a lot of experimenting. Yeah, but the aim is always to actually hit that number, which currently seems to be between about 100 and 120 grams of carbs per hour. But that said, it's not just something that you can do if you've never practiced it. Your gut really needs to get used to this. And you do have to train that in training, and that's also why these riders do a lot of racing in preparation, because there's no better testing ground than actually a race, because there you push hard, because when you push your body hard, it doesn't quite allow as much calorie absorption. You may need to battle the heat. You know, these women, I mean, Candice, Greta, they've already done some racing here in South Africa. The Imbuka Big 5 Challenge, for example, that was very, very hot day out there. And, you know, you're going to drink a lot in that race. And, you know, if you have too many calories in the bottle in that moment and you take too much of that drink, it can very easily upset your stomach. So it's always balancing that.
Oh. Absolutely fascinating, and you're riding single track a lot of the time, so you know you got to be careful about how you take the hands off the bars to fuel. You can't.
Yeah, we see Hayley Smith here at the back. Yes, and that's where the hydration packs, the USB packs, are such a brilliant invention. I don't know why the pros haven't actually reached or used them much earlier. It just makes it so much easier, because it's not often not actually grabbing the bottle that's the issue, it's putting it back. Because you time it to take the bottle out of it, but then you see, I mean, look at this terrain. I mean, you might be bouncing around and can hardly reach the bottle cage to put it back in, or maybe you even drop it. That would be even worse.
And another good one is the water bottles riding through farmlands like this. They always get dirty too. So you do have to be very careful of like that first sip that you take. We also said that if you do, rinse the mouth with the first sip. Make sure that the neck of the bottle is nice and clean, because we already saw how many people are struggling with their guts, and anything like that can just upset you even more. So there's a lot of things that you need to be careful of. And then also there is heavy sweaters and others that are less. So you can be sure that all of those pro athletes, they know exactly how much fuel they're losing throughout the stage. They do the sweat tests as well. That is an indication. You see sometimes people with white jerseys, and that's just an indication of heavy sweaters. And you have to make up for that stuff.
Interesting little scenario unfolding in front of us here in the women's race.
Is that a tactic of Kate just to set out or launch another attack, or was that just Candice being able to sneak away a little bit? Yeah, Kate and Greta always in for a surprise for us.
Yeah, they've got Greta on fourth wheel here. We saw the early part of the race on those trails. Kate held up and Greta went charging up the trail initially. Now Candice has taken that position on the front, and Kate just looks over. She's not admiring the view. I think she's just making sure everyone's there.
Amazing view, though.
That is spectacular, isn't it? Up the top of the mountain. Down they go.
And here she's flying. See if she can open the tap and just create a bit of a scenario here where they put pressure on the orange jerseys.
Yeah, we've been talking about that, and the confidence they would have gained from just doing that attack yesterday. As she told you, Greta, it wasn't a plan, but I mean hey, hang on, we can put them under pressure here. Yes, they got back to them, but it just means they have to put up that much more effort, that much more, dig a little deeper, more fuel gets used. So keep doing that.
Yeah, you never know until you try.
Yeah.
And you know. Yeah, I mean, if you're just riding with them, you actually increase the other team's confidence. Yes. So if you never put them under pressure, they never need to get nervous. They just stay in their comfort zone, and you don't really lure them out of it. So no, you definitely, I mean, there was a bold move yesterday. It was making the racing exciting and very much, living up to their name, She Sends.
Yeah, you were part of a very dominant team. When you were winning this race habitually, and could you sort of sense that amongst the other competitors, that they'd like, what do we do here? Did the fight go out of them?
That was definitely part of our strategy to make a big gap as early as possible, to put as much the hammer down and kind of mentally break them as early as possible. That said, you know, it was a very different scenario. In 2014 and 2015, the women were still starting with the men. it was actually a very unfair scenario with, you know, we got the leader's jersey after the prologue those 2 years, and we were standing right in the front with the elite men next to the leader's jersey of the men, and then the second elite women's team in the GC was actually 10 teams behind us. So, I mean, that gave us a massive advantage to just catch that earlier train. Plus, Annika and I, we were fairly tall riders versus who we were racing back then, and Esther Susan and Sally Bigham, very tiny riders. And if you're racing in a big bunch with tall men, I mean, we were racing next to Jaroslav Kulhavi, Christoph Sauser, and
Carl
so
Platt
on.
and them,
You know, you gotta sneak through them, or you kind of need to maneuver through that bunch. And as a tall rider, that was definitely much, well, easy it's never, but you feel a little bit more comfortable. You also have a little bit more weight to lean against if there's an elbow coming from the side pushing you. And here we're back with the chasing group. It's the team of Buff BH, Efficient Infinity with Vera Lawser in the front, Rosa van Dorn behind her. This is very much the fight for the third place in the general classification. So we basically got a battle for the win, the battle for the leader's jersey up in front, and this one here is the battle for the third and last spot on the podium in this race. And that seems to be very exciting this year.
Yeah, the two Hayley Smith and Preen. Hayley Smith at the back here, the Canadian, and Hayley Preen, and Rosa van Doorn and Vera Lossa. Jessie, how are you? You're having fun, I think.
Well, we're doing a lot of uphill. I'm hoping for some downhill soon.
Here we go. That trail looks magnificent again.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. It is rocky. Like my arms are getting a bit tired. Another thing to also mention is we went through a river crossing early in our day. So I actually still have some water in my shoes. I don't know about the other ladies. So I think some ladies might still have some soggy feet, which can affect how you stand and things on the trails.
Yeah, and it gets heavy. I mean, the water makes the shoes a lot more heavy. It gets covered by sand as well. Jessie, just tell us, how fast can these e-bikes go? We had a question on YouTube earlier.
So on the open flats, I want to say that can probably go like between 50 and 60 k's an hour. It does unfortunately top out when I run out of gears. So I do have to work hard on the flat roads and gravel, like yesterday, the gravel grinding. But during the trails, it's not too bad with the speed-wise. It's just not as nimble as the nice race bikes that they have I'm chasing.
What sort of weight is it, Jessie?
I'm not entirely sure. I'm going to guess maybe like 22, 24 kilograms.
Yeah, and that bounces back quite a bit as well. I'm now an official e-bike rider as well, and I can just say on the rocky terrain you really appreciate a very good suspension setup because the weight actually hits back on you quite a lot. So I can imagine your arms are quite tired, Jessie.
The camera gear that you're wearing?
The camera gear with the weight, I think they lied to me because I don't know exactly how much it weighs. I think it's like maybe 10 kilograms, 12 kilograms. Every year they just tell me, oh, it's a little bit heavier this year. Hope you're okay.
Well, you did an amazing job, Jessie. Fantastic to watch. What a job. It's the seat that everyone is wanting. Ariane is getting itchy feet now. She wants to bring our e-bike out in front of the ride. No, it's just wonderful to watch you following these riders. Hayley Smith in front of you here from Canada. And just having to drag her way back onto the wheel. Like Hayley Preen further up the road. Nice little battle going on here for third place. There's nothing between these two teams in less than a minute between them. So real battle as we'll leave Jessie briefly, and she's following the second group. This is the lead group heading down towards the tech zone.
Yeah, you see the media is all over the place, catching the action right there for the videos and the pictures as well. Beautiful landscape, beautiful day out there.
Yeah, I mean, it does. The conditions, they could not wish for better conditions in terms of weather and overhead conditions right now. We've been blessed with wonderful, wonderful weather so far.
There's the tech zone for
up
the
the
woman
distance there, yeah.
coming up soon now.
Somebody asked, how does the bathroom breaks work, particularly for women? Well, there's definitely no bathroom along the route. Well, actually in the water point.
Yeah,
in the water point you would
yeah.
have a portaloo if, you know, really have a bit more of an issue than just having a wee. But usually, actually, I mean, you hardly ever need to go to a toilet. The thing is, in mountain biking, you basically constantly push. It's not like road racing where you have extremely easy sections. And here we see Vera also coming around the corner with Rosa van Dorn on the wheel. Do we see a bit of a gap to the to the next team? Let's see.
So Vera Lossa and Rosa van Dorn out of the trail first. Rosa just looks over her shoulder to assess. There's a little bit of a gap to Hayley Preen and Hayley Smith.
They seem to be securing, it's about a 10-second gap to Hayley, but Hayley Preen, but Hayley Smith is still not around this corner, and here she comes. Here she comes.
A little bit of ground to make up.
Having to chase back to her partner, Hayley Preen, who's now waiting for her.
A little bit of a gap, and that could be pivotal. As we said, there's so little, 50 seconds between these two teams in general classification. Hayley Smith and Hayley Preen, Chem Champ Honeycomb are in third at the moment. But Buff, BH, Efficient Infinity, Rosa van Dorn and Vera Lossa are, well, just 51 seconds behind them. So the race is on for that position. Remember that Rosa van Dorn and Vera Lossa lost huge time on stage 2, and hence they're slipping out of the top 4 there. Our helicopter won't be flying over the riders here. It's a no-fly zone, the agricultural areas, which is observed, so that's the right thing. Through the tech zone, drinking, fueling. Key thing.
Yeah.
Get it right.
Important. Yeah, this is a bit of an easier part, you know, just going back to having to go to the bathroom. But it's very short sections where you actually kind of drop down into zone 2, where your parasympathetic system kind of works a little bit and maybe releases that bladder where you actually feel that you need to go to the toilet. But that's hardly ever. I mean, I did 10 Cape Epics and I never stopped anyway.
There we go. You ride so fast, you see. These are the main protagonists in this elite women's race. The Thomas Max and Sabi pair of Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller, and the She Sends Foundation, Kate Courtney and Greta Servald. They're 4:52 between these two, and that over, we've now heading into the 5th day of the Absa Cape Epic. Just under 5 minutes between these teams is nothing when you consider that we've still got this, and then a monster stage tomorrow, and 2 very technically challenging days on Saturday and Sunday to complete this ride. So every opportunity for Greta Servald here, looking very comfortable, and her partner Kate Courtney, a team that have formed a very, very good bond, as have Candice and Alessandra. Again, also haven't ridden together. They know each other very well, of course, but it's a very different dynamic when you're racing as to racing against each other when you're racing with them. The Greta goes to the front now, and just where she likes to be when she finds some trail.
Yeah, and when are the teams finishing today? The elite men are set to finish about 10:20 local time. That is 9:20 in Europe for those that watch from Europe. And the women 11:15 local time in South Africa.
And we are now at just nudging 9:30. So the women have been racing since 8 o'clock this morning. Well, actually, no, they started a bit later than that, hence the time of 1:18. Yeah, they did because of the due to start at 8 o'clock, but a little bit of a delay as the back end of the elite men's group came through that water point. And it'll be interesting to sort of get the insight as this race unfolds. That start situation, that situation for the women, having to wait a little bit, getting it right? Rather get it right and not get mixed up in the racing than rush off.
Yeah, it's obviously still a lot of experimenting with this new start format for the women. You know, there's many restrictions. I mean, today I was quickly talking to race director Shannon Wallstar. It was a bit of a difficult situation there by the water point. That was also the start for the women. The men came past and the men already had technical problems, so it was not quite sure when they really come past. It's very hard to anticipate when they actually come through the water point 1, and therefore it was very difficult to set an actual time for the women. So the women were originally set to depart at 8 o'clock. Eventually they departed at 13 past 8. But the other women weren't bothered. They were very flexible with that.
They'd rather have a clean race.
They'd rather have a clean race. You know, it's still early days with this new format, and obviously the race directors, they learn as they go from here, and it's obviously important to give feedback. All the women are asked for feedback constantly, and now we see the gaps between the team. It's actually a very small gap between second and third, so this can definitely still come together.
Absolutely, it's all on now. Now let's flick forward and we join our men's race with just 30 seconds covering the top 4 teams in the women's race. We are now with our men, where it's all in a cloud of dust as they cut through these dry fields, and a big group of riders here all together.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see that they all came back together. There's at least 10 teams within this bunch. The single track, yes, it spreads everyone out, but then on those open, flat roads, if you work hard, you can definitely make it back. And again, like some of them, they ride a little bit more conservative because of that big stage tomorrow. So now, today, they're not going to push as hard as they made it yesterday on those open, flat parts. Find your legs again, rest a little bit, and then try to get in front of the single track.
These roads are all but smooth here. I know these fields, going through these fields is terrible. It's just so rough, so bumpy. One can hardly see it here, but I never like going through these fields. You definitely want to have a full suspension bike here working really well.
You're always on a full suspension bike, yeah?
Yes, I rode all my Cape Epics on a full suspension bikes, which I very much appreciated.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, obviously early years, many didn't.
No, there were times where people still brought their hardtails out to the Cape Epic, but I think they only did it once. I don't think you want to go through that twice in your life.
Well, I mean, when I started, I mean, that was the early days of, well, I was the first Epic I actually rode on a 26-inch wheel full suspension bike, but then it took a while for all the brands to actually create a very competitive 29-inch full suspension bike. And in that time, one could still see people just preferring the hardtails because they were much lighter. The early 29-inch full suspension bikes were quite heavy.
I mean, if we've already touched on the dropper seat boats and all the other technology, it's light years away from where it was. And you talking, you did 10 Absa Cape Epics. When was your first?
2011.
Okay, so 15 years ago, and rolled back, and that's 11 years into the Absa Cape Epic. So yeah, it's just it's a completely different sport almost.
Maybe a vintage category. That could be something for
like the Dakar.
Next year, huh?
I still got my first bike at home, hardtail 26, with a Shimano shifting that you would shift by actually touching the brake lever. A very, I don't think it stayed long in the business. It was quite a wobbly way how to brake and then shift and what. But also just the geometry, the angles of the fork and the seat tube, very, very interesting. I mean, my old 26-inch wheel bike, that hardtail, you know, it's basically a 90-degree angle of the fork, and it just got slacker and slacker to basically make it easier on the downhill when you have a slacker front angle with the fork.
It absorbs.
It absorbs, and you don't go as quickly over the bars.
Yeah.
And then you have what actually also changed. The C-tube angle was around 73 just a few years back. It moved steeper. Most bike brands would now have a 76 angle on the C-tube that moves you, pushes you just more forward to put more power through the pedal. Yeah, and before that you always saw a lot of pros, they actually moved their saddle all the way to the front, and then the bike industry adapted to that and actually made that angle steeper for the C-tube.
Just seen them go through the tech zone there, the feed zone. You've both been in that position of handing bottles out and getting that timing right. And we see it sometimes where the bottles missed or dropped. You've got to be on your game here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, here it was fairly easy. They didn't come all too fast, but earlier I was standing there on the tar road in Greyton, and they came with super high speed. It was a very tight feed zone for the feeders, for the soigneurs. Very, very difficult, and you know, you're tied to the line, so in the feed zone they actually mark a line on the floor, and all the staff may not actually, they may only have 1 foot over the line, just so that actually not, it happens that basically everyone then stands in the road and in the way. Yeah, so the UCI commenters are having an eye on all the feeders. What's also not allowed is actually run in the feed zone. You're never allowed to run after your rider. You're also not allowed to put anything in their bike or in their pockets or spray them. So everything that's changing hands or changing place in that feed zone needs to go from the feeder to the rider, and the rider has to take it from his support staff.
So let's now have a look at this, because we've got Stosek on the front. Sam Gaze, well, no problem about the puncture. He's right up back where he wants to be. Valero is there. The yellow jerseys are there. The red jerseys are there. KTM Singer, the Jokers in the pack are there. So are the South African youngsters, Wessel Botha and Johan van Sail. There's a big mix here and a fascinating. Both Klimatizia teams are in here. Origin Willia are in this group here, as are Renzi and Doug, our cameramen. What a lekker position to be in, lovely position to be in, filming them from the field here, doing a great job. So that's the sort of makeup of this team here, and you feel it's being wound up now, slowly but surely winding up, because they know that the big UFO climb is coming, and that is very likely to be a decisive moment in today's stage, the UFO. You've been up there, tell us about it.
It so long ago. I'm so bad. I've got route dementia, actually. I can go the same route 7 times. I still don't know I've been
you
there.
just wipe it out because it was so painful. Let's delete that from the hard drive.
Maybe that's my excuse. I'm actually very bad with that. I'm very sorry, people.
Anyway, it's a steep, long, hard climb.
There
we go.
Yeah. It just goes up and forever, and you think it's never ending. So.
And there's a funny thing at the top there. That's the UFO.
Exactly.
Stosek on the front here. Roller coaster ride for the Buff BH team in this Absa Cape Epic. Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek.
Yeah, a lot of mechanicals, unfortunately. That's the main reason. Well, on the prologue, Martin didn't feel so well, but he got over it very quickly, luckily. And then they went to winner stage, and again, a couple of mechanicals. It was definitely a roller coaster for them, but they are in good shape. And I'm pretty sure now the yellow jersey is going to keep an eye on who's going to get in front of them. The fight for the single track now is starting already. As you can see, they start positioning themselves. It's all about who gets into the single track first to dictate the pace.
And even that little fight will put the back end of the field under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, now you can definitely see it's heating up and it's spreading out. Now you don't want to be in the wrong position in the field. Now you really need to make sure that you don't miss that train going off the front.
Any gaps yet? All the your red jerseys are there. Gaze is there. There's the yellow. Brideau and Avendetto are all in here, making sure they don't get distance. And a little gap starting to appear further back there. This little injection of pace at the front. Valero. And it was initiated by Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek. Buff BH have put themselves in there. 453 down on general classification. So in a way, for them, every motivation to try and chase the stage win today and put a pressure on the yellow jerseys.
Yeah, and David Valero definitely needs to just check on his teammate Mark Stutzmann that he's with him.
Dropping off.
The Swiss rider probably a little bit under pressure here.
I've got two of both the Klimatitsia teams are in here, Valero and Stutzmann, and their teammates Porro and Martinez. But he's got to be very, very careful.
Yeah, Mark Stutzmann still a bit further down.
Well, that's where they're heading. So the long drag up, and you can see the UFO climb. And from there on down, just the most incredible trail on the Middelplaas trail, the Toyota Tough section. And the finish is it's a lovely graphic, gives you an idea of the mountains, the range that they have to summit tomorrow. Yeah,
and we see the KTM Singen team just dropping off the back as this pace goes up. Simon Stibian and Martin Frey not quite able to go with the pace of the front runners here.
Wind through these now harvested wheat maize fields and head up towards that climb. It looms up ahead, that long approach into it, and you can tell, as I said, that bolt has been tightened.
Yeah, they've already made an early selection here, Wout Allemann and Martin Stossek, as they drove with a hard pace up that first incline. Maybe a quick word to the Honeycomb 226s. I saw them stopping at the water point in Greyton. Any update on them, where they are at?
Not seen or heard from them at this stage, I must say. So we'll try and catch up on them. They were right up there. But in fact, we saw Pritson come in early. He was right at the sharp end, and Felix Stili was at the back of that lead group going into the water point at Greyton. So we'll try and catch up on them. Now, is this group coming back now?
Yeah, I just saw them stopping for quite a long time in Greyton, and it wasn't quite sure whether they would actually continue. I didn't see, unfortunately, what their issue was there, but it seemed quite a problem that took them a lot of time.
We'll endeavour to catch up with Mark Pritson and Felix Stili, the stage winners yesterday. What a day, and as Mark Pritson said this morning in his interview, anything after this is a bonus because they've achieved a really sensational result yesterday in winning the stage, just buccaneering off the front of the race and making it stick, and they went for a long way out. Got an update there, Benno?
Yeah, no, definitely. And we're just checking here on where Mark Pritson and Felix is. Unfortunately, it looks like, yes, they have been standing for a very good while. They in the 40th position right now in the live GC general classification, so that is unfortunately an indication that they had a big mechanical. They're still within the race, but it must have been something serious that it took them that long to get going again.
Yeah, GC's out the picture for them in any ways. They have their stage win yesterday, and possibly they go for another one tomorrow.
You would feel that might be a motivation for them, as Wout Allemann sits on the front with David Valero here, and now KTM, Steven Stepjan has decided, I'm not done here yet, just coming to have a chat to Wout Allemann.
Yeah, amazing the pace Wout can ride in the front here. An absolute powerhouse of a rider this.
So the group all just you feel checking out each other, just seeing who's who in the zoo, who's strong, who's not, who's showing a little bit of fatigue, who's suffering. No one wanting to show any of that, of course, because then you give yourself away, and it's going to be fascinating to see as they get to the steeper ramps up to the top of that UFO climb. Who has the legs, who's got the desire, who's got the energy and the strength.
And here they also just refuel once more before they really head into the final of this stage. The very hard UFO climb that's coming up.
Yeah, from there it's pretty much all downhill to the finish. So yeah, I would say that the fight for the single track is on. once you're over the pass, it's going to be hard to overtake, as it's going to be very fast rolling all the way. A couple of little climbs, but by that time the field is going to be most likely stretched apart.
Now we're with our women's race, and look at this, all intact here, and the 5 teams all together. We saw a little gap going into the last feed zone that we saw them at, and that's been shut down. Hayley Smith, Hayley Preen, Rosa van Doorn, Vera Lossa, all together now.
This sort of racing could also benefit the ones in 3rd place right now, because the front, they're catching, or they're playing games, they tire themselves out, where the others behind, as you can see, with less effort, they again, together with the front, as they could ride their own rhythm a little bit, maybe less acceleration, slowing down, and so on. So this could be interesting that we may have a different stage winner today, just because of the pure tactic game that goes on between the 1st and 2nd team, between Candice Lill and Kay Courtney and Greta Seiwald.
Yeah, and interesting also, Alessandra Keller seems very comfortable to pace in the front here. She's not moving out the way too much to actually hand the front seat to somebody else.
Yeah, maybe this is a day for Rosa van Doorn and Vera Lossa to see if they can claw back some time here. Big opportunity for the pair of the Namibian and the Dutch rider, Buff BH Efficient Infinity.
Yeah, it's 50 seconds, 5-0 between 3rd placed Hayley Smith and Hayley Preen, and then back to Rosa van Doorn and Vera Lossa for the Buff BH Efficient Infinity team.
Perspective on where they are at the moment on the trail, heading along some fairly open, exposed trails through the farmlands above Greyton, and then they will start getting to grips with, as they go through on Barry-Sahais, that's up the road there, that's the next tech zone for them. Meanwhile, the men are through there and on the road. There's no hanging around here. Wout Alleman has taken it upon himself, the Belgian, to take the lead here and set the pace. He is backing himself and Martin Storsek, who's clearly riding himself into this race in a very impressive fashion to do something big today.
Yeah, and you can see on the right-hand side, if you look at the screen, the leader's jersey, making sure they are in a good position going in this climb. Here you really don't want to lose any space to the front. You really want to be well positioned here. Very important to be right in the front in the action.
And you know, we just saw that little rise up there, and then it flattened out. Every little rise, a little bit of effort in there, and the net effect at the back of the group. Little stretch, little stretch, little stretch, and you have to get deeper.
In the downhill where you actually get the chance to move up. You know, you don't want to actually move up in an uphill. That's where you want to save energy, unless you're on the attack where you want to make time. But we can see here it's a little bit stretched out. We've got a gap, and I'm afraid this could be Mark Stutzman there, who's just struggling a little bit to hold that wheel. It's a bit hard to make out for us. The screen is not quite as clear.
Yeah, I think these are the two, there's 3 Clementizia riders here, I think. So I think we may have the 2nd team here, and then up the front, Valero, who's got to be very, very careful that he doesn't get too far ahead of Mark Stutzman. Here we go. You see paving, you know you're going to go steep.
Such a pace up here. He's really on the attack here. This is no easy pedaling anymore. This is going hard.
And that as they went around the corner, just a half a glance, just to think, is there a line stretching further back here? And you just see little gaps there. Might be Valero, who's just being a little bit distanced here. Yellow jerseys move out. They are attentive here. Luca Brido and Simone Avendetta on this paved climb. It's not a particularly rough climb, but it is steep and it's long.
Yeah, I just hate all these
Yes,
plates.
this is why that's why you can't remember it.
They are so slow rolling. This is not smooth terrain. It's actually really annoying. It's slow rolling over these plates, that cement plates that are
the paving stones,
implanted here.
Wow, Wout Alleman is really laying it down now, the Belgian champion
Yeah,
with
look at
Stosek.
how he
Wow.
is splitting
Boof.
up the field.
Yep.
There opens the gaps. He is really putting everybody in a hurt box here.
They've already won a stage, Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek, an absolutely thrilling sprint into Montague on stage 1. So it looks like this little attack by him is putting the rest of this group under real pressure. As we catch a glimpse of our man in the media e-bike heading up to try and get in touch with that lead group as he passes Travis Stedman and Marco Hubert. Then it's the KTM Singer pair, Martin Frey and Simon Stiepjan, former teammates of our man Stefan Sam.
Yeah, and we can just see Mark Stutzmann has struggled to be up in the group, and actually David Valero has now dropped back to go and fetch his teammate to encourage him to make sure as soon as there's an option to go back and get back to the front to take him with on his wheel.
Oh, look at Matt Beers here digging deep to stay with the wheel here. The man in at least digging deep to stay with them. The Absa African leader jerseys under pressure from that immense attack on the front by Wout Alleman. What an effort by these riders as they get close to the top. Canyon losing the wheel. They are going up front. The yellow jerseys are going.
Yo, what a fierce pace Wout Alleman is pushing here. Tristan Nokia really hanging in there, giving his all to stay on the wheel of the Canyon team. But we're seeing small splits. There is Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek in the front, followed by the leader's jersey, the yellow jersey of Villiers Vitoria, Simone Avandetto and Luca Braido. And then we've got the Canyon team not quite able to hang onto the wheels. And this is getting interesting now. This is really getting interesting.
And also Matt Beers, you don't see him out of the saddle too often because he is that powerhouse, but now getting out of the saddle, like making sure that he can stay on that front end here.
Yeah, look at just the damage the powerhouse Wout Alleman has done to this group here. It's very much splitting up. He just needs to be careful not to lose his partner as well.
Yeah, we've been talking about this race coming down to the relative strengths of the second riders. That's Beers in there looking
Matt
around.
Beers is looking over his shoulder.
Yeah.
Where is Tristan? Where is Tristan Nokia? Is that the moment that the leaders jersey can get again an advantage over the Absa African jersey, the former leaders, and they're going, and actually Wout Alleman is even distancing his partner and opening possibly the door for the yellow jerseys. Simone Avandetto, Luca Braido from Villiers Vitoria to maybe even get a bigger gap.
They are rock solid, those yellow jerseys. Absolutely have been all week, and not leaving each other's wheels, staying in the front of the race, no more than second or third riding team on the road at any stage. And now Beers has had to just roll off that group. He's now dragging them back. Luca Schwartzbauer and Sam Gaze are beneficiaries of that, as is this man, Tristan Nokia, who's just been emptying his tank every single day in service of this team. Really amazing. They're back. Wow, how good is that?
Back. Well done, Matt. He just reacted in the right moment, dropping back to bring his teammate Tristan Nokia back here. But they definitely need to be careful not to be in such a situation again. Wout Alleman very much up front.
Yeah, he's got to be wary of his partner, of course, Martin Stosek. That's where we've been talking. It's the relative strength of one of the riders in the team which is going to determine this race. And you look at the yellow jerseys, and there doesn't seem to be any difference in the strength of those two.
And now we see that actually Tristan Nokia is coming to the front, meaning it's much easier for Matt keeping an eye on Tristan like this. If you have to look over your back all the time, that's very difficult. You so easily lose your partner. So it's well advised to send Tristan up front, so you can keep an eye on him, maybe even just have a little push, you know, when he's dropping off. Much easier to control the teammate like that.
Alleman back with Martin Stosek. This is the race now unfolding here on stage 4 of the Absa Cape Epic. Luca Braido and Simone Avandetto took the yellow jerseys yesterday. It's their second day ever in the yellow jerseys. They had one stage last year in the opening stage of the Absa Cape Epic after they won the prologue. And then from that day onwards, it was Filippo Colombo and Nino Schurter who took those jerseys and had a 9 grip on them. But Alleman and Stosek, well, they're not just looking for a stage win. They've got that already, but there's every chance that they can make some ground on David Valero and Mark Stutzman, who are in 3rd place on general classification. There's a gap there that's starting to open up back to the Clementizia Aubert pair, and Stosek and Alleman want to capitalize on that. At the moment, probably nearly just over 2.5 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes between those two. So an opportunity for the Belgian and the Czech Republic champions to maybe move onto the podium.
And just look at how much in sync the yellow leaders jersey are with the Villiers Vitoria team. They could be twins, these two.
Yeah.
They are so looking the same, so in sync.
And the other little scenario going on here is that Gaze and Schwarzbauer, they are only 17 seconds behind Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek. So if things don't go well at all for Valero and Stutzman, it could be that Stutzman and Valero could slip down to 5th place, and Gaze and Schwarzbauer could benefit from this attack by the Buff PH team and find themselves in 4th.
Yeah, this race definitely only just started. Today is a little bit of a taste of what's going to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be a monster stage. So definitely.
Yeah. Book tomorrow morning off.
Yeah, book tomorrow morning off. Tomorrow is going to be one big stage and one big explosion I can expect.
Yeah, the GC tomorrow can again change completely to what we have today. With such a long stage, so many technical parts coming up as well. And again, there's only a couple of seconds in between the different positions. The top 10 is still wide open. Anything can happen. And also, again, like you see, more and more riders are struggling. And it's always coming down to the one weaker partner within the...
Back with the women's race here. And we still got them all intact. Does it look like...
Yeah, they are now on the more
there,
open roads. And that means obviously nobody really wants to hurt themselves too much in the benefit for the others. It's at the moment Kate Courtney in the front next to Greta Sewald. But they are soft pedaling at the moment. This is definitely not the pace that they could go if they go full gas.
Well, they've also got that monster climb to come, and they are no doubt very wary of that. And those wanting to challenge for stage win and for overall little chat between Candice and Alessandra there, that will be an opportunity.
Yeah, this will be an exciting final in the women's race as well, especially for 3rd place here. That's only 50 seconds apart.
Yeah, there's so much opportunity for the Vera Losa Rosa van Doorn pair to move back into 3rd place on the stage. They had a disastrous stage a couple of days ago when they lost so much time to major mechanicals. And Hayley Smith and Hayley Preen were the beneficiaries. They have 3rd place at the moment. But as Ariane's saying, nothing between them. And, there's nothing at the moment between them, but the decisive mountain is coming. It could be the moment. As Vera also just policing at the back of this group here with Hayley Preen.
Yeah, and you can see that now Hayley Preen is sending Hayley Smith from the Chemchap Honeycomb team up. You know, Hayley Smith was showing a little bit of struggles earlier, so it's always more smart to have the weaker rider in front to be able to control. You can always help easier from the back, just giving that little bit of a push should your partner drop off the wheel a little bit. So yeah, great positioning of those two.
We keep talking about stage 5, and just to just remind you what lies in store. I know it's stage 4 now, and they're still riding that, but there's no question that the looming stage 5 plays an influence on how this race will be ridden today. 134 kilometers, 2,750 meters of climbing, 5 chain rings. It is the toughest stage. It is the Queen stage. That is tomorrow. The UFO climb, and the yellow jerseys have gone to the front of the race. Beers.
Interesting. Now the Absa African jersey, the red jerseys again split up.
Yeah.
It looks to be Matt in the front, am I
Yep.
correct?
Yes. Yep,
And
Matt.
Tristan again a little bit on the back foot.
Yeah.
Not an ideal situation in this, but it's going downhill now. So
Yeah, Beers has got himself in the right position, but he's got to be very, very careful of Tristan Norkier. That's coming down to how these second riders are going to be dealing with the terrain in the ride. Gaze and Schwartzbauer in there as well. And again, how you manage your partner, the stronger rider managing this, the one. Oh, that's why they aren't there.
Is
this
unfortunate.
is
Oh,
Bart
unlucky.
Allemann and Martin Stosek.
Was that a crash or was that a mechanical? It looks like it was a crash.
Wipe out.
Ah, too much risk.
Yeah, it
Ooh,
looks-
that looks so.
Yeah, he's not
He's holding
cleating
his
in.
leg.
And Bart Allemann, who put in such an effort to get to the top of that climb, is the man who's holding his leg, is suffering here. This is disaster for Buff BH. What a week they've had. It has been absolutely brutal for them. Both mechanicals here. We might catch a
You
look
see
here.
it? Oh, and he's going down.
Down he goes. There it is.
Oh,
There he
Oh,
goes.
there we go.
Oh.
Ah, front wheel slip. Front wheel slip. It's so loose. It's so rocky. And of course, the other riders want to squeeze past, but that must have hurt. Ah, it's never
Also the
nice.
elbow, yes, so that did not look good.
And he's a tall rider, so he's falling from high, eh?
Well, that is a cruel, cruel blow for Bart Allemann and his partner Martin Stosek, who'd made all the riding up that climb. And now it's the yellow jerseys who've flown up the trail. Matt Beers is with them, but his partner, Tristan Norkier, is really having to dig deep. He's struggling a bit here, as one would, with a powerhouse like Beers and the work he's done. But
Yeah,
Beers
he's
is
looking
trying to stay.
Back a little bit here now. Definitely needs to be careful not to lose his partner too much. Obviously, those two cross-country specialists just flying down these tracks. They're loving this, and they know that they can put pressure on everybody here. That is the terrain that they can excel at, and they're definitely making use of it.
Beers backing his man, Tristan Norkier, as he has done all week to fight hard. And Tristan knows how to suffer. He knows how to dig deep. But this is a different league. 5 days into the Absa Cape Epic, and you're chasing the yellow jerseys.
And there he's looking back. He's now dropping off a bit. He noticed that his partner, Tristan Norkier, is not with him. And he's better waiting a little bit. And here we swerve back and we can see the Canyon team. They are now in a position to move up in GC, a very good position for them. And obviously terrain that they're also absolutely loving. They love the technical terrain as cross-country specialists as well.
Well, a real disaster again for Bart Allemann and Martin Stosek, who had made the aggressive approach. Allemann just put in a huge attack up the climb up to the top of the UFO, and then on the descent, wiped out, lost the front wheel, heavy fall. And he's not with us. We will hopefully catch up and see how he's managing to get back and ride. We hope he's all right and he's able to ride. But I can tell you what, Tristan Norkier here is going to have to bury himself.
But they were also held up by the crash of Wout Allemann. So this is not necessarily a gap that appeared due to weakness, if you want to call it that. Now they are trying to claim their way back. But of course, the leaders jersey are not going to wait. They are going to put pressure on everybody else right now because they are in the terrain. They're absolutely loving it. This is the technical terrain that they are wishing for as cross-country specialists, and they're absolutely putting everybody under pressure. And here goes Pace past Tristan.
Oh, here's trouble.
Tristan, he was cut by Sam Getz and Lukas Schwarzbaumer. He was in front of the crash, right? So they must have catched up, and Tristan is digging deep here, very deep. Also, yeah, Matt needs to be careful now not to lose him out of the sides. If you have a mechanical in the back, it's impossible, and you get split apart so quickly on those downhills.
This is real drama here for the Absa African jerseys, for Tristan Norkier particularly, and Matt Beers, as Beers is sort of drifting, holding. He's not going full on behind the yellow jerseys, who see the opportunity for a first stage win at this year's Absa Cape Epic. They've seized their chance now. They've been so patient. They've been completely, almost anonymous through the race, just sitting quietly, doing their thing, second, third wheel all the way through. Now they've got the chance to go and fly for home at Middelplaas and take a stage win and consolidate their hold on that yellow jersey. And this pair, Sam Gaze and Luca Schwarzbauer, saying we are free to ride now. Fourth place is beckoning. We can really put some pressure on.
Yeah, and they've got third place in sight as well. And they're obviously not holding back to make up time on GC right now.
And this is the man who's in some distress, Tristan Norkier. But we've seen him in the past on stage one last year. He had a almost spectacularly blew halfway up the big climb outside Genadendal, came back, they finished on the podium. He has got deep reserves of resilience and determination. How he can harness those and really use them to drag himself back onto this wheel, I don't know. But Beers is drifting back. Gaze and Schwarzbauer are going to capitalize here.
There opens the gap from the leader's jersey to the next team. Matt has to hold back to now rejoin with his teammate, because it will be very important that they will be ride together as soon as the track flattens again, and there's a possibility for Matt just pacing his teammate at least back a little bit, but there's not a lot of that terrain still coming up.
Toyota tough section. This is the Middelplaas Trail. Wonderful, wonderful section of trail. Beautiful, remote part of this course, and they are flying down it. The yellow jerseys, free to fly now. They have been given the launch pad unwittingly by Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek, and Beers is just easing up to bring his partner back.
Yeah, it's also important mentally for Tristan just to see his teammate again. I mean, it's tough. It's suffering all the way for Tristan here, and you know, if you see your teammate going off the road, it's hard to stay mentally positive, because you do not want to let your teammate down. You want to win this race just as much, but your strength is just limited, and obviously he's giving his absolute all just to make his teammate and his whole team proud.
Well, he's a man who stepped into the breach when Keegan Svensson withdrew from the race. Well done, Stefan Sam. And that's some boots to fill, the world marathon champion. And they are going here.
Yeah, and it's not, you see single track, but this is not your usual manicured single track with nice berms where you can lean your bike into the corner. This is very rough around these corners, as we just saw. So it's so easy to slip your front wheel, as we saw with Wout Alleman earlier. You really have to be so focused all the way.
Test here for this team, the resilience of Toyota Specialized in Buca. Meanwhile, the Italian pair, Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto. A little bit of a gap here.
Hopefully nothing happened to his teammate. We only see one of the two.
Well, I think
this is Simone up front.
But
here he is. Luca on his wheel.
No problem.
Two such world-class riders, Simone Avendetto, having been on the podium of the UCI Cross Country World Championships in Gramontana last year.
Yeah, only Alan Hatherley beat him. So, I mean, that's as far as they've been apart the whole week, really. I mean, they've been absolutely superb
it's
throughout.
Like they had glue on their wheels, sticking to each other just all the way.
You know, we've seen this before from teams who become dominant in this race. They are so well matched, and that is ultimately the key.
That is a very, very good recipe indeed. If you have similar strength, it just makes it so much easier. But there they are joined. Sam Gaze is charging down the trail.
Gaze and
closing the gap.
Incredible.
Schwarzbauer just tucking himself and trying to hold on.
Oh, look at this as well. Beers is dragging his teammate closer. It's not as big a gap as we were anticipating. We may yet still have something extraordinary. Another look over his shoulder, caring, watching all the time. How are you doing?
It's not a big gap.
No.
And, you know, it's just that importance of, you know, having him back as a teammate. I can tell you, mentally, this makes such a difference. If Tristan sees Matt right in front of his wheel, it just brings him that hope back. I have Matt pacing me back here. we are still together here, and we are not lost in the space.
My word, what a way to finish the stage. A beautiful trail down the side of the mountain here. Fast, technical flowing. It's testing, but you can really enjoy it. And I'm sure these guys are doing just that as they flatten out on the bottom here. Braido chasing the wheel of Avendetto.
Yeah, and they definitely purposefully leaving that gap because it's very rocky terrain. Anything can be in between. And if you're in that position, if you wear your leader's jersey on the shoulder, you can't take any risks. You want to see what's coming ahead of you, and that's why they're also leaving a gap.
Yeah, so this is that classic case of Gaze is clearly the stronger one there. Beers is the stronger one in that combination. It's how they manage their teammates here.
Oi, that was also an interesting corner of our e-bike rider Stefan Sam. Hopefully he get around safely there.
Oh, Luca Schwarzbauer just giving everything to latch onto the wheel of his teammate Sam Gaze, who is putting the heat on the yellow jerseys. There we go.
There they are.
Wow.
Nice. Oh, we're gonna have a nice finish here, people. Don't walk away.
And they know it now. It's very likely that this race is going to come down to another enthralling dash to the line. And these, as we've seen over the years, and this year as well, the sprint into the line, there's not a long drag. You don't get a long sighter on that finish line. You hook around the corner and suddenly it's there. So your positioning going into those last few corners is critical, absolutely critical.
And it's a 90-degree corner all the time. And we saw Matt Beers at Wine to Wales. He actually, he lost it in that one last corner because you come in so hot. And you know, you need to carry as much speed as possible into that last corner if you want to go for the sprint.
Actually, a whole lot of them went down there in a part, but he came off worst, didn't he? Yeah. So Gaze, Schwarzbauer, and then they following Braido and Avendetto. Chance to look back and see where those red jerseys are. Are they going to come back? Here they come. Well, it's just a huge effort from Tristan Norkier. Always going to be tough. Anyone. No one puts their hand up and says, oh, I want to go and suffer behind a steam train like Matt Beers for 8 days. But Tristan Norkier has, and my word, he's done an incredible job fighting back with him on stage one to be in the mix and hold those yellow jerseys by the narrowest of margins. And then yesterday, again, mechanical failure issues with them, had to fight back. And you can see Tristan bent double almost over his bars and trying to hang on as best he possibly can.
Yeah, we have people asking where Wout Alleman is. He had a crash earlier. He was very much driving the pace in the front earlier, but then crashed around one of the corners and lost contact with the very front.
Yeah, we haven't seen him at all since that crash. He looked in a bit of distress. Let's hope it's not serious and he's able to ride on. Every little rock feels like a mountain for Tristan Norkier here as he looks up from his stem momentarily and sees the big figure of Matt Beers up ahead, just pounding away at those pedals, but mindful of looking after his partner. Meanwhile, that is the lead of the race. So, Gaze and Schwarzbauer, are they in position here to win another stage? They certainly are in a position to win a stage. Are they going to do it? That's the question. And then Braido and Avendetto, well, they haven't won a stage yet. Well, twisting and turning. Yeah, it's a little bit of up and down on this Middelplaas trail.
Yeah, there's the last hydro point coming up. That's at 75 kilometers, so that's also the 10K mark to the finish. We're not far away anymore. And again, from there, it's a lot of downhill still to come.
Maybe just a word about Simone Avendetto and Luca Braido, the two Italian. Simone from the northwest of Italy, from the Piedmont. His father introduced him to cycling, and Luca Braido has a twin brother actually, not the one that is riding in front of him, even though it almost seems like it. His brother Daniele is also racing on a very high level. He lives very close to the border of Slovenia.
Yeah, and there's another one, Stefano, who's a bit of an enduro rider as well. So they all love riding. In fact, I think they did an enduro race together a couple of years ago. in Italy. Needless to say, took first, second, and third, as they would. Well, here we go. Beers and Nokia streams past the USN hydro station. And now a bit of relief for the Tristan Nokia. We'll see a gap very shortly now between the top three teams and what Beers and Nokia have to do to try and take this one back. Nothing between the first two, Willia Vittoria and Yellow Canyon. And there we go, 23 seconds is the gap, 23 seconds. And we are at 75 of 87 kilometers.
Yeah, very small gap. They really did not lose too much time. And yeah, you don't want to give the yellow jersey any opportunity, but unfortunately they got into the single track a little bit quicker. They were positioned very well, and now it's trying to keep the damage little and try to make up time on the downhill as much as you can.
Perspective on where we are in this race right now. They are close to home, as you can see. They're in a lot of pretty much downhill to the finish from here on in. One or two little pitches,
yep,
but
there's some guys at the front now, as it looks like. That, of course, does not help Matt and Christian on the back if they now put the hammer down. If they, again, like it's always down to Matt to chase, and then now he's chasing against the Sam Gates, pushing the pace on the front.
Gaze has arrived here in very, very good shape indeed. And he's putting the pressure on the yellow jerseys. Luca Schwarzbauer doing his bit to just drag himself onto the back of that pair of Italian riders who've been no more than a meter and a half apart throughout this race. Meticulous in their cohesion and teamwork.
Yeah, these four riders know each other very well from the cross-country World Cup racing, which is the bread and butter most of the year, but they came here to race the Cape Epic. Sam Gaze has been here. Luca Schwarzbauer, his first Absa Cape Epic.
Yeah, it's wonderful to have them here. Added a real dynamic to this race. Sam Gaze, a multiple world champion in different disciplines, a marathon world champion and an XCC world champion, which tells you a little bit about his incredible skill set. Beers and Nokia. Beers will be hoping, and then Nokia will be hoping there's a bit of a recovery, there's a bit of a relief here, and they can start chipping away at what was a 23-second gap with 12 kilometers to go.
Yeah, you also need to be careful not to empty out your tank too much today, as tomorrow we said, big stage coming up. And it's nurturing home now without losing any more time.
I mean, isn't it just fascinating, this every little nuance in this race? Well, they're closing it, there's no question. They are getting closer and closer. Beers, I think he's, there we go. That's not far off. Yeah. They're getting closer and closer.
All the cheers from the commentary and the YouTube channel are helping here, it seems. Yeah, no, these two South Africans are never giving up on their dream of reclaiming that yellow jerseys. Tristan very much hanging in there. But we're seeing a little bit gap opening here.
Yeah, Gaze.
That's a weakness of the leader's jersey, perhaps.
And the strength of Sam Gaze. He's clearly in some form at the moment.
There's no need for them to close the gap, as they have Schwarzbauer behind them. So, and again, I wonder, how hard they're going to go for the stage win. Of course, you want to have at least one of the stage wins during the Absa Cape Epic. It is very special. Even if you have the leader jersey, you still want to get that one stage win within the race.
The gap is definitely closing down from the Absa African jersey to the leaders' jerseys.
And these are those little couple of sharp kickers still to lead them into the finish. And Gaze, no doubt, just wanted to put a little bit more distance as much as they possibly can. And third place beckons perhaps for Sam Gaze and Luca Schwarzbauer. No news yet of the state of play for the Buff BH team of Martin Stosek and the unfortunate Bart Alleman, who had the crash going over the top of the UFO climb, just washing out and having a heavy fall on this rough terrain.
Yeah, it's an amazing strength that Tristan Nokia is showing here. He may not have the speed to go with the charges or the freshness in the legs anymore to go with the increase of the pace that immediately, but he claws his way back steadily but surely.
Yeah, you feel that gap's gone out again, hasn't it, a little bit now?
Yeah, a little bit more, but I'm trying to get a gap here. It's not too easy to find the marker in the landscape that would allow me that.
Gaze looks back now. He wants to see what he's put into that jersey. And you know what? They can climb up the overall standings here. They are going to be big winners today if they keep the status quo and continue riding away from the Absa African jersey leaders, Gaze and Schwarzbauer.
Yeah, and the thing is, Tristan may be looking forward to a downhill, but it's such a rocky terrain, and when you're tired, it's actually hard. It's not relaxing anymore. This is not terrain where you can just actually roll down. You've got to be so focused, and you really need to keep balance all the time, and it's not just easy rolling down and recovery, really.
I mean, as we saw from Wout Alleman, you know, the smallest little, I mean, these are the best riders, the most skilled riders in the world. And it's loose, little slight change in angle, down you go.
They're actually in fourth position, so we see that Alleman is still, Wout Alleman is still in the race. It was just a little bit of a wipe out, but there is a gap, but they're currently in fourth position, trying to also get back to the front.
Yeah, try and limit their losses and hold on to fourth position overall. What a race unfolding. Every day has delivered such drama. There's a great illustration of the gap, so we can maybe time it.
So the gap is around 15 seconds. That's not a lot. It very much looks like they are closing that down. Very positive for all the South African fans out here. Your two men are still very much in touch with the frontier.
You know, they're going to be riding, look again, their Beers just foot off there, getting around safely around the corner. That's how loose it is. They'll be riding these most manicured, smooth trails in Stellenbosch in a couple of days' time. These are raw, these are rough trails. They're not as ridden as regularly. They're wonderful to ride, but you have to just have that extra bit of caution here.
Yeah, it's not just a berm that you can actually accelerate around the corner. Here you really need to slow down and make sure your front wheel doesn't slip.
17 seconds going into the stage is the gap between Martin Stosek, Wout Alleman and Luca Schwarzbauer and Sam Gaze. Fourth and fifth place there. That's what Gaze and his partner Schwarzbauer are trying to do here. Mindful also that if they really put in a big time here, they could get beyond the third place team of David Valero and Mark Stutzman. We don't know where they are. They were in third overall at the start of the day, and they are about 2.5 minutes behind, at least ahead on general classification of the Canyon team. So,
but they're 2.5 minutes down right now at the last water point. So could be that they already moved into third place now.
Yeah, on the trail now. Gaze slips into third wheel here, tucking in behind Simona Vendetta, Luca Braido. Schwarzbauer just sitting, as he has done for the last couple of kilometers, off the wheel of the third rider. Gaze goes through. Braido's letting, he wants to bring these two into the middle here. Tactical race now.
Very much, very much. And yeah, they're pushing towards the finish. It's probably 5 kilometers to go, if even, somewhere there. And let's see if Matt can actually close the gap again now on that section.
And here you can see how well they're riding together, and they both have very great motivation to travel as fast as they possibly can. The leaders jersey want to get a gap on the Absa African jersey, Matt Beers and Tristan Nokia, of course. And then the two Canyon riders, they want to move up to third place, and they're very much
6
close
seconds,
to it.
that's all it is.
6 seconds, that's
Yeah.
all it is at the moment. And they obviously want to go onto the podium in the GC today.
Flat and fast now as the yellow jerseys and Team Canyon, Luca Schwartzbauer and Sam Gaze, as well as that yellow jersey pair of Willie Vittoria's Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto, try and work as hard as they can to put time into the teams behind them. Different motivations here. The yellow jerseys putting the Absa African jerseys of Beers and Nokia second overall under real pressure here to consolidate and improve their hold on that yellow jersey. This is the Beers Nokia combination. They suffered going up the climb of the UFO, where Tristan Nokia really suffered. Beers had to roll back to bring him to join him, and they are trying to limit their losses here.
Yeah, at the bottom of the UFO climb, descent, I must say, they were only 14 seconds behind. 14 seconds going into this flat section here.
So the gap stayed very much the same when we took it halfway in the descent. But now I believe Matt has all the strength and power to bring his teammate a bit closer to the front again. We try and give you an update on the gap as we can. Not easy at the moment as we can't see the front. Here we are.
Yeah, Canyon on the front now. There we go. 14 seconds confirmation of that split at the bottom of the descent. Twist and turn over the little stream.
See if we get a glimpse of Matt and Tristan coming through here. I started the timer.
Yeah, they
And
come.
it is, yeah, it's still the 14 seconds. Still the same.
Same finish as yesterday. They came through here yesterday as well.
That they did.
Still 14 seconds for Matt and Tristan. Matt must just be careful not to accelerate too hard out of the corner, because that's always a little bit of a stab of pain into the legs of Tristan. Really needs to be careful. Of course, you want to chase the front. You see the carrot in front of you, but you got to think of your teammate and take him with.
Well, this is the fight up front for the stage win here, but also so much at stake. The yellow jerseys trying to consolidate the hold. 1 minute and 13 they had. Gaze and Schwartzbauer are going. They are immensely powerful riders, and they are really putting the heat on now.
Yeah, no, it's full gas. The Canyon team is smelling a stage win in front of them. And of course, the podium with third place in GC up for grabs if they can put another 6 seconds into the Klimatita Obea team here.
Yeah, Valero and Stutzman held the third place going into the stage today. But such has been the power and the impressive riding from the Canyon pair of Schwartzbauer and Gaze that they have an opportunity now to jump right up onto the podium from 5th place. And they have taken a huge chunk out of that. They may need a couple more seconds, and they know that. They're putting the hammer down. For the yellow jerseys, they're not too worried about that. If they don't win the stage, they don't win the stage. They'd love to, but they're putting time into that red jersey behind them. Beers and Nokia will turn and see them coming shortly. Our bike has stopped to try and catch them.
See if we can see them coming.
That gap looks as though it may have gone out a bit, yeah.
Yeah, we are at 14 seconds now. The screen is stopping. I think that gap went a little bit bigger here.
We're into that final little section now. This is where you want to be if you're leading the race, because there's not much opportunity to overtake. Sam Gaze and Luca Schwartzbauer on the brink of perhaps snatching another stage win. It is Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto in the yellow jerseys have yet to win a stage at this year's race. They've won 3 before last year. They're in the yellow. How would they love to win a stage in the yellow jerseys? They do a little bit of a lap around the village here, so an opportunity perhaps here, but they will hold on. Beers and Nokia off the back here, and it is all about Canyon here. They turn, they're holding the pace nice and high over the bridge now. They're closing in on the finish. Sam Gaze and Luca Schwartzbauer digging deep. Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto, they want to fight. That last corner is critical for these teams. Canyon have the aces here. Can they hold it? High speed to the finish. Sam Gaze will have to line up this corner very importantly because Brido and Avendetto are highly skilled. They turn now. Gaze looks and goes. Here comes Schwarzbauer. Here come Brido and Avendetto. Is it going to be Canyon who'll take the win? Brido and Avendetto will have to settle for second because it's another stage win for Team Canyon. Sam Gaze and Luca Schwarzbauer, second stage win at the race here, and a wonderful finish to a great stage.
And we have started the timer. Here comes Matt Beers and Tristan Nokia, our two South Africans in Absa African jersey. And the gap is around 15 seconds still.
So they managed it. They managed their efforts over that last, and brilliant riding from Matt Beers to guide his fatiguing partner to the finish line. What a day it has been for those two, and particularly for Tristan Nokia. But what a race. Well done to Team Canyon. They took the opportunity here. Must be said, again, the travails that prevailed with Buff BH and Bart Alleman, that played a critical role in how I think this stage is unfolded, but that is what it's all about at the Absa Cape Epic. These things happen.
Incredible performance again. Having a flat tire, being on the back end of that big bunch earlier on the stage, making their way through and then putting the hammer down towards the end of it, and also moving into third place of general classification now. It looks like Valero had a bit of a harder time out there. Valero and Mark Stutzmann at the last water point tech area, they lost a little bit of time, and now they're actually in third place. How quick it can change.
Absolutely.
Incredible.
Well, for the fourth day, Willie Vittoria in second place in the stage. Let's now go down and hear from the Canyon pair.
Sam Gaze, a great day today. There was lots going on at the sharp end. It's difficult when there's so many teams because you're fighting for that front single track. But you guys paced yourselves well, and towards the end you knew there was that last hill, and you caught up nicely to the Willie Vittoria team.
Yeah, it was quite an eventful day. 5Ks after the finish, I lost a lot of air on my rear tyre, and I was nursing it around for like almost 2 hours. And I was sort of just waiting for the race to open before I quickly stopped with the CO2, just because, like you say, the single track you can lose so many positions, and there's a big risk you can never come back. So as I was nursing it, it hit a rock and flat, and we stopped 3 times to fix it. 2 plugs didn't do the trick, so third time lucky, and yeah, we had to be quite patient with coming back to the front. And yeah, that last climb, they weren't really going anywhere. It was more just measuring your effort, not losing too much time, and just having faith that, when my teammate has the FTP of a tractor, it's quite sure you're going to come back. And yeah, we just kept patient with it, and then unfortunately BH was on the floor in the last descent, and a lot of others made our life hard coming back from the flat tire, so we just decided to go.
Luca, let's get across to you quickly. A great sprint, another stage win for you. You must be stoked about that, but you had to work today.
It was an emotional roller coaster. It was crazy. I had good legs right from the beginning, but you never know in a race that's longer than 3 hours. Then suddenly I was looking on his wheel, and I was thinking, okay, that's not the same pressure as we were starting. And as Sam said, we actually thought we have some time to put in the cartridge, but finally there wasn't, and then he punctured. At one moment I was like, I can't do this anymore. It's crazy on the 5th day now. And then we pushed. I think we did one of the biggest efforts in this race, in the false flat, full gas 500 watts for quite a while, and we made it back, and suddenly I was wow, we can do it again. And then we had to stop again, and I was again on the floor, but we were so strong today. And then it was a bit of a mess, when you had 3 flats, you are all the time super scared. And I was looking, is he there? Because with the block obviously it's also not so safe. But towards the end we were super aggressive and did everything perfectly. We had a master plan and it worked out, so extremely stoked about this, and I think one of the proudest races for me.
A great day, congratulations. Good luck out there tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful explanation from Luca Schwarzbauer and Sam Gaze on the glory of winning another stage here, and they've moved into third place on general classification by 40 seconds. Clementizia Aubert just getting across the line. Valero and Stutzman, they are in fourth place now. And the gap between Villa Vittoria and Toyota Specialized in Buco is 1 minute and 37 seconds at the moment. So still just nothing in it there. Let's go down and hear from Matt Beers and Tristan Nokia.
Matt, a lot going on out there today. A short stage, but the short stages are often the most trickiest. A hell of a lot going on the track today.
Yeah, it was quite a good course. Obviously a lot of single track and some good climbing, and it really thinned out the group quite early on, which is nice. Yeah, I think we played the race really well. We were right there in the final. It's always just a gamble who gets in front of you on the single track. Unfortunately, Tristan got unlucky, and then I think the rider crashed in front of him, so then it caused a split. Yeah, tried to get it back at the end, but yeah, it's hard, you know.
Tristan, an incredible ride from you today. I know you're facing demons out there for sure, and obviously a lot going on. Unlucky with that crash just in front of you, but Matt recognizing that, holding back and bringing you back again and again. But a proper race today with some of the best riders in the world.
Yeah, it was a good course out there today. The trails were super. The first half was good, and then yeah, like traversed to the other side of the mountain, and then the last climb. And then yeah, like Matt said, positioning was important into the downhill. I just didn't have the last snap to get in front of one of the guys on the downhill, and yeah, we're still all together, and I think like 4 switchbacks in, it crashed and was just lying in the road. And yeah, of course, if someone crashes in front of you and there's the top XC boys is in the front sending it, you're not gonna get back. I tried my best, and Matt dropped back to help me, but yeah, they probably saw we were off and then went full gas. But yeah, Matt tried to get me back, but it's fast today now to the finish.
Matt, so many algorithms going on out there. It's like playing a game of chess at high speed. It looks like a bit of a computer game, and just so spectacular to watch from a viewer point of view. What's going on in your head all the time? They're so tricky to just look back in that very technical single track and just being aware. And I think that's the secret of a great partnership. You guys are so aware of what's going on around you.
Yeah, you obviously need to analyze where we're going. Lucky for me, I'm an old boy, so I've done a lot of these trails and I remember a lot of it. So yeah, I know where to position and try and, you know, communicate where we're going to be going, and yeah, try and pace the efforts as best we can. But yeah, it's fun. It's like you said, it's like a puzzle, trying to put it together, and sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't, but it's part of the fun.
Tristan, lots to think about for tomorrow, the Queen Stage. Queen Stage has always been a stage where you've thrived. It's a stage that you like, and it certainly is going to prove to be possibly the deciding stage of the 2026 Absa Cape Epic.
Yeah, the Queen Stage is always a big one, a hard one, but yeah, like we've seen, any day the Epic can be a chaos day or a chaos day. Like yesterday, everyone thought it's just going to be a transition day, and then it was absolute chaos. So yeah, there's still 3 days left, but yeah, definitely tomorrow is going to be a hard one. I think there's some proper rain predicted, so yeah, maybe it's going to be a, yeah, you know, if you go into Lawrenceville, it's always a mess there, so maybe again we'll see if we go over the Hunter, and then yeah, but Queen Stage is going to be a hard one, but the last 2 days are also just as hard, so still 3 big days left.
Matt, lastly, we go into Stellenbosch tomorrow. We know how popular Stellenbosch trails are. We know that the people of Stellenbosch and the surrounding areas are going to be coming out and supporting the African Absa jersey. A message to everyone tomorrow to come out and support you guys.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really cool. There's obviously going to be big vibes out there. Hopefully, if there is rain, it doesn't dampen it too much. But if you can, just throw on a rain jacket and come and dance in the rain and shout at us.
Thank you. Well done, guys.
There you've had the invitation from Matt Beers and Tristan Nokia, and they'll need it. It's going to be a tough old time. They're 137 down on Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto. Now we're with the women, and it's been thinned down now to just the top 3. Well, not the top 3 in general classification, because the team in the third there, Rosa Van Doorn and Vera Loza, they are hopeful of moving back into third place, because Haley Preen and Haley Smith are not in this group here. So an opportunity for the Dutch woman and the Namibian to put themselves back on the podium alongside the race leaders, Alessandra Keller and Candice Lill, and the sandwich between them are Greta Servalt and Kate Courtney. Let's now hear from the men's yellow jersey wearers, Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto.
Simone, another big day today, and short but fast. You guys were great today. We saw you try to get away on that last climb. The Kenyan team came up at you. Take us through that last little bit today.
Yeah, and the last climb, the buff pushed really hard. Was hard to follow them. I saw there was a little gap, but then by the top of the climb, we slowed down a bit. Then, yeah, we took the downhill first position. But yeah, we tried to push a bit, but also not. Yeah, there was a lot of stones. We also didn't want to take too many risks because we were also thinking to the yellow jersey. And then yeah, we find cooperation with the Kenyan guys. But yeah, we try to sprint, but with them it's pretty hard.
Luca, you've put another 15 seconds in on the yellow jersey. That's a nice little gap for you going into the big stage tomorrow. Tomorrow, the last of the big stages. For you guys, super important to be right up there tomorrow.
Yeah, sure. Tomorrow will be harder for everybody. And yeah, we will try to keep the yellow, stay focused, and do a great job together.
Good luck for tomorrow, guys. Well done today.
Yellow jerseys, yet to win a stage. They won't mind that too much. They are perhaps eyeing up those last two stages to come.
Yeah, so consistent. From day one onwards, always right there, always finding some team around them to help them as well, or to kind of like put the pace down. They've been riding very smart.
Right, we're with the women's race now, and it's the top three. Is Thomas Max and Sabi Sabi, She Sends Foundation, and Buff BH Infinity Insure. And they are heading towards the finish here with Alessandra Keller, the XCC world champion on the front there. Greta Servalt, the Italian XCC champion. Then it's the world marathon champion in Kate Courtney. Then it's the multiple South African champion and World Cup podium finisher, Candice Lill. Behind her is Rosa van Duin, the overall World Cup XCM champion, UCI champion from last year. And at the back of the field is this line is the African continental champion. Champions all, and we're watching them do their stuff here. Brilliant, brilliant to watch. Going to come down to a sprint here, Ariane.
Yeah, let's hope so. We want some exciting racing, but oof, yeah, we can cut corners here. Different line choices.
Yeah.
We don't quite have a gap yet to the next team, which would be very likely the Chem Champ Honeycomb team of Hayley Preen and Hayley Smith. We should, however, get one fairly soon at the bottom of the descent of the UFO climb. We're going to give that to you, hopefully soon.
All smooth here. It's been very interesting how, yes, we've had Rosa van Duin and Vera Losse have huge mechanicals through this race, but they've really looked after their equipment well. They've ridden very, very smartly, all these women, and excellent riding.
Yeah, it could be interesting to see maybe Greta just putting a little bit of pressure on the leaders' jerseys here in this descent. See if she actually manages to pass. But that was obviously the strategy of the leaders' jersey of Alessandra Keller and Candice Lill to be in front on this descent, so they won't be put under pressure here.
Tactics, it's foresight, it's thinking ahead, it's being prepared.
Yeah, 100%. And we saw it so many times, and you get to know each other a little bit, not just the teammate, but also the competition within the race, the tactics they play. And we saw that Greta Servalt so far was always ahead of anyone else in the fast technical descents. She is very quick, and then it was down to Kate. And also now, like, if you're at the front, you dictate the pace. No one is going to pass you in any of those sections.
That's Alessandra controlling the race from the front, which is obviously very, very smart to not open a door for the competition that could put potentially pressure on them.
Yeah, you've got such quality riders here, as I said a little earlier. These are the very best, and the skills levels are next level, but also their tactical acumen, the way they go about constructing a stage and putting together the tactics that will pay off at the end of the day.
And it's not easy because you actually don't really know the full road. I mean, you can't remember and you can't go right the whole Cape Epic. There's a lot of private land which is not allowed to ride. Therefore, one can't just practice the full route and can't know exactly when the next single track section is coming. So it's a lot of riding on instinct. And we just saw the other team up there, so they can't be too far away. The gap on GC before starting the stage between the two women riding at the back here, Rosa van Doorn and Vera Losser, the BH, the Buff BH Efficient Infinity team, to the two Haleys from Champ Honeycomb was 50 seconds, and it doesn't seem to be as much quite now. So they would need to still put some more time into them to climb third on GC.
Flowing all the way down this descent. Beautiful riding, wonderful opportunity to see these best riders in the world do their thing here. Kate Courtney just behind Candice Lill.
Yeah, Candice taking it cautious, leaving a bit of a gap just to see well ahead of her to make sure she can anticipate anything that's coming towards her. It's still very rocky out there, loose, and it's just so much better to see if you have a bit of a gap to the rider in front of you.
Just to briefly on...
and
Rosa van Doorn.
Did
Down
you lose
she
something?
goes.
And so quickly it can happen.
Jessie, are you with us? No?
Yes.
So there's a little gap. Jessie, what happened there?
She slipped around the turn. Uh-oh. I think she chipped her
trouble.
tooth as well. I don't know if we need a medic. There's a big problem here.
Oh no.
There's a big gash in her
that
knee.
looks like
And
a lot of pain. Oh, this is so terrible to watch. This is so terrible to watch.
Nasty fall for Rosa van Doorn.
Oh
and,
no, and there goes
Vera
the
Haley Preen.
Champ Honeycomb team with Haley Preen just past them. What bad luck
such
for
bad
these two
luck.
women.
And again, Buff BH having a wretched old time here because that's terrible for Rosa van Doorn. A nasty fall.
But now we see Greta Seyold actually has taken the front. Are we going to see them putting pressure on the leader's jersey throughout the single track? It's one thing to see them having mechanical problems, but to crash and hurt themselves is just terrible to watch.
Just caught a glimpse there of Alessandra as Greta went to the front there. Just put her left hand down and said, "Get on my wheel here. Get on my wheel." And we can see Kate Courtney saying, "You can sit on my wheel. I'm going to let Greta go."
Yeah, I can see some good tactics coming up here. They're now in the position. Look at this. Greta can get a gap now, and they can't pass Kate there, the leader's jerseys. So this is some interesting tactics that we see here. It's very hard to overtake, and that obviously is the terrain to play some tactics here.
Well, this is a drama unfolding again. Just Rosa van Doorn having a fall. Around the corner, again, not dissimilar perhaps to Wout Alleman's fall there. Just sliding out and falling awkwardly. Looked as though she might have landed on her face and got up to ride, but then I think realized that she was in a little more distress than initially thought.
And it comes so unpredicted as well, because you're already around the corner, you open up your brakes, and that's when your front wheel kind of like goes, and that's when you have often the worst crashes. Not because of the speed, it's just because it came so unpredicted, and then you hit the ground, and you don't have the time to protect your face, to protect your body.
Are we back here with them? It looks she's holding her cheek,
and her mouth,
holding her face. It looks like she's bleeding, and Vera is just having a look at that situation, also just calming her down.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate for Rosa van Doorn, and for Vera Loza. Let's hope that Rosa is all right. She's standing up at least, and yeah, it's not a good sight, unfortunately. Very, very sad. But yeah, that crashes are, it goes with the territory, it goes with the sport. But when you're in a team environment like that, and one of you crashes, the initial assessments, the checking with each other, checking in with each other. I mean, what's that like? I mean, we hesitate to ask because we see the drama and the pain.
Yeah, look, I mean, that's the good thing, having a teammate, and that was also the initial thought about the rule, that the teams or the teammates are not allowed to. Well, we see the slow motion here, her falling down really hard on the left side of her face, the whole left side, and it's hard to break for Vera as well. She was very good in handling that and not actually riding on top of her teammate.
Picks up the bike and just about gets going, and then I think realizes Vera picks something up.
Yeah, there must have something fallen out of the pocket, maybe a chair or something, or glasses could also be.
And then
here we see the slow motion of it. Just
there.
a slip of the front wheel.
Wash out.
Yeah, just washed out there. It's so loose.
Nothing. Not high speed. It's just, again, not dissimilar to the one we saw in the men's race.
Getting more and more tired as well. Your arms, your upper body, it all plays a role. Everything comes together, and unfortunately, you have to be so focused at any time of the stage. And towards the end of the racing, unfortunately, it's.
Yeah, your balance is just not the same anymore. You're so beaten up. You're so tired. Your head is in a way a bit dizzy. You know, your focus is not the same anymore. So although you've done hundreds of corners like that, being so fatigued at this stage of the race, you so quickly just don't quite feel the corner correctly and wash out.
Meanwhile, the front of the race looks like this. Greta Seiwald and Kate Courtney on the front, and Seiwald doing what they've done a few times. Courtney, they tried this attack yesterday on the open roads, and Seiwald went up the road, and then Courtney then countered and joined her, put the orange jerseys under pressure. They're trying to do the same again.
Yes, exactly. And that's so difficult because Kate has no clue what's coming up on the road. They haven't been able to ride this track before, but she's just trying. She's just trying something, and you know, it's a gap, and as soon as the opportunity arises, as soon as there is a climb, she will definitely sprint to the front and try to put pressure on the 2 leaders jersey. But they are anticipating that, and they definitely have been able to look into the cards of the 2 ahead of them.
It's just wonderful to see that they're trying something, that they're putting their cards on the table and saying, you know what, we're not going to go down without a fight here. It's only less than 5 minutes. Let's go. Let's have a go here. Put them under pressure. You can't just ride gently along on these orange jerseys. You're going to have to earn them.
Yeah, 100%. And now you see her sprinting because just to not give them a chance to actually overtake and kill that tactical play that they are playing here. So see, there's a climb coming up, and that's the perfect scenario. So she's still sprinting so that they just can't get in front of her because they can then block her. That's why she was going out of her saddle and now going into that climb. And now she's going to drive a very hard pace to stay in front and not be overtaken by the leaders' jerseys.
Yeah, you illustrated her so well yesterday how she won the World Championship on one of the toughest courses ever.
Oh, yeah.
So here she is, and there's such experience, tactical nous about her. Never mind that she doesn't know the route. She knows how to race. She's got that racer's instinct. She knows the field. She can read the race. She can read other riders, and that's what this is all about. Fascinating, unfolding in front of us here, the women's race. Unfortunately, we've lost our pictures now, but we will bring them to you as soon as we possibly can. So just an update. So it's not been a day for Buff PH, I'm afraid, today. Bart Alleman having a nasty fall. He and Martin Stosek are still in it. Jesse, can you update us on the state of play regarding Rosa van Doorn and Vera Loza?
Shame, Rosa got really unlucky. She just slipped around a corner. She did lose a tooth, and she's got a very big gash on her left knee. It was, running with blood down her leg. The medic is on their way to come assist, but I know they were in tears when I was with them, but there actually was some giggles in between. They've had such bad luck this race, and I feel so bad for them.
Oh, thanks for that update from Jesse out on the trail, and that is what we have our media e-bikes out there for. Look at this, it'll change the situation up front because Candice Lill has gone ahead of Kate Courtney, so they've got the She Sends Foundation where they want them, and they can start dictating the scenario now.
And here we've got the gaps from the last time split. As we see, it's the Chem Champ honeycomb combination of the two Haleys, Hayley Smith and Hayley Preen, in third position, 44 seconds behind second. And not on the picture currently is the Buff BH Efficient Infinity team with Rosa van Doorn having crashed. So they are still on the side of the track. And here we see now actually the orange leader jersey in front. So they have very smartly moved up to basically kill the game of Kate Courtney here, who was playing the tactics, sending Greta Seiwald up front. This is now not possible anymore. They saw through that tactics here of Kate Courtney and managed to pull in between.
Seiwald still going up ahead, and Candice Lill just winching her way closer and closer to the Italian. And Kate Courtney now has to come up with another plan. Alessandra Keller right on the world champions wheel. They've had 4 stage wins in a row, the Thomas Max and Sabi team.
Would be nice to see them coming to a sprint. We haven't seen that just yet. So far, there was always a bit of distance in between, but it would be interesting to see those two teams coming to the finish line together.
Change all around. The Chem Champ Honeycomb, Hayley Preen and Hayley Smith were fighting to hold on to third place under pressure from Rosa van Doorn and Vera Losse, but now that has changed, that scenario. We'll wait to hear whether Van Doorn and Losse will continue. It's, don't expect anything. We just wait and hear, and hopefully she will be all right, but being tended to by the medics out on the route. And now all back together, Seiwald, Lill, and Courtney and Keller.
Yeah, shame. It's we saw more teams coming through at that checkpoint at 47 kilometers. It's now the 5th team, Torparo FSA Kenda, that passed that checkpoint, as well as Marco Moschetti and Claudio Peretti, who are very much with the Torparo FSA Kenda team. So there's also quite a fight for 4th place today on the stage. But Buff BH Efficient Infinity with Rosa, who just crashed, is unfortunately still not passed.
Moment there where Alessandra looked to try and get past Kate, so there's a sense that they want to start putting a bit of pressure on the 2nd place team, She Sends Foundation here. And again, Greta's gone ahead.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Oh, Kate's gone.
Well, a little bit of unintention of Candice.
Not a good sight there for you, Ariane. The pumper piece, Tabiso and Onati sitting trackside.
So much bad luck.
Okay.
Yeah, Onati, Numalo and Tabiso Sindela are 2 riders from Hammersdale. Such amazing 2 riders, very professional, but just really rattled by bad luck throughout this race so far.
So now the scenario changes. She Sends Foundation 2nd overall, less than 5 minutes. They are on the front now. Can they make this one count?
So here we are again in the situation that Kate is in a position to maybe block the leader's jersey, but here we are with the African jersey. Is that Bianca Ho and Sam Saunders in front of the e-bike?
I'll be enjoying this, but again, we've seen 2 crashes on this trail. Loose and treacherous, taken at high speed. You've got to be very careful. Here we go with Greta Seiwald leading the race at this stage.
Yeah, this could be very interesting. And if it's not the time on the GC, definitely the stage win. And you want to kind of like break that habit as well of getting every single stage. Still 10 kilometers to go, so it is still a bit of way in front of them. Downhill, couple of punchy climbs still to come. So it's going to be interesting. They try everything, and that's so refreshing. Like, they're never tired of trying, coming up with different ideas. I must say, Kate Courtney putting a lot of effort in to kind of like play that game, let Greta ride her pace, leave that gap, and then close it again. It's just, huge effort.
Come here to race. It's so cool. So cool to see. Very gorgeous
very
round
off-camber corner here, very treacherous. Careful. Here we have again a little bit of a berm to lean against. That makes it a lot easier to get around these corners.
It's that loose stones, those loose little pebbles that become
and you can have
like ice,
any tire you
yeah,
want. This
it
does
doesn't
not
matter,
rip.
yeah.
If you're on an off-camber loose corner like we just saw before, you can have any tire and it's still very slippery.
Greta Servalt loving the opportunity to ride up on her own up front here, and she's going now.
Yeah, the rider from Südtirol, same area as you, Benno.
Yeah, she lives probably 30 kilometers away from where my parents are still. I'm here in South Africa now since more than 10 years. But yeah, beautiful area in the middle of the Dolomites. Lots of mountain bike riding, lots of steep hills to come down on, and you can see the technical skills that Greta has for any terrain. It also helps you to read the terrain when you ride there.
Yeah, that terrain, that sort of, they have a lot of that white pebbly rock as well. It can be quite
very similar, different color, white, but
yeah.
also slippery,
Yeah.
dangerous for your tires as well, and very loose, very loose. We do not have those manicured trails with lots of berms and stuff like that. Everything is very natural from that area, and you can see like Greta is loving it. The more technical it is,
and what a gap there is that Greta Seiwald managed to put in. And
interesting,
this
yeah.
is an interesting game, and it's quite interesting for me that actually the leaders' jerseys are not chasing back.
Yeah. But at this stage, there's no need for it, because as long as they stay with Kate, closing the gap.
It's dangerous. Well, because we don't quite know what Kate still has up her sleeve. And it's interesting that they are not actually trying to bring things back.
When Kate moves, they'll move, you think? That's what'll happen?
Yeah, of course. But you never quite know if you catch a bat, but they got to be very confident in the legs.
Yeah.
Two riders there. To drop those two just by accelerating now, and then it's always down to the second rider that counts, right?
Yep.
Coming over the line. So
yeah, but it's Kate that's definitely still got something in her legs, and just to kick away from the two leaders' jerseys to grab that stage win.
Oh, it's so fascinating to watch the tactics. It's a long while since we've seen this. Such lovely, creative riding and trying things. Kate Courtney and Greta Servalt trying to break the domination of the orange jerseys. Can the Thomas Max and Sabi pair of Lil and Keller.
And that's very much her purpose, Kate, riding for the She Sense Foundation that she founded herself to inspire young women, to inspire girls, to send it on the bike, as she says. To bring more women on bikes, because it's definitely still not something that's to be taken for granted, especially in this area of the world. There's not many women from underprivileged communities riding bikes, and she is such an inspiration for them and all the women watching this race.
Yeah, and the She Untamed, Absa's She Untamed program as well, doing wonderful work in spreading the word of mountain biking, and particularly here at the Absa Cape Epic, lots of teams and riders, if not riding the race, coming and joining the day trippers, being involved.
And very interestingly, actually, they just posted yesterday, Kate and Greta. Greta came up with the idea, actually, to donate their stage prize money to the foundation, and obviously I'm extremely grateful to them, because the Pump for Peace Women's program that we just launched before the start of this race is getting half of this, together with the Kailicha girls cycling program in Kailicha. And yeah, thanks so much to Kate and Greta for being so generous.
Wonderfully generous. I'll cross this little stream now. Greta Sevold, and you know, you've seen this finish, you've been with us in the men's race. She gets there, no problem at all first, just a little splash over and out onto the district road, a little bit of a district road, and then into that last bit of trail. And Greta Sevold just eases to check where Kate Courtney is. This is a tactical game she's playing, and Kate Courtney, to try and steal the stage. When they talk about going early in a sprint, well, this is taking it to extremes, that's for sure.
There's a lot of pressure on Kate now. They're not too far apart. They're very close to the finish now. Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. And smaller
and
the
here
gaps
she
you can
needs to
see.
go. Here she needs to go. There is a gap to Candice Lill at the moment, although she's trying to chase that back again. But that's exactly it, you know. That's how She Sends Foundation can possibly get a stage win here. Obviously the men are in the way, which is a bit distracting.
Here we go, they've got to try and get through here.
Sometimes also be a little roadblock. So positioning here and getting through these men is crucial as a pair.
Done well there so far, and of course there's that trail that they've got to get into, so who gets in there first?
Yeah, if Kate just crosses the line in front of one of the two, they are going to take the stage win here. And we are very close to the finish now, so we're just about to see whether we have new stage winners today.
Yeah, first time perhaps for anyone other than Courtney, Lill and Keller to win this stage. Courtney on the front of this group.
There.
That great, I think it.
I think that's another amateur rider. I think that's a team actually.
I'm just looking at the color
Should
of
have
the
a bit more of a gap.
kit.
I think so. She would have more of a gap.
I think that might be Greta up there, no?
Because it's very hard to see on the stream. But Kate is doing a good job here, putting the pressure on. Candice is just a little bit off, but
I think she's also just saying, look, I mean, we can't risk anything here. I just want to rather be safe and take second in today's stage.
Yeah.
Rather than risking all and everything today.
Onto the boards, that is Greta.
That is Greta,
onto the boards and over the bridge. She is now closing in. And there is one rider, man, in between them. But then it is going to be Kate Courtney, who should be next through here. But we'll have to look back here as Greta Sevold winds away through this little trail between the pine trees. She'll just have to manage her efforts, not get too far ahead, and allow Kate Courtney then to launch the sprint. She'll be out into the clear now.
Now Kate can actually just rest a little bit because nobody can pass her here. It will be just when she gets out of here. She has to launch the sprint. Now it's really deciding to put down the hammer and make sure she crosses that line in seconds. That's not opened yet. It's still a single track. They're not able to pass her quite yet. But and here
it starts.
Yeah.
Now should be going now. She's out of the saddle. Here goes Kate Courtney. She's launched it. Greta Sevold is up the road. Kate Courtney's done a masterclass here. And Alessandra Keller, the XEC world champion, has to show that speed here as Greta Sevold just starts to ease a little. She needs to bring her across the line. She's going. There's a man in the mix there as well. He'll have to move out the way. Sevold is going to come around the corner first. It's whether Kate Courtney can finish ahead of these two. There she goes. It is going to be Kate Courtney, and the race leaders have tried as best as they could. They couldn't shut down Kate Courtney. It's a win. It's a win for She Sends Foundation. What it means to Kate Courtney and Greta Sevold. They break the hold on the stage wins and have won their first stage of the Absa Cape Epic. Look at the delight for the Italian and for the American. Well ridden, Kate Courtney and Greta Sevold. Tactical masterclass.
She Sends Foundation is the name, and they definitely send it today.
They can't believe it. They won the stage at the Absa Cape Epic.
Absolutely beautiful. And obviously, thank you. There's a little bit more money towards Pump-for-Peace women as well today.
Yeah, well done. Great generosity, but a wonderful exhibition of some tactical racing. Really cool to see for Kate Courtney, the marathon world champion, and her Italian partner. She says
The excitement.
Oh, that's so cool to see. Christoph Sauser and Craig Uriah in the NTT Masters have crossed the line. Not yet sure of where they finished today, but they were leading that category by just 4 seconds at the start of the day. So Tobias Luthi and his partner Pavel Gonda. Here is the third team. This is Hayley Preen and Hayley Smith. South Africa's Hayley Preen in the colors of Team Honeycomb. Chem Champa, the other sponsors of this combination, and Hayley Smith going well here for the Canadian-South African combination. They will be third on the day and will consolidate their third place overall, because the misfortune that has befallen Rosa van Doorn and Vera Loss has cost them a lot of time, and smiles all round for the Hayley squared. Hayley Preen, Hayley Smith, well ridden, the two Chem Champ Honeycomb team. Top 3 today, and securing top 3 on general classification as well. Great racing, high drama out on the stage as we are looking at the time checks. The last time checks we saw at the final check was that signing to see Efficient Infinity, Samantha Sanders and Bianca will still to go through there. At least the Buff Infinity haven't gone through there yet, so that is a disappointment for them. There's Mark van Zyl and William Peart crossing the line in the amateur team, Safari Essence. Well done, Mark, from Botswana, and your partner. Everything in, all in, doesn't matter where you're finishing, you are racing. And this is the Absa Cape Epic, where it is all about racing your heart out. And that's what these riders have just done as they cross the finish line at Middelplaas. What a day of drama we've had. Just under 3 hours of racing for the women's race. Good to see. One last word from Marianne. Here they come.
Oh, here they come. Oh, shame. That was a very unlucky day for them. You can see only half a number board of Unati. He had a very harsh fall on the tar earlier in the stage. Also struggling a little bit with a cold. He said this morning, but they pushed through for another day.
So Nati Numalo and Tabisa Zindela for Pump-for-Peace. Just keep going. Put this one behind you into the next one.
Those two.
They've had a tougher things in their lives, so this is just a wonderful thing to see them riding here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, very tough upbringing. They both lost their dad due to gang violence in the township in Hammersdale, KZN. It's extremely amazing young man, very disciplined. And here we see another women's team. It's
Corticas and Calderon, I think.
This is probably, no, that must be the Italian and French combination of Claudia Peretti in the front and Marco Moschetti.
Yeah, that's it. Into the finish, the Italian colors on the helmet. They will swing in now. They will find themselves also perhaps moving up the general classification, as they are going to finish in 5th place today as Team Simtech Net cross the line. Let's go down to the finish and hear from the stage winners and second and third.
She said, Foundation, good vibes only on the finish line. You've won your first stage. Wow.
We had a lot of extra motivation today. First of all, it's our coach's birthday. Happy birthday, Barry. And second of all, due to an amazing idea by Greta, we're donating our stage prize money through the foundation to 2 local organizations. So today we had to fight for a little bit more prize money. Good motivation. We did it.
Greta, an incredible day and such a vibe. I mean, you guys have had 4 hard days. This 5th day has proved possibly something that can just turn psychologically going into that big day tomorrow.
I mean, I still can't believe we won. Like, it turned out perfectly. Like, we were discussing some tactics yesterday, like imagine a few scenarios, and it worked out really, really well. So yeah, we go into tomorrow. I don't know. First we celebrate today, and then we will buy some cake and have cake because that's the secret, guys. Eat cake, and then we think of tomorrow.
Katie, not sure if you're aware, but Rosa van Doorn going down just behind you guys and taking, it looks like she's lost a couple of teeth in a crash, but just out of the running because they were also good today, and the two Haleys, spectacular today.
Oh, I'm so sad to hear that. They've had a really tough epic. They had the big flat day and then this crash, and yeah, so sad. But you know, this stuff happens at epic. It's why you have to celebrate the good days and always keep focused and know that, yeah, any day is a good day if you make it to the finish line. So really hoping that they're able to continue or at a minimum come back stronger later in the season. But was also happy to see the Haleys on the podium. They've been in the sprint for third twice and gotten fourth, so we'll be excited to be up on the box with them.
Greta, take us through those final half a kilometer, that last 500 meters, because there was lots going on there.
As Kate said, we had some extra motivation due to the foundation. So I was a lot thinking about, yeah, winning and giving the money to the foundation. It was really an extra motivation. Thanks to Kate, I really learned that it's not always about racing and winning, but also about sharing it with the others. So that's why I was like, why not giving our prize money to someone that needs it more than us?
BRB crying. Oh, so fun racing with you. Yeah, we can be really proud of that day. We're excited, and we're just having fun out there. And I think at the end of the day, that's the best thing we can do to inspire women through the sport, right? Is make it look fun. Inspire everyone. Yeah, not just women, everyone, men too. We want to inspire you. It's fun. So yeah, we'll just keep that attitude. And I think this was huge. Having a stage win, that was one of our big goals. So now we have even less to lose, even more risks to take, even more tactics to try.
Well, we're certainly inspired. Well done. Good luck tomorrow.
Well, that's wonderful, wonderful energy on the line there, and just a wonderful, generous donation of their prize money for the stage their stages every day. I'm assuming from now on, and so that's to various organizations associated with the event in terms of women's racing. This is the Absa African jersey, where Sam Sanders and Bianca Hall closing in on the finish. Let's go down to hear from the overall race leaders.
Thanks very much, Gerald. Alessandra, crazy day today because the short days are often the days where the most stuff happens. I mean, this has been a short day relatively to what you've been experiencing over the last couple of days, but there was a lot going on out there today.
Yeah, I think, you know, we rode all the races like it's a short day. I think that punchy, so the she sense they try to make it really punchy and, you know, accelerate often and no steady speed. So yeah, I think that also happened today. They tried to send someone to the front and then attack from the back, and yeah, I think we were always there and we tried our best. So I think yeah, we didn't lose a lot of time, but I couldn't sprint at the end anymore. So yeah, they have the. But I had to go with the attacks before. It's okay. I mean, we didn't lose a lot of time in the yellow jersey, but we will find our rhythm for the next days.
Lots happening at the sharp end. Nice to see Haley and Haley right up there from Kempchamp, and then obviously Rosa and Vera right in it as well. Nice to have all 8 of you together at the sharp end.
Yeah, I think it's so cool. Like, it's just showing that this new format for the women's racing is just, like, I think everyone can agree that this is one of the most exciting years of racing. You know, not just with the front teams, but with other teams coming in and making the dynamic on the stage. So, yeah, I'm really, really excited about everything that's happening with the women's race.
And it's a beautiful stage today. We know it's at the sharp end and we know you focus, but are you appreciating just how beautiful it is out here in Greyton?
Yeah, actually, it was so stunning. I've spent quite a bit of time here, but many years ago, and it reminds me of that time in my life. It's a bit nostalgic, so in a good way. And the trails are pretty similar, but they also have some new ones, and the views up there are insanely beautiful.
Tomorrow we go through to Stellenbosch. We know how big the fan base is in Stellenbosch and the surrounding areas. Maybe a message to the South African public to come out and watch the finish tomorrow.
Yeah, so tomorrow we are finishing in Stellenbosch, a big day from Greyton to Stellenbosch, and I always look forward to Stellenbosch because there's so many mountain biking fans there. So please don't go to work tomorrow. It's not worth it. Just come cheer us on the side.
Amazing. See you tomorrow.
There you have it. So not only has Matt Beers invited you to come and watch, you can take Candice Lill's invitation to Bunk School. Simon Andreasen and Jenny Rizvets across the line in the Toyota Mixed Leaders green jerseys. Another stage win for them. Well done to the superstars of the event, an Olympic and world champion in Jenny Rizvets and a former junior and under 23 world champion in Simon Andreasen. Wonderful to have them bringing their class here to the Absa Cape Epic. Wonderful. Yeah, tomorrow is going to be some day, a long, long day, 134 kilometers as they traverse mountain range after mountain range, making their way towards Stellenbosch. Just have a look at how this race unfolded in the women's race with Greta Sevald down up the road, Kate Courtney holding firm in front of Alessandra Keller and Candice Lill and making sure they couldn't get past. There wasn't much opportunity. This little gravel road turn here was half an opportunity, but once they hit into the single track, there was no way that they could get past. And in the end, Greta Sevald doing the long lead out, and in comes Kate Courtney, and just out of the saddle, as you heard, Alessandra just couldn't sprint towards the end there, and it was a sensational win, an emotional win for She Sends Foundation. Kate Courtney and Greta Sevald take the win, their first of the week. Congratulations to the She Sends Foundation, who put their names in lights here. Sevald, a stage winner. Courtney's won stages before, of course, when she won the overall title. But really good to see the emotion, the joy expressed by those two.
What an incredible day. And you could see with Alexandra Keller, she got a little bit of annoyed of the tactics that they are playing. A little bit of a crack, not being able to sprint at the end. I mean, it's taking his toll. Like, it has been hard so far, and having 3 more proper stages coming up, it's intimidating. So it's not just over yet.
Let's go down and hear from the two Haleys, Preen and Smith of Chemchamp Honeycomb.
Team Chemchamp Honeycomb, a great day today. So good to see 4 strong teams at the sharp end. You're on the podium. Let's go.
Finally! We've had 2 days where we were sprinting for 3rd and ended 4th. Today we were nicely in 3rd. We could, take it a little bit easy. Okay, no, we pushed to the line for time behind us, but we didn't try to take any risks or anything.
Haley, a different day of racing for you, and obviously you were here last year. You knew what to expect, but being at that sharp end, it must give you that little bit of energy.
Yeah, it gives you energy, but also I'm certainly the nail right now. So, I mean, you have there's lots of excitement, but I don't know, you don't really think about where you are when it's happening. You're just in the moment, you're holding the wheel in front of you, you're very, very there. So sure, there's lots of energy, but we have a job to do, and we have tasks that we have to focus on, so that's kind of where the brain is.
Haley, you guys are riding yourself nicely into the race. We know there's 3 stages left. Queen stage tomorrow. You love a Queen stage.
Yeah, and there's some running in tomorrow's stage, so I'm ready. Some proper trail running.
Els, tomorrow through to Stellenbosch. Obviously, we love the fans in Stellenbosch and the surrounding area. We've spoken with Candice about it. Maybe just a message to get everyone out take the day off work and come through and say hi.
Yeah, please. I love support, and you've just got to shout Haley, shouting for both of us, so it's easy. No, please come out. It's really, really cool when we have so many fans along the route.
Well done, Team Chemchamp Honeycomb. Congratulations.
Yeah, Haley Preen and Haley Smith now in 3rd place because the misfortune that has happened to the Buff Efficient Infinity team. They're not through the last couple of checkpoints. It doesn't look good for them, I don't think.
Sorry.
Yeah, they haven't gone through the checkpoint yet. It means that they aren't racing at this stage anymore. We don't quite know yet if they can still finish this stage. It's extremely sad to see them.
Confirming the results in our elite men's race today, Luca Schwarzbauer, Sam Gaze, in just a shade under 3.5 hours, beating out Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto in a sprint finish and an enthralling final of this stage 4. Matt Beers and Tristan Norkier caught up behind a crash, then had to work hard to limit their losses. 23 seconds is what they lost today. And Simon Stiepjan and Martin Fry, best day yet for the Singer KTM pair, as they finished 2 minutes and 6 seconds back. Becking and Thijs Reuter continue to enjoy a wonderful week, double Dutch. Matisse Zara and Yuri Zenotti back in the race after a tough day yesterday. They lost a huge amount of time. Joubert and Stedman hanging in nicely, top 10 for them. Valero and Stutzman are big losers today. 3:22, they have slipped out of the top 3. Samuele Porro and Luis Martinez down in 10th place, finishing alongside them and their teammates. So that was the top 10 in the stage, and this is how it looks on general classification. Rideau and Avendetto will ride a second day in yellow to Stellenbosch tomorrow. Matt Beers and Tristan Norkier, 1 minute and 37 seconds. Luca Schwarzbauer and Sam Gaze, 5 minutes and 10 seconds. Then Valero and Serrano, just 41, Valero and Stutzman, 41 seconds behind Schwarzbauer and Gaze. Aleman and Stosek, despite the crash, holding on to 5th place, 7 minutes and 5 down. Becking and Thijs Reuter in 6th place, enjoying an excellent day. Hans Becking's birthday today, and he celebrated by going into the top 6. Kate Courtney and Greta Servold finally broke the mold by winning a stage. It's the first time any team other than Thomas Max and Sabi have won a stage, and they did it with a tactical masterclass. Greta Servold racing up the road, and Kate Courtney then holding, and then making sure she was next across the line to keep Candice Hill and Alessandra Keller in second. Hayley Preen and Hayley Smith taking 3rd place. Then it's Topara FSA Kenda, Simtech.net, and Sani to see Efficient Infinity in 6th place, the Absa African jersey wearers. Glaring omission from the general classification at this stage are the unfortunate pair. Buff BH Efficient Infinity is the problem with them, with that terrible crash for Rosa van Doorn and Hayley and Vera Lossa, unfortunately not in at the moment. Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller lead of 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Courtney and Servold, and then Prina and Smith now have a hold on 3rd place, but not by much over Katarzyna Sosna-Pinella and Giorgia Marquette in the Tupara FSA Kenda team. Marga Moschetti and Claudio Peretti still in the race, as well as Sam Sanders and Bianco holding on to that Absa African jersey for the time being. 51 minutes down. Let's pop down to the finish. Max is speaking to a couple of the Masters. Perhaps it's our stage winners in the NTT Masters. Let's wait and find out.
Gentlemen, GRC Songo.info 91, a great day again today. I'm not sure if you're still in the lead on the GC, but this NTT Masters category is definitely heating up.
Yeah, we must have lost the lead, maybe 20 seconds off now. Just got a flat tire towards the end. We didn't know should we proper seal it or not, and I said, like, let's go, Craig. You know, it's 3Ks to go, 4Ks to go. We got to risk it.
Craig, take us through the trails today.
Amazing, hey. Super cool, loose, rocky, marbly. But once you get into it and you get into your flow, it's really good. Also, elements of proper mountain biking, not quite Stellenbosch flow, but a little bit raw. Really cool. Nice day.
We go to Stellenbosch tomorrow. Obviously, your second home. We're going to have lots of people out there on the trails taking the day off work to come and support you guys. You're looking forward to getting there?
It's lots of work to get there. I mean, well, big days from the one day with Simon. We know we're racing from Grabo to Stellenbosch. It was like Queen stage, King stage. And now we're racing from Greyton to Stellenbosch. That's like another half of it, more and less. So we really have to be prepared in your head. It's going to be a very hard, very long day. But sometimes at stage like today hurts almost more. You know, it's like short after such a long day. You know, it's going to be we so quickly finished and then suddenly thirds. And so it's super important to have that not in the back of your mind, in your whole head.
Greg, tomorrow's a day that you're going to relish. You love it tough and you love it long. Tomorrow's going to be a big day for you guys, and you guys up to the task.
Yeah, absolutely, Max. I mean, the harder the better. I've always adverse weather conditions and route for sure. I mean, it's a big stage, so looking forward to tomorrow. It's a big one. Today, I think, was more about just feeling it out, having an easier day on the legs, and getting ready for tomorrow.
On to the top step of the podium go the Canyon pair, Sam Gaze and Luca Schwarzbach. Two big powerhouses taking the stage win ahead of Willi Vittoria, Luca Brado and Simone Avendetto, and Matt Beers and Tristan Norkier hanging on and holding on to take third place for Toyota Specialized in Buko. Top three on the men's podium today. And a second stage win for the Canyon pair. They're making their presence felt here. They came here with a reputation, and they are embellishing and enhancing that reputation as class racers with great pedigree and the ability to race at the sharp end in these marathon stage races. It gets deeper, it gets harder, because tomorrow the Queen stage, 134 kilometers to Stellenbosch, as everyone has been talking about. It's the stage that could define the outcome of this race tomorrow. Mind having said that, there are two really tough stages in Stellenbosch that take in the trails. There are plenty of mountains to climb there and wonderful trails to ride, but you've got to go high to enjoy those descents. Second day in the Civita zebra striped yellow leaders jerseys for Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto. They do it on the back of another second place finish. They finished second 4 times out of 5. The other day they finished third, and they are delighted to wear those jerseys for a second day in a row. Last year they wore them just for stage 1, and then Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo won the stage and took the yellow jerseys all the way to the stage finish and victory. So they will look to try and do the same here. If you're going to earn that yellow jersey, do so towards the latter stages of the race. But there's, well, not even 2 minutes in it, and this monster stage to come tomorrow, Benno. It's going to be hard yards for them to retain those jerseys. If you could just hold on, Benno, sorry, we've just got to hear from down at the finish. Yvonne Zagasti is in conversation with Max.
All right, here we go. GIC Grandmasters category, guys. Wow, another good day from you, Ibon. How are you feeling?
Wow, tomorrow a transition day for us. Yesterday is a long stage, hard stage, rain, and Ernesto and me, full gas with the top guys. And we speak tonight and decide today easy, 90%, because before it's a very hard day, eh? The king stage.
Looking forward to going through to Stellenbosch tomorrow. The Stellenbosch trails are beautiful, the community there. You're looking forward to the long day tomorrow?
Yeah. Today it was a transition for us. As Yvonne told you, yesterday was a big day, long day, speed day, and we spent a lot of cartuchos. And today we respect the plan. So we said, okay, we stay cool, but we did it good today because tomorrow will be a big day. So, for instance, we are in front and we are going to try to continue like this. Yeah.
Yvonne, a message in Spanish to everyone back home to let them know who's watching and how you guys are doing.
Thank you very much, bicharracos, y sobre todo, very big cojones. Cape muy dura. Esto no ha terminado. Vamos arriba, bicharracos.
Gracias, amigos.
Ever the character. Getting the message across. Yvonne Zugasti and Nestor Mendoza leading the GIC Grandmasters category. Yeah, it is such a competitive category as well. As you also heard from Craig Uriah and Christoph Sauser. Early morning and the start of the men's race today, 87 kilometers after 140 yesterday, and there's 134 to come tomorrow. It's seemingly a shorter day, but no less tough and fast off the start here, Benno.
Yeah, no, it wasn't very, very incredible. And you can see everyone is just afraid of what's coming up tomorrow. Every single person, they had the different tactics. They were trying to save their legs as much as they can today because of that big 5 chain ring stage, the Queen, the King stage coming up tomorrow. But again, you get dragged into the racing. You again have the possibility to move up. You have a flat tire. You have to make up for it again, and so on. So even this short stage today, it was full of surprises. And unfortunately, a few people actually could not finish this stage because of the loose terrain, tricky terrain, getting more and more tired, losing a little bit of focus here and there, and then you can find yourself on the ground. And unfortunately, that happened to a couple of riders today.
And there's Andrin Bili and Lorenzo Trinchieri going down there. But in the interim, they went through the wonderful town of Greyton, and right up front, Lucas Baum was setting the tone. His partner, Georgega, was a little bit further back in the field, wading through the Sonnerend River. And it can be treacherous, but all getting through all right. The Belgian champion was there, as was his partner, Martin Stosek, the champion of the Czech Republic. The absentees in this group, Andreas Servolt, the European champion, and Jakob Hartmann. Hartmann had a big crash yesterday and was tentative about starting today. He rolled off the line, but not with any great commitment, and did not continue too far up the road. So disappointment for the Singer KTM racing pair, which allowed the second team, and this is them in the picture here, Simon Stiepjan and Martin Frey, to go to the fore. But more problems and punctures on the trail for Hans Becking and Toys Reuter. You saw there the double Dutch combination on Becking's 40th birthday, but never mind, they rode themselves back into contention, and they're right back in the top 5 or 6 of the race. Tristan Norkier riding absolutely superbly this year with his partner Matt Beers. They in the Absa African Leaders jerseys after ceding the yellow jerseys to Luca Paraido and Simone Avendetto the previous day. And here was trouble for the Canyon team of Sam Gaze and Luca Schwartzbauer, having to stop the trail side and effect repairs to a rear wheel puncture. And it was that sort of day for these riders, but that has been the story of this Absa Cape Epic in 2026. It has been a catalogue of mechanical issues and problems for riders, and also some crashes as well. But Sam Gaze and Luca Schwartzbauer just trying to get to the solution there, get another CO2 bomb out.
Quick as you can, get the problem. First you assess it and then you fix it, and you can see Sam was a bit impatient. Luca probably just took that little break to get his breath back. He said he had a couple of dark moments within the stage today, but then found his mojo, and what a way to finish it.
Well, for a while we had the Origine Willier team up front, Matisse Zara riding up front with Yuri Zanotti a little bit further back, and they of course had a tough day yesterday, maybe pushing for a stage win at another opportunity on this day, as they wound their way down to the tech zone off the first bit of the wreck route. And Georgega and Lucas Baum finally reunited after Baum attacked off the front of the race initially, but not for very long. And they just getting through the stages here. It's not going to be a repeat of their 2022 glory. They won the last stage that was raced in and around Greyton back in 2022. That was a foundation stone for them, riding to an absolutely incredible victory at Val de Vie in that year. Yeah, that was part of the problem for the teams out there today. Flats, and you could see and we heard from Sam Gaze and Luca Schwartzbauer, they weren't able to seal it properly, but they managed to get it done later on, and they would all come back together again. What an image this is, through the plains, hills and farmlands of Greyton at high speed, the best riders in the world. They were all keeping their powder dry, because the big threat on the day was the feared, famed and fabled UFO climb. Brutally steep and hard. So steep it has paving stones on it so vehicles can get up there. That was what was on the minds of these riders as they went through to refuel once again. Key to the day there. David Valero would be at the front again. Timotizia Aubert arrived here very strong. His partner Mark Stutzman perhaps not quite on the same level just at the moment.
No, unfortunately they lost a little bit today. And again, like they have also been trying to stay at the front, making and closing gaps. And it gets towards the end of the race that you see the cracks getting bigger and bigger. And unfortunately, it happened to them today.
The big attack started coming on the UFO climb, and Wout Alleman was the real animator up front there. Martin Stosek, his teammate at the Czech Republic, on his wheel. Then Matt Beers, but his partner Tristan Norkier was not in this group. The yellow jerseys were there, and Beers had started to show concern and had to roll back and collect his partner a little bit further back. It's a brutally hard race, but Wout Alleman absolutely lighting the fuse here.
No, he was so strong on this climb. I think he put everyone else into the hurt box and even got a bit of a gap right there at the top, but unfortunately got stopped by a bit of a wipe up a little later.
Yeah, Alleman, the Belgian champion. His partner is the champion of the Czech Republic, and they flew down the trail up ahead, and Alleman, who is a world-class rider, well, just the treacherous nature of these trails, they're loose and sketchy when taken at any speed, so you have to be ultra cautious, as all these riders are. Look at them going through there, but one wheel in slightly the wrong angle, slightly the wrong place, and this is what can happen as Wout Alleman went down there just as he was leaving frame there, going down hard, and you see Norkier got caught behind there, so did Gaze and Schwarzbauer, and they had to drag themselves back into join the group. And well, some falls you just get up and get riding right away, but Wout Alleman, I think, took a nasty knock here. Look at that, the ground he fell on there. Not nice at all.
Not nice at all. Full of rocks. Every hit is gonna have some consequences. If it's on the equipment or your body, there's nothing smooth you're landing on. There's no sandy patches at all, and it takes a little bit. It knocks you out, and you have to make sure that you're good at going again, and then try to catch the front.
Well, Tristan Norkier was really struggling to rejoin Matt Beers here, but credit to Luca Schwarzbauer and Sam Gaze, because they were caught behind that crash, and they just dug in and went so hard to try and regain contact. Norkier just bleeding from the eyeballs here, absolutely all in to try and shut down the gap and join Matt Beers, who then had to roll off the back wheel of the yellow jerseys, Luca Prado and Simone Avendetto, who sensed now they might have a chance of winning a stage. At that opportune moment, they thought maybe this was going to be their chance to win their first stage of the Absa Cape Epic. Eventually, Beers got Tristan Norkier onto his back wheel, and it was all about them now trying to limit their losses. The gap sort of yo-yoed between 14 and 30 seconds at times as they dug deep and tried to hold on. Meanwhile, the Sam Gaze train was in full operation because he was determined here to make things difficult. Not only were they, oopsie, and again, another example, just one little slip, but he managed to save that. They had a chance now, Sam Gaze and Luca Schwarzbauer of Canyon, to take steps up the general classification.
Yeah, definitely. They were in 4th position going into today's race, and now all of a sudden they're in 3rd place and only 3 more stages to go.
And you know, when you see a crash of a contending team around you, yes, you have your thoughts for them, but if they are around you in the general classification, you want to take advantage. Again, cautiously around these corners, pebbly, loose, marble type terrain. You do not want to get it wrong here. It came down to the finish at Middelplaas. There were 2 teams in it, the yellow jerseys of Brido and Avendetto. Well, their primary task was to keep that yellow jersey. That was done. Could they win this stage? Well, not against the firepower of Luca Schwarzbauer and Sam Gaze. These 2 men are hugely powerful. We see them so often in short track and cross-country racing, dictating the pace on the front, and there was no stopping the Canyon pair. as the New Zealander and the German took victory on stage number 4 of the Absa Cape Epic. That's what it meant to them, delight. But of course, the yellow jersey still on the shoulders of Simone Avendetto and Luca Braido. Managing their loss as well. Great teamwork, great work by Matt Beers to ensure that Tristan Norkia got home without blowing a gasket, and they did just that. And they would finish in 3rd place on the stage. What a delight for Luca Schwartzbauer and his partner Sam Gaze. 2nd stage win for them. Great day out for Martin Fry and Simon Stiepjan. Fry just a little bit up the road, and they would take the 4th place on the podium, and they would move further up the general classification. The demise of their other team, Singer KTM Racing, Servold and Jakob Hartmann, meant that these two could enjoy their day out there, and veterans of the race for many, many years have done a great job. So they rolled in. Starting out of Greyton today, 61 kilometers for the elite women today. They had a slightly delayed start, waiting for the men to get themselves through that water point, and then they got to enjoy these wonderful single track trails. First bench, second bench, lay slung, the wrecked routes, all explored here on stage number 4 of the Absa Cape Epic. Alessandra Keller and Candice Lill had the lead, just under 5-minute lead over Kate Courtney, the world champion, stripes on her, and Greta Servold. Behind, the fight was for 3rd place overall. Vera Lossa and Rosa van Doorn, Hayley Preen and Hayley Smith. Just 50 seconds separating them going into today's stage, so they were marking each other like hawks today to try and steal a march on the other. Meanwhile, Candice Lill on the front. There was a lot of tactical play in this women's race today as Greta Servold and Kate Courtney tried to disrupt the race, and then they all came back together again. Smith and Preen were in there, so was Lossa, so was Van Doorn. They were all together preparing for that last climb. Cheers to Kate Courtney. The American and the Italian had decided to donate their prize money from all their stage winnings to the various charities associated with the race, which is wonderful. They were distributed equally amongst those charities. Preparation ahead of the big climb up the UFO, and just tempo riding for the moment. Servold's been at the front of this race for so much throughout this week, hasn't she?
Yeah, they really try everything they can to mix it up, to annoy the leader jerseys as much as they can with the different tactics, always on the move. They really have been the ones that made the front going harder, and the tactics, and Greta again pushing, being able to ride her rhythm where Kate is kind of like holding back a little bit. Huge strength from her side to close up to Greta each time again, and it is a very, very good tactical game they're playing so far.
Well, there they were back all together. Then the steep pitches of the UFO climb started to take a toll on the riders. This is Kemchap Honeycomb, Hayley Preen, Hayley Smith going up the climb, and then well, the tactics continued on the front. Alessandra Keller now on the front with Greta Servold on her wheel. The fight was for the stage win, and Rosa van Doorn and Vera Lossa at this stage trying to claw back their 3rd place, having lost so much time on stage 2. They were determined to get that 3rd place back from Kemchap Honeycomb. The descent down this loose, rough terrain would prove to be treacherous for some of these riders, unfortunately. Meanwhile, Keller, Servold, Lill and Courtney and Rosa van Doorn kept flowing down it. And that was the moment that defined today's race, I'm afraid, for Rosa van Doorn and Vera Lossa, the Buff BH Efficient Infinity Insure team, who would ride on and then realized that she'd taken a nasty blow to the face. And the word was she'd lost a tooth and had a nasty gash on her knee, Rosa van Doorn, and the medics would be there very quickly. You can see the blood pouring out of that injury on her left knee, and well, wonderful teamwork there. Vera just comforting her, and will remain to be seen much further they will progress in the race. Meanwhile, up front, the race was on. Seerwold was up the road. Courtney was doing the blocking game here. Tactical racing for Shisen's Foundation as they hunted down an elusive so far stage win. Alessandra Keller and Candice Dill couldn't find a way past them through the trails here. Keller would try, whoopsie, just going off the line a little bit there, but up the road, up the trail went Greta Seerwold, and she could look behind her and see her teammate, the world champion, sprinting to victory. An absolute delight for Courtney and Seerwold as they take their first stage win and ending the stranglehold that the Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller combination had on stage wins. Second to the race leaders, but the win to Shisen's Foundation. Absolute delight for them. And Hayley Preen and Hayley Smith surging to third place on the stage and third place overall because Rosa van Doorn, her injuries sorted that she wasn't able to ride in to finish the stage. And there, delight, top step for Kate Courtney and her partner Greta Seerwold as they win their first stage of the 2026 Absa Cape Epic. Tented midday here at the finish and a moment to savor for this pair once again. They will go into the Queen stage in the leader's jersey. Thomas Maxon, Sabi, Candice Dill and Alessandra Keller for another day in the race lead. Never a day goes by in the Absa Cape Epic where there is an incident, and this year has been no different. Incident, accident, mechanical and injuries. That's the way of the race. Lill and Keller lead by 4 minutes and 50 seconds, which is not much at all considering what lies ahead over the next 3 days. Courtney and Seerwold stage winners today. They go in hunting at another stage win, and if that do that, well, they could take the lead as well. Preen and Smith now securing third place by 4 minutes from the Topara team. Benno, thanks very much again for another wonderful day sitting alongside you and Ariane and Max out on the route. It's been wonderful watching the day's racing. I hope you've enjoyed it. We've got more to come, of course. This beautiful journey continues. We'll leave Middelplaas tomorrow and head to Stellenbosch. The Queen stage beckons. 134 kilometers, 2,750 meters of climbing as we head to Stellenbosch. And they will spend 2 days racing around those trails, and there's still so much to happen on the general classifications in the men's and the women's races, and indeed all those categories all the way down this beautiful journey. It is going to be a magical day tomorrow. It's going to be a long one, so book off the morning tomorrow wherever you might be, or the afternoon or the evening if you're watching in the other hemispheres, because you don't want to miss out on stage 5 of the Absa Cape Epic as they go from Middelplaas here. Greyton is the town. They can enjoy that today, but Kutsenberg and Stellenbosch awaits, and you can join us as we take you through it tomorrow. From us all here at the Absa Cape Epic, we say goodbye and speak to you tomorrow. The Epic Series is a global portfolio of the world's most exhilarating mountain bike stage races. Each race is a chapter in a greater journey, a journey that culminates at the pinnacle of mountain biking. The Absa Cape Epic.
These 8 days you will find yourself. The race is going to try break you.
The Absa Cape Epic is the truest test of any mountain biker's abilities.